have drinking water? Do they have food?
Right, I do.
It's upsetting.
When this gets taken care of, it's going to be peace. And it's, well, I believe, I'm on True Social. That's the only social media I do.
I do. But first, you remember when we had lunch years ago in the base of Trump Tower when it was a brand new building?
It was a long time ago, yes.
A long time ago.
Has weapons of mass destruction that could potentially create a modern-day Holocaust.
Oh, and you haven't changed.
Oh.
You have not changed. Now, I'm not allowed to say this. It's the end of my political career, but you may be even better looking, okay? So I don't know what you're doing. But I will not say
makeup
that.
has a lot
I will
to do
not
with
say
that.
that because that will...
And he's got a plan. He's a genius. And we trust President Trump. All of us trust President Trump.
But I think I'm more popular than I ever have been. Look, when he heard 100%, he said, I've never seen a poll like this. This is the craziest poll I've ever seen.
What's going on, everybody? Grandpa Glyphosate and Skeet Hegseth are pushing forward with the war in Iran. A lot of mixed signals there. But today on my live stream, I figure that I'll make some jokes about it because I'd rather make people laugh than make people cry. But I got a lot of clips that I want to react to, just stuff that I've been brewing on over the last week, just taking it all in and not doing live streams. So got a lot to say as usual. We'll see how long this one lasts. Streamer podcast starts now. Thank you guys for being here. Give me a thumbs up in the chat if it sounds good. Give me a thumbs up on the video for the algorithm. And the show starts now.
It's the Dream Rare Podcast. Welcome to the show. The way to get the news at the desk or on the road. Let's go. God is great and success in our control. The world is crazy, but we get better from obstacles. Yeah.
What's going on, everybody? It seems like a lot of people in the chats are enjoying Grandpa Glyphosate, another nickname I've invented. If we're keeping track now, that's at least, 7 or 8 just straight bangers that have come out of my thought process. But now, Grandpa Glyphosate, I was thinking about it recently, like what nickname do I want to give Trump now? I called him Grandpa Moderna when he was selling vaccines. And I think Grandpa Glyphosate's a good one because, if he can't even respect the American people enough to stop providing immunity shields for his donor friends in the pesticide industry, then I just can't seem to respect him enough to not call him Grandpa Glyphosate because, so many people in this country are getting cancer and diseases, and it's really abnormal for such a great country. And one of the many reasons is because our politicians, despite having such a great GDP and everything, of course, we're a very successful financial company. We lack care for our own people. So, if they don't care about us, then I call him Grandpa Glyphosate. I call Pete Hegseth Skeet Hegseth. And that's a homage to our friend. And by our friend, I mean, I don't even know him. I've never met him. But Ye, or formerly known as Kanye West, was calling Pete Davidson Skeet Davidson. It's very childish, but I thought it was hilarious. So I don't know. It just popped into my head, Skeet Hegseth. So let's listen to Skeet Hegseth real quick. I got a lot of clips I want to play, but maybe we'll start with Skeet Pete, who says he negotiates with bombs. I think Pete thinks he's like a D-list actor, soap opera, like drunk, like failed military officer character or something, because like he thinks he's playing Call of Duty. But of course, Pete Hegseth's not on the front lines. Barron Trump, Don Jr., Eric Trump, they're not going to go fight the wars. They're doing this like weird drone warfare with foreign nations. And since they aren't affected by it, they think they're playing Call of Duty. So I think Skeet Hegseth thought this was like really cool or something.
And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs.
He thought that was like really cool. Pete Hegseth is such like a loser. If you were to cast him for a character in a movie, you wouldn't choose like the super suave, cool, intelligent, like military commander. It would be like the retard, like F-list actor who just like slurs over his words and only gets to be there because he's like a washed up neocon / Fox News anchor / Israel lobby plant. So he gets to be there. And then like he thinks he's like really crushing it. It's fascinating. I found this clip with some lady. I think this is at CPAC. And, I can't tell. Let me know what you think, because I think it's a real boomer, but part of me thinks it's like a plant that they're planting people to look this retarded to make fun of like Trump supporters and make Republicans look bad for the midterms. I can't tell. I think it's a real boomer, but listen to this clip where this lady says that Trump is a genius. He's the peace president. He's going to bring peace soon. And that she only is on True Social. So this is fascinating psychology here, folks.
When this gets taken care of, it's going to be peace. And it's, well, I believe, I'm on True Social. That's the only social media I do. And I believe that he's going to have, bring peace, and it's going to be very short. And he's got a plan. He's a genius. And we trust President Trump. All of us trust President Trump.
Notice that she pointed towards the boomers, not the kid who was like 23 that was laughing hysterically at her. She's like, all of my friends over 60 that are retarded, we all trust Donald Trump. We don't use any social media. It's all bad. We only use True Social. And he's got a plan. It could be a real person, right? Of course, there's a lot of people who think that way, and that's okay. People don't have to agree with me and my hilarious, perfect jokes. That's fine. They could be wrong. Hold on one second. I'm starting to spurg out. I tried to go like full HD, but apparently we can't handle that. So now we're down to 780p or whatever. Anyway, that could be a real person. Absolutely. There's a lot of boomers that think that way. But also, yeah, I don't know. Part of me is like, that would be the perfect plant. You just plant people like that on MSNBC to make us look retarded. But since I use Facebook 80% of my workday, I can confirm that there are a lot of people that think that way and act that way. And no disrespect to her. I just thought it was funny. If boomers are going to yell at me all day on Facebook and squander our future for their kids and grandkids, the least I can do is just make some fun out of it. So, that's it's going on at CPAC right now. I found this clip too. I think his name is Matt Schlapp. You have to say it like that too. You can't just say Matt Schlapp because it's SCHALAPPPPP. There's a lot of P's in there. So you got to do Schlapp, Matt Schlapp. I've heard he likes to schlap, but never mind. I'm just kidding. Just joking. He was trying to like get people to say that they didn't want Trump to be impeached at CPAC since it's a conservative political action committee or something. I don't know what it stands for, but it's conservative. And he's like, who wants impeachment? And everyone starts cheering. And he's like, no. You're supposed to boo. This is a very Stephen Colbert moment when Stephen Colbert did this like for the Democrats a few years ago. But check this out. It's hilarious.
How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No. That was the wrong answer. Let me try it again. How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No.
Matt Schlapp. No. Boomers. No, wrong. Wrong button. Click the other button. Stephen Colbert did this on his show because I guess like Democrats didn't like James Comey when Trump, they were blaming James Comey for like being soft on Trump. Then Trump fired James Comey, and Stephen Colbert, not Stephen, it's Stephen Colbert. He's like, James Comey just got fired, and everyone started cheering, and he was like, no, boo them. And then people were like, oh yeah, boo. So I thought that was hilarious, but I don't know. CPAC, it's a really normal one they're having over there. I have a bunch of like random clips of Trump that I found over the last week. I have a lot. I know it's starting off funny because I'm trying to make people laugh. I'm trying to loosen people up. Hee ha ha. You know what I'm saying? Have some fun. Drink my coffee. Just milk it a little bit. That sounded weird. Drink it, but you get it. And then I'll get into like my overarching thoughts about this war in Iran right now because I'm trying to soak it all in. And I've referenced this before on my live stream, but it's one of my favorite quotes, so much so that I can't even remember exactly how it goes. But Dick Gregory's awesome. He's a comedian, but also just an intelligent guy. Go watch Dick Gregory interviews if you could find them about who killed Michael Jackson, Prince, 2 Trumps. I mean, I don't know if he's right about all that, but he's a very fascinating guy. Dick Gregory has this old saying. I'm going to butcher it a little bit, but he said, I buy like thousands of dollars worth of paper every month, not because I believe any of them, but to see through the cracks. And that's kind of how I'm doing this war with Iran. Because, of course, like I'm not going to trust the Iranian government. I don't trust our government. I don't trust the mainstream media. But unfortunately, there's only so many places you can get news about something happening in a foreign land. So I've really been trying to be patient about it to form my opinion of it. Of course, I've had one before the war started, but just listening to Trump, listening to Skeet Hegseth, listening to Marco Rubio, Joe Kent, Iran, how Trump responds to Iran. I do have some opinions about it, but I'm just going to go through some of my clips first, make people laugh, and then we'll get into the more serious stuff. Here's Trump. I thought this clip was hilarious. And when I post this, like boomers like freak out at me. They're like, why are you so mad at it? I'm like, if you only knew I was sitting here laughing, like everything Trump does doesn't make me mad. but I also don't agree with it. For example, if Joe Biden did something, let's just say like Joe Biden like fell down the stairs, and Republicans would be like, haha, Joe Biden like fell down the stairs, he's a retard. And it's like, sure, some could say that's mean, but Joe Biden is a retard. So, you could laugh at him whenever you want. But then if Trump did the same exact thing and I pointed it out and I was like, oh, that was pretty funny. Why is that funny? Well, that's my Trump. It's like Trump is it's almost like it's their child that they like more than their actual kids, because they want to send their actual kids off to die in a foreign war for Israel because they watch Epstein's Friends on television. But you get what I'm saying? It's like they're so obsessed with Trump, they can't ever laugh at him. Like, we can't ever have a moment, even though he's creating the funniest moments, not because he's funny like he used to be necessarily, just because he's old and he's in grandpa glyphosate mode, which is like when you listen to your grandpa and he tells these old stories that you've heard a million times, but you just got to listen to it because it's your grandpa. That's like Trump. He can't stay on topic with anything. He's always just telling these stories that no one cares about. He's like hitting on like 60-year-old women on the news saying they look hot instead of answering questions about Iranians starving to death and stuff. Like, it's not that that's funny, because that's like a very serious topic, but you have to admit that this guy's like 80 years old and he probably doesn't belong in office. But yeah, he's better than Biden, but maybe we should hire somebody that's not 80 years old to run the country. I don't know. I can't laugh at this stuff, or at least point out that it's ridiculous. So here's the longer clip, is even crazier, but I cut it short. She asked Trump a serious question like, yo, because of like the internet blackouts and the sanctions and us attacking their energy sources or whatever, people are starving there. Like, that it's really sad. Like, what do you have to say about it, Trump? And listen to Trump's response. But apparently, according to people over 60 on Facebook, not all, but some, I can't laugh at this. This is not funny. There's nothing. The Trump is just the coolest guy ever. He's Elvis. He's literally Elvis. QAnon.
Do you have any insight as to how they are doing? Do they have drinking water? Do they have food?
Right, I do.
It's upsetting.
So it's a serious question. It's upsetting. Like, do they have food? Do they have water?
I do. But first, you remember when we had lunch years ago in the base of Trump Tower, when it was a brand new building?
It's a long time ago, yes.
A long time ago.
Do you remember when we had lunch at my big, beautiful building, old hot lady?
I do. But first, you remember when we had lunch years ago? And I do.
Oh no, where's the last clip? All right, I just got to play the whole thing. I might get copyright stricken, but I have to go for it because I can't squander this moment here. Darn it, I uploaded the same clip twice. Let me see. Hopefully it's not the same one. Let's see. This should be the right one. Sorry about that, folks. I missed like the greatest part of it.
I do. But first, you remember when we had lunch years ago in the base of Trump Tower, when it was a brand new building?
It's a long time ago, yes.
A long time ago.
All right. I guess let me try it again. I got to just play the whole clip. My bad. I uploaded the same clip twice. I fumbled the bag, but here's the full one. I'll play it. If they shut my video down, then so be it.
Do you have any insight as to how they are doing? Do they have drinking water? Do they have food?
Right, I do.
It's upsetting.
I do. But first, you remember when we had lunch years ago in the base of Trump Tower, when it was a brand new building?
It's a long time ago, yes.
A long time ago, and you haven't changed.
Oh.
You have not changed. Now, I'm not allowed to say this. It's the end of my political career, but you may be even better looking, okay? So I don't know what you're doing. But I will not say that.
Makeup has a lot to do with
I will not say that because that will...
Like, I get what he's doing. I don't like hate the guy, but he's in grandpa mode where like you bring like an old pervy grandpa around and he just starts hitting on everything with a pulse. And you're like, all right, grandpa, that's enough, And he's like, oh, a pretty lady over there. And it's like, all right, relax, grandpa. That's like a married 50-year-old. Like, you got to calm down. Of course you're allowed to think women are beautiful. And as you get older, younger women that are, you know what I'm saying? That are like out of your, like, you're not going to be able to, I mean, Trump can probably land whatever, even though he's married because he's like the president. But you get what I'm saying. It's like you're going to see like a 30, 40-year-old chick and be like, oh, she's hot because I'm 70 or 80. I'm not saying you can't be an old guy that thinks women are beautiful, but you're the president of the United States. They're asking you about starving Iranians. And you're just like, man, you look damn good there, mama. And she's like clearly like uncomfortable by it. Like, I'm a journalist. I'm asking you a question about starving kids. And you're just like reminiscing on a time I ate with you like 30 years ago at your tower. Like he's definitely just in like creepy grandpa vibe where he just doesn't want to be president. He doesn't want anyone to disagree with him. He's surrounded by donors and celebrities and Howard Lutnick types who kiss his ass and tell him he's like special boy. So then anytime anyone asks him like a serious question, he's like, he just wants to like bang them or something. Speaking of which, here is a Mike Johnson. And, you know, at the end of this, it's a joke, by the way, if the feds are watching this, calm down. It's just a comedy show. But, you know, to the non-feds watching this, I have secret intel of the award that Mike Johnson gave Donald Trump here, because now they're giving Trump like special awards to make him feel like really good. So at the end, I'll show you, I got a close up of what allegedly might be the award that Trump's getting. So here's Mike Johnson explaining, you know, Trump is a special, special boy and he needs some Golden Boy awards.
The president has done so much for the American people, and we want to honor him in some small way, some token of our appreciation for his leadership. And so tonight, we have created a new award. We're going to do something we've never done before. We're going to honor him with a new award that we'll present annually from this point forward. But he is the suitable and fitting recipient of the first ever America First Award. We can think of no better title for what that is. That's this beautiful golden statue here, appropriate for the new golden era in America. And we want to let you know before we bring the president out. And
so apparently I got this close up. This is secret intel. I'm not really supposed to show this. This might be the award that he's giving Trump. It's the Golden Goy Award, and it's got Trump's head on a buffalo or a Judas goat. So congratulations, Trumps, on the Golden Goy Award. Nobody has been as golden of a goy as you. So you've done a lot for your Israeli donors. And, you know, you deserve it. I mean, you know, I'm known as somebody who's very critical of Trump, but I have to be honest. I think he deserves it. I really do. And I think it's a legitimate award, and somebody's got to have it. So congrats to Trump on the Golden Goy Award. Speaking of which, like, if you don't understand how politics works, and this is like, unfortunately, like 70% of my Facebook page, they're like, you don't understand that, bro. Trump and Chuck Schumer are fighting. They're fake fighting. Okay. I asked, you know, I mean, I don't need to ask this, but you could fact check this. Let's just put it that way. Donald Trump took $250 million from an Israeli donor who aggressively asked him to do things for Israel, and talked to Alan Dershowitz, Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, who said that he met Jeffrey Epstein through the Rothschilds. And in the emails, Jeffrey Epstein said he represented the Rothschilds. They were in Israel, Miriam Adelson and Alan Dershowitz, Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer, talking about how to give Trump a third term. They like Trump so much, they want to give him $250 million more so he could do more things for Israel, right? That's all factual, what I just said. Mike Johnson, the little gremlin number 7, you know, he's like a Keebler elf or something for Israel. He got into the House, and the first thing he said when he was like the House Speaker, right? It's his opening statement to America. And he said, you know, the first thing we need to do is we need to do something for Israel. And then the first thing he literally did as House Speaker was for Israel, not the United States of America, not the state that he's from, Louisiana, that desperately needs the Keebler elf's help. Israel. Chuck Schumer, the Democrat that these Republicans are just fighting so hard, said that he is basically in the Democratic Party to make sure that the far left does not turn the Democratic Party against Israel. So he's a stopper for the Zionist movement, essentially, to keep the Democratic Party pro-Israel. Oh yeah, but they're according to your 65-year-old mom who only listens to True Social, no offense, they're fighting really hard. Speaking of fighting, Steve Bannon, who seemed very honest over the last year, but I don't really watch his show, but he was in the Epstein files super heavy, which was really weird. Now, apparently, he all of a sudden, even though he's been very critical of Tel Aviv, Mark Levin and such, now even he is saying he's looking for a way to get Trump a third term. Because what we really need is Donald Trump Part 3 at 85 years old, from a guy who was criticizing the Israel lobby for 2 years until he came out in the Epstein files. And now he wants Trump to run a third term.
I haven't said we're going to amend the Constitution. We're working on 5 or 6 different alternatives that President Trump could run again and be president. And quite frankly, I think 4 or 5 of them are going to work. And I continue to say, as I told Bill Maher, on the afternoon of January 20th of 2029, Donald Trump's going to be president for his third term.
So Steve Bannon, who's heavily in the Epstein files, like buddying up with Epstein, being a PR team for Epstein, wants Trump to run for a third term. Miriam Adelson is talking to Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer in Israel, talking about how she'll give Trump $250 million to run for a third term. He's already almost 80. He's going to be like 88 by the time his third term ends. But they just love Donald Trump because he's so old that they could just manipulate him. And he's just like, yeah, I'll start the war as long as there's a hot lady by my side or something. It's like he can't even answer a question. They're like, what do you think of starving kids in Iran? He's like, remember that time 40 years ago, me and you locked eyes in the bottom of Trump Tower, and I'm not supposed to say this, but you look even more beautiful now. Well, thank you, Mr. President. But what about the kids like starving? He just like shits himself, and Miriam Adelson's like, yes, give him more money. He'll do our wars. You can't say that, though. That's hate speech, but it's also true. So there's something weird going on when the truth is considered hate speech. But speaking of which, let's go to the North Korea NBC/CNN polls, or the NBC polls that CNN talked about, that apparently Trump's a big fan of NBC polls now, because they said 100% of MAGA likes Trump. And, he thinks he's more popular than ever, despite actual polling showing that he's least popular than he's ever been. And he's on setting the stage to lose the House and possibly the Senate. But according to Donald Trump being surrounded, it's literally like the Joe Biden situation, where it was weekend at Bernie's and Joe Biden like can't even like talk or speak. So they're just like handling Joe Biden doing stuff. This is exactly the same thing that's going on with Donald Trump. He's being surrounded by like Susie Wiles and Howard Lutnick, and they're like, you're 1,000,000% popular. They had to create a new poll, Donald Trump, because you're actually more popular than Kim Jong-un. I am? Really? Can I hit on more news hosts on live on television? Yeah, whatever. Just go bomb, people for Israel, and you can do whatever you want, buddy.
But I think I'm more popular than I ever have been. Look, when he heard 100%, he said, I've never seen a poll like this. This is the craziest poll I've ever seen. It was 100% of the people. And the reason is they like that I'm protecting our country from lunatics with a nuclear weapon.
He's 100% popular. He's never been more popular. Literally, the inverse is true. He's less popular than he's ever been. He won the House. He won the presidency. He won the Senate. He won the popular vote. Now they're going to lose the House, no question. They're 50-50 to lose the Senate. It's definitely possible. He's lost millions of independents. People who helped him win the election, the top 4 podcasts right now, I think on Spotify, Joe Rogan helped him win the election. Theo Vaughn helped him win the election to some extent, interviewing JD Vance and getting along with him. I would say Tucker Carlson helped Trump win the election. Sean Ryan helped Trump win the election, conservative guy. All of them hate Trump now. Joe Rogan constantly says Trump is like a loser and his fan base is weird now on his show. Tucker Carlson, even though he likes Trump, he's exposing all the truth and just showing people that Trump is a complete puppet. Sean Ryan is like disgusted by Trump. He thinks he's a complete loser and just like doesn't want to be bothered by MAGA anymore. And Theo Vaughn constantly just talks about how America feels like a shell company for Israel, because that's exactly what it is at this point. So Trump has lost the podcast. He's lost the popular vote. He's lost the House. He's probably lost the Senate. He's lost millions of independents. The entire culture that we all work so hard to basically take back from the left, Trump is basically fumbling because he's an 80-year-old buffoon surrounded by like Israeli donors and Howard Lutnick types and Susie Wiles and Lindsey Graham types. Yet he thinks he's 100% popular amongst his fan base. It's like, okay, Michael Jackson fans like Michael Jackson, Trump fans like Trump, but that's not a real poll. It's like 100% of the 400 people watching Anomaly Show live right now are watching Anomaly Show live right now. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool, huh? If this ends up getting, my average podcast at this point, probably between Facebook, podcast, this, it gets in the tens of thousands of views. Let's just say like 30, 40,000. The 30,000 people that watch my show. That must mean I'm Kim Jong-un level popular. It's wild stuff going on there. Speaking of wild stuff, here's Marco Rubio. You gotta say it like that. He said, I'm mad that Europe's not helping us because we helped them in Ukraine and we didn't need to. Yeah, Marco, that means we're suckers. We're suckers. We give Ukraine hundreds of billions of dollars. We need weapons from Ukraine. Did they give them for free? They owe us $400 billion, don't they? Aren't they in debt to us? It's like, oh, we'll give them free money, but they'll pay it back. How are they going to pay it back? They could start paying it back right now. Zelensky and his like little goblins over there, they could start paying us back by giving us weapons that we need, since we gave them a bunch of weapons for free. They're not even doing that. They're making us pay for weapons in Ukraine. And Marco's like, how come Europe won't help us when we help them? Because we're suckers, Marco. You're a sucker. And so is Trump. And so is Skeet Hegseth, Grandpa Glyphosate, Slow Biden, and the rest of these, like, Harry Potter goblins that are running our government. We're suckers. That's the answer. But listen to, Darko Rubio sit here and complain because he's a Israel lobby Keebler elf number 7, and he's just so frustrated that our European allies won't return the favor.
The United States is constantly being asked to help in a war, and we have more than any other country in the world on a war that's happening in another continent, in Ukraine. But when the U.S. had a need, he didn't get positive responses. So right now he's just making the observation that, I think there was a couple of the leaders in Europe who said that this was not Europe's war. Well, Ukraine is not America's war, and yet we've contributed more to that fight than any other country in the world. So it'll be something to examine. The president will have to take into account down the road.
Ukraine wasn't America's war, but we helped them with that, and they won't help us because we're suckers. We shouldn't have done all the Ukraine stuff. I mean, that whole thing was a complete joke, but it's all interconnected, by the way. So that's the funniest part. When you talk to somebody, when you talk to like a boomer that's brainwashed by like Murdoch media or fake opposition Zionist media, they're like, I listen to Eric Erickson. It's like, you might as well just plug your brain into a computer that Netanyahu runs at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, you should listen to this person, Anomaly. Why? My IQ is above like single digits. Why should I listen to that podcast? That's not real. But anyway, it's like people that support Israel because they listen to basically pseudo-Israeli media and they don't even realize it. They're like, I'm against the Ukraine war, but I'm for the Israel war. It's like, you don't even know that they're interconnected, and the same people are running both wars. And there's a reason Trump hasn't stopped the Ukraine war. He said he was going to stop it within 24 hours. They don't want to stop it because it's all interconnected. It's like, in order to, fight, well, I would say with the help of the United States, giving them weapons and stuff in Ukraine, they're fighting Russia. Russia has resources strained. Russia can't help out in Syria as much. Syria falls because Russia can't help Bashar al-Assad as much. We take over Syria with basically Al-Qaeda, and an Al-Qaeda leader becomes the leader of Syria and then flies to the United States. Slap in the face to boomers, by the way. They cry about 9/11, justifiably so, because terrorists knocked down the Twin Towers. But then when the United States is working with the terrorists to knock down our towers, to kick out a normal guy, to put an Al-Qaeda leader at Syria, all of a sudden boomers don't it doesn't register with them. It's like, you see that guy in the White House hang out with Trump, Marco Rubio, and the CIA. That's a guy on a wanted poster that was an Al-Qaeda leader. That doesn't, no red flag there. But anyway, it's like, they have a global plan, and weakening Russia is part of that plan. So, it's like, oh, I support the war in Iran, but I don't support the war in Ukraine. You do. You just don't know that you do, because if you actually mattered or your ideology was real, then the same people that are in charge now would quash the war in Ukraine, but they're not, because it all relies back to this war. It's all interconnected, so it's not happening. But in general, I think him saying that we helped out in Russia, but they won't help out in Israel and Iran, it's like, yeah, we're the loser. We're the sucker. We're paying for everything. No one has any loyalty to us because we're goofballs. And, that's where we're at. I'm going to play a few more clips, and then I want to give my overarching opinion of what's going on in Iran right now, not just based off of my thoughts and my feelings, but based off of listening to everything, and I'll say this because I don't want to make people wait too long. I do want to get back to it in depth, but I'll just say this, and then I'll play more clips. The Afghanistan war was the longest war in United States history, even though Afghanistan is not Russia or China or World War I, World War II level, Hitler. It's Afghanistan. No offense to Afghanistan, but this is not some sort of global threat to, civilization with the greatest military and banking power. It's Afghanistan. Yet it's the longest war in the United States history. that the United States did not win. If anything, you could say that the Taliban won because they got their country back, but it's a lose-lose for the most part. But we lost, or at least didn't win, the longest war in U.S. history. That's Afghanistan. Who told you that the Iran war was going to take a day, a week, a month, a year? If Afghanistan took 20 years, Iran's going to take at least 20 years at bare minimum. And there's no way to beat them without sending in ground troops. And even sending in ground troops, you still might not be able to win. You might have some sort of standoff. So just based on how it's all happening, I feel like, without saying too much, I want to go more in depth. I think whoever tricked Trump or told Trump that this was going to be easy like Venezuela, et cetera, now Trump has an option where it's like either you pull out in shame and look like a weakling, or you just stay there forever like Afghanistan. So I don't see it ending anytime soon. Based off of what he's saying and what they're saying, it does feel like, yeah, it's not like we're like losing in the sense of like, oh, our country's in threat or anything. Like, America's America. We're killing people. We're blowing things up. Sometimes it's a school. Sometimes it's a terrorist leader. You know, I don't know if Pete Hegseth knows. He might be drunk on the control set thinking he's playing Call of Duty, but, you know, we're definitely blowing stuff up. They've killed some of our troops. They've blown up some of our bases. So to me, everyone's losing. The gas prices are going up. The stocks are crashing. You know, I'm sure Trump's donor friends who are donating to his ballroom are making a lot of money. But besides that, the American people are suffering. The Iranian people are suffering. People of the world are suffering because they need the gas and the resources that are coming through that strait that's mostly closed right now. So I just see it as a huge standoff. Like, Trump has to pretend like he won the war already. It's like, if the war's over and you won, why are there so many missile alerts in Israel? Why are so many of our bases deserted? Why are we sending in more troops? Why are you raising the age of, you know, the average military person to 42? Like, that doesn't sound like it's over. That sounds like you need more help because there's not enough right now based on current support. So it's obvious that Trump's lying, and that doesn't mean Iran's telling the truth or anything, but Trump and Skeet Hegseth, I feel like they're just addicted to pretending right now. Like, their job is to pretend like it's all perfect, it's all easy. And it's not to say it's like, oh, they're going to lose, but they're just kind of stuck, in my view. And either you pull out, look weak, or you stay there and screw up the world for 20 years. So we'll see what happens. That's my short take. Let's play this clip of Joe Kent talking about how he was shut down out of the Charlie Kirk assassination investigation. And keep in mind, Joe Kent is not a small fry. He was the director of national counterterrorism. So the director of national counterterrorism, their job is to counter terrorism. If Charlie Kirk was murdered, it's, in my view, terrorism. I mean, maybe it wouldn't be defined as that because it wasn't a foreigner, so they say. You know, I don't know what terrorism means anymore, because to me, terrorism is terrorism. But apparently, if we fund terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda, it's only terrorism until the leader takes over. Or if Israel blows up a bunch of stuff, they're not terrorists, even though they've been terrorizing people for 100 years now. So I don't, it's like, I guess I don't know what the government definition of it is, because it seems like when we do terrorism, it's okay according to the U.S. government and Israel. But when someone else does something, then it's terrorism. So, blowing up a school, if you're America or Israel, is not terrorism. But if they did it, of course, that would be terrorism. But anyway, I would think that in the purview of his job, that he should be able to investigate into the Charlie Kirk assassination. Shouldn't we want all hands on deck? Shouldn't we really want to look into it? But Joe Kent's been saying, no, they shut me out. Like they said it's a closed case. We have the information we need. Don't muddy the waters. And, let's play the clip.
You said that you were stopped from investigating this. Who specifically stopped you?
The FBI restricted our ability to investigate.
And did that come specifically from Director Patel?
It did. Yeah, it was part of a discussion that he and I had back and forth. And then ultimately that was the decision that was made.
So Joe Kent said that Kash Patel and the FBI told him not to investigate. Once again, he's not some random guy just trying to overstep boundaries. He's the director of national counterterrorism. And they said, don't look into it. Why would that be? He was trying to look into foreign ties because there were people months before, and I'm not saying that this happened, but I've listened to a lot of Joe Kent podcasts and interviews recently, so I'm paraphrasing what he said and why he wanted to look into more stuff. he said that there were people months in advance that seemed to have prior knowledge, or at least predicted that Charlie would be killed by, a foreign nation. He said that there were text messages that he was given by Andrew Colvert, which said, Charlie said, I have no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. Like, Jewish donors are really bothering me, and like, this is it. I'm done. Like, literally a day or 2 days before he got killed. So Joe had all this evidence, and he said, listen, I'm not crazy. I'm not going to say this means anything, but as the director of national counterterrorism, my job is to look into every situation, turn over every stone, and then we make sure that it's just Tyler Robinson acting alone. But you can only do that if you chase every lead and try to, because even with Tyler Robinson, let's just say everything they said is true. He's left wing. He's dating a furry. He's a weirdo who hates Charlie because he's so liberal and Charlie's Republican. It's plausible. But was he working alone? Was Thomas Crooks working alone when he allegedly shot Trump's ear? Or the guy who got arrested for apparently trying to assassinate Trump, who was a United States citizen who went to Ukraine to recruit Taliban members and had Newsweek interviews? Like, it's not to say that these people didn't do what they did or to suggest that it's not possible, but I have a hard time sometimes believing certain people are acting alone. Rogue, crazy people exist, but so do coordinated efforts to take out people that are important. So Joe Kent was saying, I wanted to investigate it. Kash Patel said, don't look into it. And this is the weird part about Trump's administration, Kash Patel, all of these people, and why, not even with the Charlie thing, but just in general, I'm suspicious about everything. When there's two things, right? And, I think I'll just play this clip of, hopefully I didn't take it down, but let's just listen to Richard Nixon, who probably got impeached because he wasn't, a complete sellout to the Israel lobby. But listen to him explain it. He explains it very intelligently, and I feel like older politicians were very eloquent and very wise, and they spoke with, I'm very into just people who are good speakers and come across as measured and compassionate yet honest. And no one really explained this better than Richard Nixon. So let's just play this clip since I have it loaded.
Let me explain something about what is called the Jewish lobby in this country. Their belief is that being for Israel first means that does not mean you're putting America second, because they think it goes together. An American president, however, has to approach it in a different way, in my opinion. Usually what is best for America is also best for Israel and vice versa. But on occasions, for example, an American president must make a decision that does not, in effect, give the Israelis a blank check.
So this is what sparked my interest 6 years ago. Is I noticed when the American priority met the Israeli priority or the Jewish priority, not saying all Jewish people believe in this, but just for lack of a better term, when they were at a crossroads, most politicians would choose the Israeli side. For example, the speech laws. It's like, we have the First Amendment. We don't believe in speech laws. We don't believe in hate speech. We don't think they work. Nobody needs special rules. But Republican politicians who told me that for 5 years will then side with the Israeli speech laws in America. And that's pretty much Trump's entire administration. They're Israel first. It's like, if America has an interest and Israel has an interest, they side with Israel, and then they basically morally blackmail or harass any American that's like, wait, I think the First Amendment is more important than an obscure Israeli speech law for Jewish people in Israel. And then they're like, oh, you're an anti-Semite. So when Joe Kent's like, I was already suspicious of the Charlie stuff, not just because of that, but like, just the way they handled it, Trump's entire administration. But now that Joe's saying this, he's like, they wouldn't even let me investigate. It's like, don't look there. We don't even want you to look. Well, now it's getting a little weird, because now you're shutting down the guy who's supposed to look into this from looking into it. Like, that's Trump's entire administration. I'll play a clip real quick. I want to grab some water too, but I made this, Instagram reel that is unfortunately underperforming because I think it's just not interesting to some people. Mark Wayne Mullen just took over the DHS. And the first thing I did when he took over is I asked AI, because it's just a good research tool. I'm like, has Mark Wayne Mullen ever supported the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism? Because I've noticed a pattern. Every person in Trump's administration supports Jewish and Israeli speech definitions in the United States, which is against the First Amendment. The only one who didn't was Matt Gaetz. As soon as Matt Gaetz was the nominee, a bunch of Zionist and Jewish newspapers started smearing Matt Gaetz. He's an anti-Semite. He's a neo-Nazi, blah, blah, blah. You know, like they called him every name under the sun. And then you'd read the article and you're like, oh, Matt Gaetz is not controlled by the Israel lobby. Matt Gaetz has complained about this definition, just like Charlie Kirk complained about it, just like Matt Gaetz complained about it. It's not a left-wing thing. Matt Gaetz, I'll just play the clip, so I'm not going to say that. But anyway, you know, everyone in Trump's administration supports this obscure Jewish-Israeli speech law in America. Every single one of them. The one who didn't got kicked out. Kristi Noem passed the IHRA definition into South Dakota. They barely even have any Jewish people. It's South Dakota. Yet that state of South Dakota needs an obscure definition of anti-Semitism that says you can't talk about dual loyalty, like Jonathan Pollard, perhaps. You can't talk about, you can't criticize Israel more than they want you to. You can't say who killed Jesus Christ. I mean, that's one of the speech rules, the classic anti-Semitism. It's a crazy definition. Yeah, Chris. So I did my research and I'm like, there's no way they would allow anyone to serve as our DHS if they weren't a total puppet on that topic. And it seems like Markwayne Mullin, besides having completely low impulse control, is a total puppet as well. Like, listen how bad he's even worse than Kristi Noem because he supports one of the worst bills in modern history. Harder than most Republicans. Let's just take a watch real quick. Is the new DHS secretary worse than our beloved DHS Barbie? Give me just 1 minute of your time. Watch this journalism and decide for yourself. When Markwayne Mullin was in the Senate, he supported the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act and complained to Jewish Insider that Rand Paul totally killed that bill. That bill was so bad that even Charlie Kirk, before he got assassinated, said that that bill was, quote, flagrantly unconstitutional and an appalling attack on the First Amendment. Matt Walsh called it one of the worst pieces of legislation ever conceived. Listen to him complain about it here.
What we're hearing from the defenders of the bill, or even its sponsors, is why this particular bill is necessary or good or wise or ethical or constitutional. That's because it is none of those things. In fact, it is, without exaggeration, one of the worst pieces of legislation we have ever seen in our lifetimes. The Anti-Semitism Awareness Act that just passed the House mandates that when the Department of Education enforces federal anti-discrimination laws, it does so according to a definition of anti-Semitism provided by something called the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance.
So don't believe the fake Zionist media when it claims, oh, it's just the left-wingers saying stuff. Charlie Kirk and Matt Walsh are not left-wing. But Markwayne Mullin, of course, supported that bill, which is this weird trend that you notice. It's almost like in order to get a job in the American government, and especially the Trump administration, that you need to prove your loyalty to Israel. Kristi Noem passed the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism that Matt's complaining about here because the state of South Dakota needs an obscure definition of anti-Semitism that quashes criticism of Israel and stops you from talking about dual loyalty. What? The only person that was tapped for Trump's administration to stand up to this wildly unconstitutional definition of anti-Semitism was Matt Gaetz, who got slandered in the Zionist press and replaced with Pam Bondi, who was getting complimented for them knowing she was going to quash Palestine protests. And here she is getting introduced by the mega donor who gave Trump $250 million and that said she was talking in Israel to Epstein's former lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, about the possibility of Trump running for a third term. But anyway, not only did Markwayne Mullin blame Rand Paul for quashing that horrible bill, but he called him a freaking snake and said that he understood why his neighbor did what he did, and he told him that to his face, referencing when Rand Paul got assaulted by his neighbor and had his ribs broken. So a man with seemingly extraordinarily low impulse control running our Department of Homeland Security, who is so emboldened to the Israel lobby that even Republicans like Charlie Kirk and Matt Walsh thought that the bill he was trying to pass was one of the worst pieces of legislation ever created. What could go wrong? Welcome to the United States of Israel. In order to get a job, it's not about loyalty to this country. It's about showing our overlords that you're willing to prioritize another country over America and another country over our First Amendment. Let me know what you think in the comments section. God bless you. So that's our new DHS secretary. He was a heavy pusher of the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which Matt Walsh called one of the worst pieces of legislation ever conceived. Charlie Kirk called flagrantly unconstitutional. And Markwayne Mullin wanted to pass it. And when Rand Paul tried to put, little provisions in it to make sure that it was First Amendment compliant, because it wasn't, he complained to Jewish Insider and said Rand Paul essentially killed the bill with the Democrats. So this is our government. And I bring that up just because when it comes to Kash Patel or anybody, like they all have these weird clips. Or Kash Patel, before he, was in office, he was like, we need to do more for Israel. Dan Bongino was asked, like, what cause is near and dear to your heart, right? It could have been like his wife, anything, like, I love sports. He said Israel. You look at all of these people, it's not that they like Israel. I don't care if you like Israel. I don't want to send foreign aid to any country, but it's like, if you responsibly just did anything, I don't care. It's just this weird thing that it seems like our entire government works for Israel against our own interests. And when someone comes up like Tucker Carlson or Joe Kent or anyone who prioritizes America over Israel and Israeli speech laws, they freak out at you. So now we have evidence that Joe Kent came out and said they wouldn't let me investigate. That's really weird, And Brett Weinstein mentioned that he was talking to Charlie Kirk and texting him about the war in Iran. Charlie Kirk was going to the White House to essentially lobby against the war in Iran. Like publicly, of course, he always supported Donald Trump. He was very respectful. Obviously, he was pro-Israel, but he really started trying to use his leverage to be like, listen, I support Israel, but I don't want to fight Israel's wars. I don't want to support the war in Iran. There's evidence from multiple different people, text messages, firsthand witnesses of him in the White House, people close to him. I think even JD Vance has mentioned this. Charlie was calling them, trying to stop the war with Iran. That was like one of his behind the scenes, one of his main causes was like, hey, I don't want to do this. I know I have a lot of clout. Let me do this. Then he gets assassinated. It doesn't mean that someone did it just because people disagree on certain foreign policy, but there is a certain country that's killed hundreds of journalists. There is a country that has a track record of killing negotiators as soon as we're trying to negotiate to prevent our negotiations. There is a certain lobby in this country that apparently has our entire government under a vice grip to the point where we can't even get a single person in the government who doesn't prioritize that nation over America. Like they have to control our DHS. That they need to make sure that Kristi Noem passes this weird speech law into South Dakota. If Matt Gaetz is against the speech law, he can't serve. Pam Bondi gets replaced, who does these weird donor conference speeches with Miriam Adelson. It's like it's just so obvious what's going on, but the only ones who can't seem to figure it out are boomers like this.
When this gets taken care of, it's going to be peace. And I believe, I'm on Truth Social. That's the only social media I do. And I believe that he's going to have, bring peace, and it's going to be very short. And he's got a plan. He's a genius. And we trust President Trump. All of us trust President Trump.
I'm only on Truth Social. Trust me, I'm getting my facts straight. All right, lady. I'm going to talk about the war in a little bit, but let me just play this last clip and then we'll get into it. This is Dennis Prager, where I don't know exactly what happened to him, but he's had some health issues. He's recovered and he can talk, but like barely, but he can talk. And I want to say this with all due respect, right? God bless Dennis Prager. I'm glad he's alive. I'm glad he can talk and he can speak. And, I pray for his speedy recovery. Like I'm not a bad or malicious person. Like I don't dislike or hate Dennis Prager at all. But I do find what he's saying here like super disingenuous, and I'm just going to respectfully disagree with it. But, never, I'm not the type of person, even if I disagree with someone, I would never wish harm on them or ill on them. So, he's recovering, but somehow he could barely talk, and he just still seems to be telling one of the biggest lies I've ever heard him tell. So I don't know what's going on with him. But, Jeremy Boring, the guy from Daily Wire, he's starting a podcast. He's like, I didn't want to do this, but somebody has to. It's like, oh yeah, you definitely didn't want any attention. I'm sure, dude. Another fur coat will make me believe that. But here's his first podcast with Dennis Prager, and it's crazy that Dennis Prager can look into a camera and lie this efficiently. It's fascinating to me.
Just yesterday, he said that his only loyalty. Now notice, he used the word only. His only not first. His only loyalty is to the American people. Why is that noble? Why is that Christian? That's your only loyalty? I just don't get it. It's a tribal-based morality that I don't relate to.
It's not even a truthful statement. I mean,
It's a tribal-based morality that Dennis Prager cannot relate to, right? There's a lot of I wanna hone in on that. It's a tribal-based reality that I can't relate to. You can't relate to tribal-based reality? Are you saying you don't understand it? Which obviously, do you not understand it because you have a different tribal-based reality that everybody knows that you have, which is fine, which is fair. Um, is that why you can't relate to it? Because your tribal-based reality is different? Or is he sitting in the camera, looking in the camera and saying, I can't relate to somebody with a tribal-based reality. I mean, I don't even understand it. Yes, you do. Everyone knows that you do. And their whole issue was Dennis Prager saying his loyalty is to America. Let's start with politicians and the president, and then we'll get to Tucker Carlson. Every politician should do what, like, Lindsey Graham should have more loyalty to South Carolina than to other states, and he should have loyalty to America. Trump should have that worldview that he is loyal to the people of the United States of America. That's what every politician should do. If you're not serving your county, your constituents, your district, your state, your city, your country, whatever you're supposed to do, then get out of office. Lindsey Graham acts like he works for Israel. I honestly, we should ship him to Israel 100%. He should not even be here. But he doesn't even talk about South Carolina. Yet the people of South Carolina somehow keep voting for this dunce. It's like he's not doing his job. Now let's get to the media. Tucker Carlson. Everyone can do. Some people could be like an international journalist, a war journalist, sports journalist. But for Tucker Carlson, it's totally honorable to serve his people of the United States of America. Of course, if you listen to Tucker Carlson, he's not some maniac that's like, oh, I'll blow every other country up because I love America. He's the exact opposite. Sometimes they criticize Tucker for being too compassionate. He doesn't hate anybody. He doesn't want bad things to happen to Palestine. He doesn't want bad things to happen to Israel. Tucker, even though, he could be a little maybe douchey if you don't like him. I like Tucker, so I find him funny. But, if you don't like Tucker, you're like, oh, he's this, he's that. He's definitely not a mean person. He's extraordinarily nice. And you can hear him when he speaks. He's not trying to wish harm on anybody. He's just talking. So they're trying to frame it as if like, oh, Tucker only cares about America. That's really bad because he has loyalty to America. First of all, it's not bad. But second of all, what they're trying to hint like he's just doesn't care about anyone else is just profoundly not true. But at the same time, they're always skirting around the truth. Besides the fact that he's lying, I don't know what tribalism is. Yes, you do. But then you move to like, it's the fact, and I've been saying this for 6 years, and the reason that they don't want to have this conversation is because if they have this conversation with me or somebody as honest as me, they lose that conversation, and you will agree with me. If people like me were on Fox News and Newsmax and Daily Mail and Daily Wire every day, 95% of Trump supporters would be on board with me because most people are good people. They're just getting tricked. So it's like, oh, I don't get what Tucker's talking about. Let me explain it again. When there's a fork in the road for American interests and Israeli interests, we want American politicians to serve America, and Israeli politicians should serve Israel, not America. So if we were lobbying Israel and we said, hey, we want to pass a speech law in Israel to stop Israelis from criticizing Americans and Christians. You can't talk about Jesus. You can't say that Americans own your media. You can't say that Americans have dual loyalty. Like, you're basically passing speech laws to protect foreign spies at that point. Because if you're like, look at that person has dual loyalty to that country, you can't say that. That's hate speech. But what if it's true, though, like it was with Jonathan Pollard? He still uses the word anti-Semitism to shield him. That could be used to quash criticism of Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell or George Soros, or, you know what I'm saying? It's a word that's used to quash criticism of somebody of a certain group, which is profoundly against our First Amendment. So when it comes to First Amendment and speech laws, I don't believe in speech laws for anybody, not for Christians, not for Jews, not for Muslims, not for... What if Muslims tried to pass speech laws and Sharia law where you couldn't criticize them? And I'm like, hey, I don't hate you. I just disagree with speech laws in the United States of America. It's against our entire Constitution. Oh, you're just an Islamophobe. That's what Jews and Israelis are doing, and Zionist Christians and people paid off by the Israel lobby are doing. Not all, but enough for me to just say those words. Sorry. That's what's happening. So Dennis Prager, Jeremy snoring, boring. He's so boring that all the kids are snoring. Dennis Prager can barely talk, but he's lying. You know what I'm saying? All of our government. Mike Johnson gets in. The first thing I'm going to do in the House is for Israel. Go search it. Go Google it. Is the first thing that Mike Johnson did in the House for Israel? Yes. Why? Why is it not for the United States of America? We don't have enough problems here. Our entire Congress needs to work for Israel. Like, that's the problem. The problem is not, oh, Tucker just has too much loyalty to America. The problem is none of our government has loyalty to America. They're working for a foreign nation. And all of these Zionists play dumb. They have to play dumb, because if they ever not played dumb, they would agree with us. Like, you know, how many times I've been, not very many because they won't have me on podcasts, but if I'm on a podcast and I explain just what I just said, everyone's like, no, that makes total sense. Like, this is my world without, you know, being too boring, because I know I've talked about this so much, but it provides context. In 2019, I just started getting blacklisted from all of these places that once opened their door to me. And I kept asking my friends there, because I'm a nice guy, like, why are they doing this to me? It's not like I'm a victim, but like, what's going on? And they're like, ooh, they're calling you an anti-Semite. But I'm not, though. They're calling you far right. But why? How am I far right? I'm not, though. Why are they doing this? Well, you know, that's just what they're doing. And then I'd explain to my friends behind the scene who worked for these media companies, I'd be like, here's what I'm saying. I don't agree with speech laws. And they go, oh, I totally agree with you. Oh, no, you're totally right. Oh, no, you're totally not hateful. Okay, so will you stand up for me in the public? Oh, I don't want to lose my $6,000 a month job. Oh, I don't want to lose my job with Blaze TV. Oh, yeah, but I'd rather just leave you hanging high and dry so I could go on a tour with Charlie Kirk. Oh, yeah, I agree with you, but I don't want to talk about it. And they all didn't, like, they all left me out to dry, which I don't care. But you understand what I'm saying? No one ever told me, like, in private, oh, yeah, you're a hateful bigot. They're like, oh, no, yeah, they're lying about you. Oh, yeah, no. Like, that, you're totally right. If I'm totally right, and Republicans are being paid by Israelis essentially to pass speech laws against our Constitution, and your whole shtick is going around to college campuses being like, I love the First Amendment, blah, blah, blah. Why will you not say it? I don't, like, that started really bothering me. I was like, you're a lie. Your whole life is a lie. Ben Shapiro, listen, baby, in fact, don't care about your feelings. Yeah, but Ben never makes it a big point to talk about the Israeli-Jewish hate speech rules being passed all over the state, because he probably low-key supports them. In fact, he tweets them out. The exact definition of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, Ben has almost word for word tweeted out one of these speech guidelines of what hate speech is when you're criticizing Israelis. So it's like, you know, it's like the Truman Show. Everybody's fake, and behind the scenes, they're like, dude, I totally agree with you. You're totally a good guy. You're totally right. But I have money to make over here, and I don't want to talk about it. That's why I don't trust any of these people, right? It's not like I know everybody, but I know a lot of the people that you guys know, and I know that they didn't say this for 5 years. Why didn't they say it until 2025? You know, Matt Walsh comes out and he goes, wow, this is the worst bill ever. This is the craziest definition of hate speech. In 2025, Matt Walsh was writing articles about the Israel lobby in the early 2010s until he worked for Shapiro. Sorry, you can't say that. That's hilarious, but it's hate speech also. So I condemn my former self. Let me go on an Elon Musk apology tour, and then I'll learn my lesson. But anyway, it's like now all of a sudden he's like 6 years late. He's like, wow, this legislation's like really bad, man. Yeah, why don't you talk about it now? Why don't you talk about the fact that Mark Wayne Mullins tried to pass it through Congress? Why don't you talk about the fact that all the people that are against it are the ones that Trump is trying to kick out of Congress with his Israeli donors? How, you know, Matt Walsh is like, wow, what? Where did this come from? Shut up, Matt. I like you, Matt, and keep talking. Don't shut up, but shut up, Matt. You know this is happening, and you don't want to cover it that much because it creates weird tension in your workforce, because your workforce is, you know, very Israel first, you know. And he's like, wow, it's all like the Truman Show. It's all like everyone's playing a role. Hey, good morning. Hey, welcome to Fox News. Let's bomb Iran. It's like, what? You're like, no, trust me, Anomaly, this is what I believe. But why do you believe that, though? Have you been listening to an Epstein box for 20 years? You know, the television is called the Jeffrey Epstein box now. It's like, wow, you listen to Jeffrey Epstein's friends on Rupert Murdoch Media. Wow. But they're like, oh, what are you, Rachel Maddow? Rachel Maddow is a fake opposition left-winger. It's like The Undertaker versus Hulk Hogan. They both have the same paymaster. You know what I'm saying? It's like not literally because they're two different corporations, but they have the same philosophy. It's this controlled fight. They keep saying, oh, Donald Trump works with Russia. Donald Trump works with Russia. Trump doesn't work for Russia. He works for another country. It's completely obvious. And he openly takes donor money from people with dual passports to the tune of $250 million. How come no Democrats ever talk about that? Because they're doing the same thing. They work for the same people. Who did Jeffrey Epstein work for? It's like, then you got, Anna Paulina Luna, who I like and who I've met and who's a very lovely lady. But Anna Paulina Luna is like, oh, there's evidence that China's doing China. It's Israel. We all know, but you can, China, we'll look at the China. Trump is openly taking donor money from Israeli donors, but don't talk about it. And then Charlie Kirk was like, you know what? I'm done serving Israel. I'm tired of taking donor money and lying. And then he just gets assassinated. Joe Kent can't look into it, but remember, you're a conspiracy theorist or something. And then you got these like little goblins, like, I don't even know what's the one guy that Blake Neff, he looks like a Mark Levin in training. He's like a goblin on the grow up. But Blake Neff, the goblin, and Andrew Colbert, they're just sitting on the Charlie Kirk show and they're like, Charlie would have wanted this, Charlie would have wanted that. Get your own show, you weirdo goblins. Like, no one wants to listen to the Charlie Kirk show without Charlie Kirk. Do you think Joe Rogan, like, sidekick, would do the Joe Rogan Experience for 20 years? Do you think Theo Vaughn's producer would be like, hey, I'm Theo Vaughn, welcome to Theo Vaughn Show? Get your own show. Call it, the Friends of Charlie Kirk. Call it Charlie's Angels. You know what I'm saying? Or something. And you could dress up as women or something and just be like, we do it better than the left when they're trannies or something. Do that. But no one wants to hear you little goblins on the Charlie Kirk show being like, well, Charlie would have wanted this or Charlie would have wanted. Yeah. Would Charlie have wanted them to shut down a counterintelligence investigation by Joe Kent? You think Charlie Kirk, if he could speak from heaven, would be like, oh yeah, I don't want Joe Kent, who I like and respect, to investigate. I just want Kash Patel to shut it down because they don't want to look into foreign ties. Why would Charlie Kirk want that? They don't need little goblins on there being like, welcome to the Charlie Kirk show. I'm Blake Neff. Okay, then do the Blake Neff show or do the, Andrew Colbert show or call it the Three Little Goblins or something. But, nobody needs to like listen to these people like act like they're Charlie Kirk for 5 years. It's weird. Would Sean Hannity's producer be like, my name's Bill Jonkowicz. Welcome to the Sean Hannity show. I'm Sean. It's like, get your own show. When Tucker Carlson took over the time slot, he did the Tucker Carlson show. There's the Sean Hannity show. There's the Laura Ingraham show. There's the Mark Levin, Goblin Hour or whatever on the weekends. Why can't these people do it? They don't realize how profoundly weird it is for them to run the Charlie Kirk show and be like, Charlie would have wanted this. I can't believe Joe Kent did this. Who are you guys fooling? Probably boomers. Like this is probably your audience right now.
When this gets taken care of, it's going to be peace. And I believe, I'm on True Social. That's the only social media I do. And I believe that he's going to have, bring peace, and it's going to be very short. And he's got a plan. He's a genius. And we trust President Trump. All of us trust President Trump.
Boomers like this, boomers are like, they're like a sports team that you don't like, but like at the same time you love them because it creates like a good time. And, boomers are our family, so we love them, of course. And everyone's not like this. It's not all boomers, my boomers are great. But the boomer generation, they seem determined to just screw up America as much as possible for their kids and grandkids with absolutely no shame, with absolutely no humility, with absolutely no intelligence. And most people just don't like boomers. And it's, of course, every generation has had a contentious relationship with their elders sometimes. Of course, the boomers, their parents went off to war and they were a little harsh on them and stuff. So there's always going to be contention between the age groups. But usually throughout human history, everybody loved their elders, which you should, and you should love boomers. Everybody respected their elders. Respect is earned, not given. And everybody appreciated their elders because elders were always wiser than you. You know what I'm saying? You talk to like the OG. The old people are supposed to be smarter, wiser, more life experience. They're supposed to be like better versions of you where you're like, oh my gosh. Boomers are the least respected elders of all time. Not that they shouldn't be loved. They should, but they're rightfully the least respected elders of all time because they're so simplistic and foolish and just arrogant in their ignorance. Ignorance is one thing. Arrogance is another thing. But being arrogant about your ignorance is just frustrating. It's like it's like being in a room with Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, Nikola Jokic, LeBron James, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Karl Malone, John Stockton, Larry Bird, and some retard fat boomer who watches Fox News. And you're like, hey, let's talk about how to be great at basketball. And Michael Jordan goes to be like, well, in order to win 6 championships, and then the fat drunk boomer's like, and everyone's like, shut the fuck up. You're the stupidest person in this room. Let Michael Jordan talk. I want to hear what Shaquille O'Neal has to say. I want to hear what Kareem has to say. Bill Russell, Jokic. No one wants to fucking hear what you have to say. You have the least knowledge in this room, yet you talk the most. That's like the crux of the spiritual boomer, is like they're arrogant, they're ignorant, they're retarded, they're dumb on every topic. Like MSNBC boomers are like legitimately retarded. They're like libtards. Then you have like your Fox News boomer who's like, I gotta send my kids to die for Israel because Epstein's friend Alan Dershowitz came on television and told me that it's a really good war or something. And it's like, there's a reason no one respects you. It's well deserved. Like, you are the most foolish group of elders in human history. You have taken the greatest nation in the world with the greatest constitution that had some of the greatest, I don't know if I'd say the greatest demographics, but, you know, solid history, solid culture, solid demographics, solid constitution, and you blew it all. You blew all of it. You let your grandkids inherit everything worse quality. The food is complete poison. You know, houses are too expensive. Trump is like 80 years old bombing schools with Skeet Hegseth, and Grandpa Glyphosate's giving them pesticide companies immunity because he's a selfish devil who just cares about his donor friends and what they want. It's like this country has been overrun by foreigners. No offense to foreigners here. We're all foreigners at one point, but it's like nothing about this country is better. Yet boomers, they just don't want you to like do anything about it. They just want to sit there, drink beer, and like watch Trump like it's a Grateful Dead concert or something. And the second I'm like, you know what, retard boomer, I don't want to eat poison for the rest of my life, because maybe you haven't noticed because you're so fat and retarded, but I've noticed that like cancer rates and disease rates are like spiking in America, even though we're such a great country. Like, our people are suffering like everywhere. And maybe we should like stop poisoning our people. And it's like, they can't think their entire life. It's like, it's basically like giving a baby a block. And it's like, okay, one of the holes is a square, one of the holes is a circle, and one of the holes is a triangle. And they're like, good. And they're like hitting the triangle against the square. And you're like, hey, retard, even though you're 65 years old, put the triangle in the triangle. They don't want to. They don't want to understand the left and right paradigm. They don't want to understand that it's fake. They don't want to realize that the GOP sold out to Israel, and so is most of the Democratic Party. They don't want to realize that Trump is the same type of puppet that Joe Biden is. They don't want to hear it. They just want to keep shoving the triangle into the square hole, and they just want to do it for the rest of their lives until they're shitting in a diaper and nobody gives a fuck about them because they're so annoying. And that's what they want to do. And they want to just keep screwing over the country. They've ruined every aspect of this country. Demographics, blew it. Economy, blew it. Housing market, blew it. Cohesion, social cohesion, completely blew it. Values, blew it. One thing I've noticed is that most Republican boomers, they're not conservative like at all. If you're annoying, but you have like really strict values, let's just say like you're even more Christian, even more conservative than me, and you're annoying, but you're like, you're hard line. You're like, I'm not budging. I'm not giving an inch. I'm purposely being annoying because I don't want to, give up my values. I could respect that. I like annoying people that mean what they say. But if you think of the average Trump boomer, they're not that Christian. They're not that conservative. Their religion is Donald Trump. They don't care about their kids. They don't care about the future of their kids. They don't care about the country. They don't care about the Constitution. They don't care. They're not socially liberal. They're not they're not socially conservative, and they're not fiscally conservative. It's like nothing matters to them except sucking off Donald Trump and destroying America for their grandkids. Nothing matters to them. It's like they'll call me a liberal, but Donald Trump will print money at Joe Biden levels, do Operation Warp Speed, and hand out Trump checks, which is an AOC communist talking point from 2 years ago and an Andrew Yang socialist communist thing that they were just against. But when Donald Trump does it, and I pointed out, they're so retarded that they think I'm a liberal when Trump does socialism and communism. And I'm like, let's actually be fiscally conservative and not do all this stuff. And then they think that that's liberal because their religion is Donald Trump. They're not that Christian. They're not that conservative. They don't care about social conservatism. They don't care about fiscal conservatism. And the nation shows that, like, they like to blame the left, and the left blames the right, but it's that entire generation. They completely fumbled the country. It's like, we have the House, we have the Senate, we have the presidency, we have the popular vote. We won over the podcast for them, the culture, the media. We control the whole country for the last year, and Donald Trump just fumbled it completely because his fan base doesn't actually care about anything. They have no, like, strong values. If Trump said tomorrow, he's like, let's print $20 trillion and give it to Israel, they'd be like, maybe that's good. It's like, I figured out the psychology of the retard boomer because, you know, I have to interact with them on Facebook, unfortunately, every day to make money. But anyway, I figured it out. It's like they're so into the character of Trump, you almost have to trick them like they're an animal or like a child in order to, like, get anything done. Because if Lindsey Graham does something and says something, they don't like Lindsey Graham for some reason. Donald Trump basically is Lindsey Graham with a better YMCA dance routine, but boomers don't like Lindsey Graham. Boomers don't like Mark Levin. Surprisingly, they're all like, Mark Levin sucks. But then if Donald Trump says or does the same thing that Mark Levin and Lindsey Graham do, they'll defend the exact same thing when Donald Trump does it. It's fascinating. Like, you almost have, it's like a baby where you're like, okay, open your mouth, the airplane's coming, and then the applesauce goes in. Like, you got to convince them the spoon's an airplane in order for, like, a baby to have fun with it. Like, it's understandable because, like, a baby's a baby, but baby boomers are like 70 years old and they have the brain of a baby. It's like, you have to, like, airplane applesauce them talking points or they, like, spaz out at you and get mad at their computer, and the font's probably big because they can't see, which is understandable. I'm losing my vision too as I get older, but, you know, I'm just saying, like, why, what's the point of having a president that you're too retarded to hold accountable? I didn't vote for Donald Trump because I'm like, he's perfect, he's amazing. I want to, like, you know, just get on my knees for him and just say he's the Messiah. I'm like, listen, both presidents suck. I don't trust Trump. I don't really even like Trump, but I really want the border to be closed. And unfortunately, I'm inspired based on Mayorkas just leaving the border wide open to vote for Donald Trump, right? But now that he gets in, we got him in to get rid of the chemicals and the pesticides on our food, not to provide immunity shields. We want a plan, even if it's a 10 or 15-year plan. Let's get the glyphosate out of the food. Trump is creating more legislation to make it impossible for any future RFK Jr. to get it out of our food. And people are like, well, you can't get it out overnight. Okay, but then where's the plan to get it out over time? There is no plan. Trump has no plan. He's destroying the plans. But the boomer that likes Trump, they can't understand that. So it's like, why even have this guy here if he's going to make all of you retarded to the point that we can't even do anything? And they're like, oh, well, Biden did this. I don't like Joe Biden, but why is that okay? Like, that's why this country sucks. It's because boomers are so retarded that they're like, well, if Trump puts $5 trillion, it's okay because Biden did so too. So you want Trump to spray your food with poison because Biden did too? Like, do they not realize that that's like baby talking points? It's like, I want to poo-poo in my pants because, you know, Billy poopy in his pants too. Grow up, you freaking retards. You've destroyed this nation on every level. And for the last 20 years of their life, they just want to sit there and ruin it further. It's like, I don't want to eat this poison. I don't want to grow up in a community that is like falling apart. I don't want our country to be run by Israel to the point where they're just funneling money to Ukraine and Israel while our infrastructure is falling apart. They hate us so much that they started a war that they said is going to increase terrorism, and then they can't even fund the TSA. This is not an attack on Donald Trump. I don't give a fuck who it is. Democrats, Republicans, Chuck Schumer. They're all lying. They're all scamming. They're all doing goofy stuff. But as a country, if you can unilaterally start a war and send $2 billion a day overseas and greenlight aid packages to foreign nations, then you should be able to somehow figure out how to fund TSA. And if you can't figure out how to fund TSA, either get rid of it because it doesn't even really work, or fund it somehow with some emergency clause. Because if you can emergency start a war, how could you not then secure us? Like, they're showing us how much they hate us. We're run by people who think we're cattle. So if you look at the airports now, it looks like a bunch of cattle waiting outside. It's like, oh, there might be terrorism, so line up on the street where somebody could hit you with a car. Oh, there might be terrorism, so let's do 5-hour delays because we can't pay TSA. Oh, there might be terrorism, but we don't want to pay air traffic controllers right now. We just want to blow up, schools in Iran and tell you that there's, sleeper cells here. All right, if there's sleeper cells here, then shouldn't you fund airport security? Oh, we can't do that. You can't do that, but you can all come together to fund Israel. But you can all come together to fund Ukraine. But you can all come together to do this stuff. But you can't do that. And then I say that, and people think it's like an attack on Trump because he's there. If this is the point, then maybe my strategy was wrong. I don't want the border open, obviously, but like maybe we need a president who nobody likes, so then we can all come together and hold them accountable. But if that's the problem that the Republican boomer doesn't understand, everything that Trump does, they feel like they're a PR team for Trump. They like Trump more than they like Jesus Christ. They like Trump more than they like their own family, their own grandkids, their own constitution, their own morals. They don't have morals. They're a moralist group of people that don't believe in anything. It's like Trump's not fiscally conservative. He's not socially conservative. Like what is he doing? So sorry about that. That was a little bit of a harsh rant, but I think boomers are the least respected generation because it's deserved. They're the dumbest elders of all time. Elders are always supposed to be wiser and smarter than the youth, but boomers are getting tricked harder than anybody on like the most basic topics. Even though I can't stand, there's leftists that I can't stand, right? I'm not going to say I can't stand Cenk Uygur, but traditionally I despise Cenk Uygur. People like Sean King. If you're listening to this, Sean, no offense, but traditionally I found you insufferable. Even they understand that our government's basically controlled by Israel. But boomers that are 65 can't figure it out. Like leftists are figuring it out, progressives are figuring it out, moderates are figuring it out, independents are figuring it out, everybody under 30 has figured it out. Republicans have figured it out. People that are more conservative than Trump have figured it out. But there's one group of people statistically that are making sure that our country is controlled by a foreign nation who literally hates us, right? And I'm not saying everyone, but I found an interview very interesting. If you guys want to listen to it, Tucker Carlson interviewed a former Knesset leader from Israel, and this guy is very counterculture in Israel. So I don't think he agrees with everybody, but he's very honest, right? And he's very intelligent, very charming guy. And you could tell he's Israeli and he doesn't like Tucker Carlson, and I don't think he cares that much about America necessarily, but he's very honest, and he'll explain he thinks what Israel's doing is bad because they're just doing so much stuff. It's making everybody hate them. And it's a fascinating interview because you listen to this guy who served in the Knesset, right? He lives in Israel. He's admitting that every day they commit atrocities and crimes in Palestine and do messed up stuff to their family and their kids, and no one ever gets prosecuted because the government and the police are fine with it. They treat people like garbage. But if you watch Fox News, they're not going to point that out. If Fox News showed you all of the evil, demonic, horrific things that the IDF has done to Palestinians, you would be like, that's crazy. But they're conditioning you to think that it's either not happening or it's okay because that's them and this is us. But that's what you think because you're listening to people who want to use you. They only like Christian Zionists because Christian Zionists are the stupidest people in our country. It's Christians who are like, oh, they want to do this so they could help. They're just using you as a demographic and a voting block. As soon as they do that to Palestine, as soon as they do that to Iran, as soon as they do that to Lebanon, they're never going to stop because their ideology doesn't allow them to stop. Not everyone. I'm not saying it's everyone, but the people at the high levels of that government who are running the show right now, they don't respect anyone else. They don't care about you. If they want to do something wicked to you, they just call you Amalek. They say, oh, Palestine's Amalek. Let's blow up their kids. But let's just say it's not happening. Oh, Lebanon's Amalek. Oh, Iran's leadership is Amalek. Do your research. Many rabbis in Israel say that Christians are Amalek. So if they're willing to do that to Palestinians and Iranians and Lebanese people, they're willing to do it to you. They just won't tell you because it's like Ben Shapiro telling you stuff. They have to just be like, oh, I'm just like you. Yeah, for sure, Christians. Yeah, let's do all this stuff. They hate you just as much as they hate them. They're just not telling you, And I'm not saying everyone does it, but it's like, why do you think they're passing speech laws across the world that says that you can't say that they killed Jesus? Not saying all, not saying everyone, because it's not true, but there's different religions, okay? Islam is not Christianity. Islam believes in Allah, right? They respect Jesus Christ. They think Jesus Christ is a prophet, but Islam believes that Allah is the king of all kings. Christians believe that Jesus Christ is the king of all kings, that Jesus Christ is Lord. And Jews, not all, but many, they hate Jesus Christ, hate him. Even if you're not Christian, metaphorically, we think that Jesus Christ was, the greatest human ever to live because he wasn't really a human. He was powered by God or is God. I know there's like the Trinity debate, but, Jesus Christ is everything. He's the Lord. He's the perfect person. He is everything good. And then they think the opposite. They think he was a traitor. Listen to Ben Shapiro talk about Jesus Christ. He doesn't like Jesus. They think of Jesus as the biggest traitor because they think of him as a Jew who gave the Gentiles the truth or the power to, do what they didn't want them to do. So it's like everything that they do is a rejection of Christ. It's a rejection of what we think is moral. We have a certain set of rules. They have a different set of rules. When Billy Graham, I'm sorry about this, but I'm really not sorry because it's the truth. When Billy Graham was in the White House, Billy Graham told Nixon he thought he wasn't being recorded. He said they're running pornography, they're running the media, and they're going to run America into the ground. Because as a Christian, the most famous evangelical of the 1900s, Billy Graham realized that their ideology is almost inverted America. They're not Christian at all. Like, we believe that this is moral. They're doing the inverse, and he said that they're going to run America into the ground. That's what Billy Graham said. Every evangelical loves Billy Graham, but they don't even know what he truly thought because he only said it behind the scenes, but he got recorded. So that's what Billy Graham thought. So it's like a Christian would be like, I don't like this industry. I think it's immoral and I think it's bad. They run those industries because they don't agree with you. Like, it's not all people, because there's different rabbis that disagree with this, and there's different sects, just like Christianity. There's like these global homo churches where they have rainbow flags on them. You know what I'm saying? It's not everyone doing everything. I'm just saying this is like the general ideology. How do Christian Zionists not realize this? Like, every famous Christian, every president of the past, everyone knew this for all of time. Martin Luther wrote a whole book about it. I'm not going to say the name of it because I'll probably get banned off YouTube, but ask AI what book Martin Luther wrote criticizing Judaism. It'll tell you what the name of it is. It's called The People Who Must Not Be Named and Their Lies, essentially. So it's not I don't care what people do. Like, Indians are cool, but I'm not Indian. I don't know what their culture is. I don't know what they're doing with the Hindu stuff. And it's fine. I think Indians are cool, but we don't have to want to live that way. If our country has a First Amendment, our country has a constitution, yes, we have religious freedom, but a lot of our morals and values were built off of Christianity. So it's like, they don't have to want to be Christian. They don't have to want to be Muslim. That's a huge fight in India right now between the Hindus and the Muslims, and everyone has a right to their opinion. But this idea that Christian Zionists made up a fake word, Judeo-Christian, to unite with people who hate Jesus Christ and hate them, but just won't tell them, it's like, it could not possibly be more obvious. And the second that you figure that out, they hate you too. I'm going to play this clip real quick, and I'm going to grab some water, but I want to play this clip of Charlie Kirk. And I played this a bunch, but Charlie was assassinated, and it's important when anyone, and I'm not saying this is why he was assassinated necessarily, but when someone dies that had a lot of good things to share, even if I didn't agree with everything, we need to amplify that message, because we need to show that killing someone does not stop the message, it amplifies it. But with Charlie, people will say, well, Anomaly, you're this, but Charlie was this, Charlie was that, Charlie was pro-Israel, so he wasn't this. They still hated him, because at the end of the day, Charlie said, I'm America first, I'm Christian first, yes, I like Israel, but I'm going to put my own people, my own religion, and my own country above you. And they hated him for it, and they tormented him for the last 2 years on earth. They called him an anti-Semite. They stressed him out like they stress everybody out all the time. Not saying everyone's doing it, but you know who's doing it in the press. This is what they did to Charlie. And I'm tired of hearing that this didn't happen, because he was complaining about it thoroughly for the last year of his life. And you could tell how bothered he was by it, because Charlie did so much for the Israel lobby. He did so much for Zionists. He was a Zionist. And this is how they thank you the second that you wake up on any single topic. They do it to everybody all the time. And everyone realizes this except for boomers. They're the only generation that just can't figure this stuff out. And they don't want to hear it. So they just want to spend the last 20 years of their life on earth just destroying our country.
So like, let me ask a question. If we were to remove, like if people said what Tucker said is anti-Semitic, I don't hold that view. But it's like a lot of people on Twitter are like calling us out and like, whatever. That's not going to happen. But if we were to cancel Tucker, would anti-Semitism increase or decrease?
I think increase, because that means any supporter of Tucker Carlson's statement therefore makes them anti-Semitic.
Exactly. And association.
Mm-hmm. But I got text about you, Megan, saying, why is Megan like doing the bidding of Hamas? I was like, what are you talking about? Megan's the best. Like, what? Like, she's amazing. And I said, why are you texting me about Megan? And I at that point, and so this is what they don't understand. You and I, Megan, and Tucker is in the same category, and they've tried to go after Tucker.
Yeah.
Is that the more you attack our moral character, the more we're going to double down in a direction, because 100%. Screw you, I don't do it that way, okay? And I will say this, the behavior by a lot, both privately and publicly, are pushing people like you and me away. Not like we're going to be pro-Hamas, not like we're going to, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite. I am learning biblical Hebrew and writing a book on the Shabbat. I honor the Shabbat, literally the Jewish Sabbath. I visit Israel and fight for it. And there's another article out in the Times of Israel today. I could read it on air. I was just reading before I got on. Charlie, what are you doing? Like, what am I doing? I'm sorry. Like, let's just take a step back here. Like, I'm an American citizen.
How is your relationship with Candace Owens nowadays?
She's a great friend. You know, look, I don't agree with everything Candace says, but you know what I don't do? I don't stop being friends with people just because people morally blackmail me. I don't do that. And Jewish donors, they have a lot of explaining to do, a lot of decoupling to do, because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies, cultural institutions, and nonprofits. This is a beast created by secular Jews. And now it's coming for Jews, and they're like, what on earth happened? And it's not just the colleges. It's the nonprofits, it's the movies, it's Hollywood, it's all of it. It's like, time for you guys to wake up and say no more, draw a line in the sand. I don't care if you hate me.
The last part, Charlie was bravely noticing that, a lot of these radical left-wing organizations and donors and stuff, because, if you talk to like a Fox News boomer, they're like, anomaly, why don't you talk about George Soros? Do you know what ethnicity George Soros is? And also, it's not to point out like, oh, just because he's bad. That's not what I'm saying. He's Jewish. And a lot of these Jewish organizations that play both sides, they defend George Soros and they call you anti-Semites if you talk about George Soros. So the same organizations that are pretending like, oh, he's that and we're this, then many of them come together to defend each other. And then when you point that they're working together, then they spread out and they're like, what are you talking about? We're totally different. He's the left and he's the right. He's a bad, we're good. And it's like, yeah, but why are there organizations that Jordan Peterson funds or works with doing Christ is King ops, and these really like the Network Contagion Research Institute, right? They were like smearing people who were against COVID vaccines and stuff. Then they worked with Jordan Peterson to smear Christians. Jordan Peterson works for the Daily Wire, right? Why is he working with a group that writes research articles saying so much anti-Semitism about George Soros? That's a little weird. Every time they talk about the Anti-Defamation League, which is an international Jewish organization, Republicans will be like, well, listen, that's a left-wing organization. Oh, that's left-wing. It's left-wing. It's not left-wing. It's a Jewish organization. And Elise Stefanik speaks at their press conferences. Elise Stefanik is a Republican. Elise Stefanik was part of Trump's administration. Elise Stefanik is, votes terribly, but everything's for Israel. It's like, it's not just the left. Yeah, okay, they have a left-wing bias and a skew, but really, then the right comes together with them, and then they separate. And they're like, we're not working together. I just saw you on a stage, like shaking hands with them and speaking at their conference. What do you mean? Why would you be at a left wing? Because it's not about left wing. It's about that. So that's the part that boomers don't understand. And that's what Charlie was talking about there. Let's talk about radical left wing ideology, right? There's a lot of reasons for it. I'm not saying one person did it necessarily, but if you track the donors of radical left-wing stuff, and like Charlie was saying, now a bunch of Jewish people and Israelis and, dual citizens and Zionists, etc., they're like, wow, the left is getting crazy. Now they're turning against us. Well, who's funding them? A lot of Jewish people are funding left-wing causes and radical left-wing activism. It doesn't mean that everyone's responsible, but why do you then protect that person when we talk about it and say, oh, don't, it's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory to say that George Soros funds the world. It's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory to talk about George Soros. Like, how many times have they called other people anti-Semites for talking about George Soros? So there, Charlie just started noticing. He's like, if you're going to attack me and you're going to say this and that, why don't you call out, people of your group on the left wing who are funding all of this crap? Because they've been anti-white, anti-Christian, anti-America for 50 years. And a lot of these donors have funded these causes until they turned against Israel. And then they sit there and say, oh, what's up with all these anti-Semites? It's like, you created them, you funded them, you organized them, you pushed them, and you were just hoping that they were just anti-Christian, anti-American, anti-white. And then the second that they become anti your causes, now you have an issue with it. And I'm not saying these specific people, but how many Jewish donors and Jewish successful people have been lifelong Democrats? They've only switched to the right over the last couple years because of the Israel topic. I'll give you one, and he's not a donor, I don't think, but he's a prominent lawyer. Jeffrey Epstein's former lawyer. He's on Fox all the time. Alan Dershowitz, right? Alan Dershowitz was a Democrat. I looked it up yesterday, I think until like 2024. So that means 2016 wasn't a Republican. 2020, right? Think about all the stuff that happened from 2016 to 2020. Most people who like Trump now are like, oh, I woke up in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2021, 2022. You have lockdowns, mandates. Democrats are going absolutely crazy. The border's wide open. Think of all the crazy things the Democrats did from 2016 to 2022. But that didn't make people like Alan Dershowitz want to become a Republican. And then the left started turning against Israel. And then he said, you know what? This is getting, I'm out. And I think he left in 2024. And now he's calling Tucker Carlson and Joe Kent a neo-Nazi. So you have a Jewish Democrat who ignored all of the egregious things Democrats were doing, or at least tolerated it to some extent, throughout Trump's entire term. And then the second Trump becomes a bigger puppet to Israel, now he's on the right. And now he's trying to gatekeep it from Joe Kent and Tucker Carlson, people who were there long before him. It's not rocket science to what's going on. And I'm not saying him specifically because I don't know his heart and soul, and God bless him. But there's a lot of people that, just like Dennis Prager said, I don't understand the tribalism. Yes, you do, bro. You absolutely understand the tribalism. But their sole cause is them. So if the left is doing, and this is why Charlie went on that rant. I'm not going to speak for him, but I know he started figuring it out. He's like, there's so many donors and there's so many people, many of which that happen to be Jewish. They're funding this left-wing stuff and allowing it to be anti-America, anti-logic, anti-gen. Like, it's all just like inversion and just crazy nonsense. And they don't seem to care. Not all. Many did. Many turned and supported Trump early on, but many didn't care until it came to Israel. And then they go, oh, let me just play the right now. And I'll pretend to be a right winger. And then, when they wake up, then I'll go back to, like, they don't, none of the things that matter to us necessarily matter to some of them. A lot of them funded these schools. I don't know exactly Bill Ackman, but look into his funding history. I know he's funded a lot of stuff. And now that Trump and the Republicans are pro-Israel, now, this side makes more sense. I get it. Everyone has a right to want certain things, right? Whether it's foreign or domestic policy, every donor has a right to believe what they want. I'm not telling people they have to agree with me. I'm telling people, try to figure out what they care about and what they want, because if you can't figure out that Democrats are crazy by like 2022, that means mandates meant nothing to you. Border security means nothing to you. The gender subversion means nothing to you. Like, none of that means anything to these people. Just, now I got to do this stuff. So Charlie was waking up to all of this because it was all crashing down on him. And now he's not here to speak for himself. And, I'm not acting like he's a perfect person, but I do want people to understand it's not just Tucker Carlson or Joe Kent. Joe Kent, listen to his interview, right? I don't care what you think about him. He's very calculated. He's very reasonable. He never says too much. Joe Kent is like moderate. He's probably conservative, but you get what I'm saying. He's not anything crazy. He's one of the least radical people I've ever listened to. Joe Kent is like calm, reasonable, chill, doesn't diss anybody, doesn't diss Trump, doesn't diss Israel, he just speaks the truth calmly, simply, similar to how I do, but even calmer to some extent, right? Alan Dershowitz is calling him a neo-Nazi or calling like, oh, it's the neo-Nazis are taking over the Republican Party. First of all, no, that's not true. Second of all, you just got here. Third of all, that's what they do to anybody that won't serve their ideology. They start ramping up the attacks. First, they, blacklist you. And I'm not saying just Alan. I'm talking about the entire, this is what happens in the Republican Party too. They blacklist you at first. Then if that doesn't work, they smear your character. Then they call you an anti-Semite. And the word anti-Semite doesn't work anymore because they've called most of the world an anti-Semite, because anyone paying attention, if you haven't been called an anti-Semite by someone, you're probably not paying attention. Okay. So that doesn't work. So they start ramping up the attacks. We can't get the war. He's got a nuke. He's got this. He's got that. Then they say like, oh my gosh, he's Hitler. He's Hitler. He's a Nazi. They just ramp up attacks against you to justify either violence against you or, people excommunicating you from society. I mean, even JD Vance is like ramping up the exaggerations. They're like, dude, they were going to do nuclear suicide bomb vests. Okay, here's reason number 10,000 they started the war for Israel. Here's JD Vance.
When I say options, I think it's important the American people know options for what? And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people who walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest and a couple of people get killed, and that's a terrible tragedy. What happens when what's on the vest is not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people? That is the most important American national security objective.
So now it's suicide bombers with vests that could blow up 10,000 people. They've had 50,000 excuses now for why they've invaded, but that's the new one. Are they done giving him like My Chemical Romance eyeliner? Does his Palantir funders, did they run out of eyeliner for My Chemical Romance, JD Vance there? Because he used to have like that black mascara, like he was like Billy Joe Armstrong from Green Day, When I was a young boy, I changed my name 4 times and took Peter Thiel's money, and now I'm a chubby jester. And I pretended to be anti-war until I served in Grandpa Glyphosate's cabinet, and now I'm a neocon. Get him some eyeliner because he's running out. Ask Peter Thiel, maybe he's got some. Anyway, with that being said, it's like, obviously they'll say stuff like that where it's like, we got to do this, we got to do that, we got to do this. Someone said when I was a young boy. Yeah, that's funnier. But to the detractors, to people who do journalism, to people who are honest about it, it's like he's bad, he's this, he's that. And now they're just calling everyone Nazis. It's like you got Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer being like, Nazi, 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 Nazi. It's like they just know the word anti-Semite's not working. You're saying Joe Kent is a Nazi, a neo-Nazi? Dude, Joe Kent, okay, I don't want to get pissed off. I need to lower my cortisol, but Joe Kent served our military. His wife died fighting ISIS. Joe Kent is an American. Joe Kent, it despises me, these people, these Epsteinites. It's like they're such sleazebags, Okay, if you want to call Nick Fuentes that, I'm not saying you have to hate Nick Fuentes, but he said and done enough. And in some ways, I'm not saying he's taken these titles, but he doesn't care as much, right? He's put himself out there. He said some wild stuff. He doesn't care about the labels. Joe Kent, bro, what did he do? You know what I'm saying? But this just shows you, and I think people like Nick and others have kind of figured this out years ago. It doesn't matter how nice you are. It doesn't matter how calm you are. It doesn't matter how safe you play it. They're still going to call you these names because these names are effective in people's heads to be like, bad man there, bad man there. So it just like disgusts me to see Epsteinites calling Joe Kent a neo-Nazi. It's so vile. It's so evil. Like they can't compete with his narrative. So they just try to say he's Hitler, which is basically advocating for something bad to happen to you. Liv S said, Anomaly is to me one of the most interesting and reliable sources of truth out there, and the only YouTuber show I'll watch from beginning to end, no matter how long they last. Thank you. Liv, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much, and definitely appreciate that. Thank you. And I know who you are, so God bless you. Yeah, with I got caught up on the eyeliner part too. That was funny. JD Vance, like I liked him for a while, but he really does like have that. They're like painting his eyelids to look like he's like an emo star or something. But what are Massey's chances of becoming president? I don't think he's going to run for president. I think he wants to run for Congress, but we need to keep Massey in Congress. I wanted to say this too, because I saw a comment yesterday where someone said, Trump is, you got to go easier on Trump. He's fighting the establishment. He's an outsider. Thomas Massey's more of an outsider. Marjorie Taylor Greene's more of an outsider. And Trump is working with billionaires to try to kick them out of the party. Like Trump went from draining the swamp to becoming the swamp, never talks about draining it anymore. And now he's working to weed out he's basically, I hate to say this, but he's one of the worst fake heroes in conservative history. He might be the fakest Judas Goat of all time, because there were moments where he's like, he might do it. He's kind of doing it. His first term, he kind of was weeding out certain people. This term, he's not even pretending to anymore. Like Massey's a good guy, and he's working with Paul Singer, Miriam Adelson, and John Paulson to bankroll this Israeli lobby plant to beat them in an obscure district of Kentucky because they want total control. So it's so important to stand up for these people, because if we lose Thomas Massey, he's like one of the only normal people in Congress who just tells us what's going on and explains the bills. Like, this is in the bill. This is why I vote against the bill. So someone said Nick is obviously I don't know who's who, and I'm not making false accusations, but regardless of who you think about who, like if Tucker, Nick, or Joe Kent says something, is it true? Is it not true? If they're just talking and they're podcasting, everyone in America is entitled to their First Amendment opinion as long as it's First Amendment compliant, which it all is. You get what I understand why people have opinions about certain people. All I would say is, and you could think what you want, but just if no one's giving you a call to action to do something, then they're just podcasting. But if it becomes not a podcast, if they're like, come here and follow me here, then it's like, then you got to be like, all right, is this somewhere I'd want to go, or why are they telling me to do this? That, at least for me, it's like people will say, oh, Joe Kent's a phony, Joe Kent's CIA, or he was CIA and he's a bad guy, whatever. It's like, first of all, I don't know who he is or why he's doing what he's doing, but everything he's saying checks out. It's things I already knew, and it's things that are provable based on public information. He doesn't need to share classified secrets to say any of this stuff. And it's good to have people on the inside say what's really going on and reach more people. So, I guess I don't see the downside to what he's doing, or Tucker Carlson, or, even Nick to some extent, but I don't really watch what Nick's saying or doing all the time. So I don't know. Everybody has really strong opinions of who's who and what they're doing, which is understandable, I think, in this climate of like everyone lying all the time. But I don't know. I don't know who's who or who's working for who or whatever. And with Tucker, I like Tucker. I think he's doing a good job. And I think that let's just say, his dad was in the CIA, right? Tucker Carlson. Everyone in government's not a bad person. The CIA 60 years ago is not the same CIA of now. There's always battles going on there. I don't know for sure, but my guess would be like it got slowly swallowed and it became like 50-50, 70-30, 90-10. And now it's like almost completely, like, I'm sure a lot of the ground workers are good people and some of them aren't, but like now, I don't know. If someone in the CIA is telling the truth, I'm not just going to be like, I hate that person forever because they're being honest. Like, there's two types of people who can come out of the deep state. You have your Joe Kents, who says things that we all know are true. And then you have your Dan Bonginos, who's like more pissed at, Trump supporters that don't like Trump as much now than he is at the deep state. So, I don't know. I take people for who they are. I don't judge them or hate them based on their government job. It is what it is. I'm sure there's great people in the FBI. I'm sure there's not great people in the FBI. And it looks like the head of the FBI, or at least the people who run the show in the FBI, they seem obsessed with like serving Israel to the point where they're mad at Tucker Carlson and Thomas Massey, which is really creepy. So, I'm not going to blame every FBI agent for that. And I'm sure some people are busting drug and trafficking rings and stuff and doing good work, but it is what it is, like you just got to make of it what you can. Someone said Tucker's is trying to promote Jim Webb's son now as a replacement for Nick. I don't even know who that is, or I haven't seen it, but I don't know. I hear what people are saying though. I'm not like shutting it down completely because I haven't heard of that, but I pay attention to all these things too. Like when certain people pop up or what they're doing or why. Dan Bongino has crazy eyes now. Yeah, I mean, Dan really bothers me because he went into the deep state to fight the deep state, and he came out of the deep state like spurging out at like Thomas Massie. It's like, bro, you don't have to agree with me. You don't have to like Thomas Massie. But imagine if I went, like, let's just take me for an example. It's not going to happen, but imagine if I got picked to like serve in Trump's administration. And I'm like, you know what, guys? The problem is the deep state and the Democrats and the rhinos and the people who tried to set up Trump for Russiagate and stole the 2020 election and Fauci and frickin', you know what I'm saying, Merrick Garland, and they're all corrupt and they committed crimes. And then I like go into the government, do absolutely nothing, allegedly, maybe he did something. And then I come out and I'm like, remember all of those things I talked about, Russiagate and Peter Strzok and Fauci and Epstein and all these things and the Democrats and the 2020 election. Remember all that? Yeah, fuck all that. Fuck Tucker Carlson and Thomas Matt. Like, sorry for my language, but it's so intellectually offensive. It's just like, bro, Dan Bongino deserves the unpopularity he's getting because it's just so, like, even if he came out and said like, hey, I did a lot of good there. You guys can't see it, but here's my opinion. Like, it's flagrantly intellectually offensive what he did. Like, he's such an idiot. I don't know. I don't even want to talk about it because I'll get annoyed at it. Someone said Massey signing spending bills while Dems were in office, and didn't he tell Trump to turn down the rhetoric after Charlie was shot? I don't know about that, but what I would say is I'm not like a PR team for Thomas Massie. I just think that he's one of the best people in Congress, and he's mostly good. So it's like, even let's just say he does things I disagree with. Do I want him to lose to an Israeli lobby plant who 3 Zionist billionaires are bankrolling? I don't agree with everything Rand Paul does, but I think he's one of the most honorable people in Congress. It's not about agreeing. Like, I'm not going to trump Thomas Massie. I just want him to stay there. So, I don't know. Thomas Massie is who he is, but if you think it's going to get better with him and Marjorie Taylor Greene getting replaced, it's going to get worse. Someone super chatted me and said, Roseanne Barr needs to be pressed on her Israeli support. Watch her squirm. I mean, okay, somebody could ask her about it, but I don't know. I'm sure if I ever went on her podcast again, we could talk about it, but I don't know. I'm sure at some point she'll have a debate or conversation with somebody. Until then, I'm sure she's just going to say what she thinks. Someone said Bongino has learned to hate us the way the blanks hate us. It's possible. Someone said Massey has ties to secret societies like they all do. There's no good guys in government, FFS. Everyone's entitled to think what they want. I don't know. I think Thomas Massie and Rand Paul are 2 of the better members of Congress. So I'm not going to abandon them when they're getting bankrolled by 3 people that are Israeli / Zionist billionaires. I don't know. I want him to win the election. I want him to be there. I think his honesty speaks for itself. He's done enough good where the rest of it, I don't really care. Someone said, I can't believe Bongino says he's Italian. I mean, he probably is if he says so. Bongino sounds pretty Italian, but Bongino looks like he saw a ghost. Well, I think he's just like, I can't speak for Bongino, but I think he underestimated like how much people hate what he did. When you work in Washington, you're insulated by donors, by special interests, by people who will like kiss your ass. So I think he thinks what he's doing is like normal. Even Robert Malone went into government for a little bit, and the vaccine guy, and Robert Malone is like crying about anti-Semitism on Twitter. Like, is that normal, or is he just hanging out with people in Washington all day who act like fighting anti-Semitism is the number one issue on planet Earth? So I think Dan Bongino's having like an ego meltdown because, he was really popular. He goes into government. Now he's wildly unpopular. People just make fun of him on his Facebook page all day. And now he's got to scream on his podcast to try to like, maintain his whatever you want to call it, I guess, character. And he's just wrong. So, at the end of the day, whether you're popular or unpopular, are you honest? Because if you're honest and you're righteous, then who cares what people think? You're going to face problems on this planet, and that's the path that you have to do. But the thing is, Dan Bongino is not being honest. He's being a phony, and everybody knows it. So it probably gets like extra frustrating for him, because the question with Dan Bongino is, does he know? Like say with like Roseanne, right? Me and her disagree on stuff, but Roseanne has, I think she has her own bias for her own reason. She's Jewish. She likes Israel, right? She might be religious. That's how she sees things. I don't agree with it necessarily. She doesn't agree with my foreign policy. I'm almost positive. And I'm not justifying it because everyone's entitled to their opinion. But like with Dan Bongino, is he like Jewish? No. Is he Israeli? No. Is he so Christian that is he like a Christian Zionist? Maybe. Is he stupid? Does he really believe he's like fighting for Trump? With Dan, it's harder for me to tell like what he actually believes. Like Ben Shapiro is very idealistic. Dennis Prager, idealistic. Netanyahu, very idealistic. Dan Bongino, like, is he frustrated because he like doesn't know? Like I have a hard time telling if Dan's just really dumb or if he is an ideologue to some extent, or maybe his ideologue is just like serve Trump and I worked in the government, so now I'm defending my boys because that's my battalion essentially. He's harder for me to like peg why he's doing it. With like Shapiro, I know why he's doing it. Ben, he explains it. He got into politics to basically like debate for Israel and Jews. Like he said, that's why he got into politics in his college. It wasn't like a debate over America. It was like a debate over Israel. He said that on the Nelk Boys podcast. Once again, I'm not a fan of Dan or whatever his name is, Gwen Shapiro, but he's easier to read. Like there's certain people, I think it's just money, but everyone has a reason for what they do, and everyone has a reason for why they're saying what they're saying. And at the end of the day, regardless of your religion or your ethnicity or your race or the amount of money you're taking or the amount of money you're not taking, or we all have to say what we believe is true. And if you're saying what you know is not true, then it's going to feel heavier. Like, so with Dan, I don't know if he thinks he's telling the truth. I don't know if he thinks he's lying. I don't know if he knows why he's unpopular. I don't know what his reason is for doing what he's doing. But my best guess is that Dan is just not very smart, and that he is very loyal to, who he works for. So he worked for the government. He's loyal to his government friends. But this is the problem that Dan's running into. When you do a podcast, you're essentially doing journalism. Before Dan Bongino, after he worked in the government with Secret Service and before he worked in the Trump administration, Dan was known for criticizing the Epstein class, criticizing the government, criticizing Republicans, criticizing the deep state. Then he joins the deep state in the government and comes out and never complains about the government and the deep state again. He's just complaining about like Tucker Carlson. So I don't know if Dan's smart enough to figure it out, but let's just say I liked Dan Bongino and I was trying to help him as a friend. This is what I would say to him to explain it. You went from doing a podcast where you were a critic of the government and the Epstein class. You went into the government, you came out, and now you're yelling at people who are critical of the government like you were before. And you're leaving your government friends to join the podcast circuit, which is dominated by people who do not trust the United States of America, just like you didn't 3 years ago. like, it's not hard to figure out why Dan's unpopular, but I do feel like he's like intellectually actually legitimately struggling with it, because he's not like some super ideologue in my view. I don't think he's practicing Judaism. Maybe he's a Christian Zionist, but I don't think he's like that deep into it, like he's like a pastor or something. I just think he's kind of like dumbfounded by why people don't like him. Like I wouldn't even say I feel bad, but it's like you're watching like a struggle session in real time of him trying to like cope with the fact that he like screwed up his entire podcasting brand over, what he did essentially. It's interesting to me, but someone said Trump is not an outsider. No. Someone said because evangelicals read the Schofield Bible. Yeah, but Dan does not strike me as that idealistic. To be honest, I don't even think I don't personally believe like Mike Huckabee's that idealistic. He acts like he's that idealistic, but I think it's more power and money and social circles. Like maybe I'm wrong, but like Mike Huckabee doesn't strike me as someone who actually believes like I have to worship people who think Jesus is boiling in hot poop or else I can't get into heaven or something. Like that's what they pretend that they're doing. Like I'm such a strong Christian Zionist that I believe all these things. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he does believe that, but I think in Washington, how long has Mike Huckabee been in politics, right? When you get into politics, the Israel lobby has been strong for literally probably for 100 years now. You know what I'm saying? One way or another. And it's just gotten stronger if it's not always been this strong. So when you get into office, it's like there's certain doors that are open and closed to you based off of what you do. For Mike Huckabee to get where he's gotten in politics, he's had to walk through the pro-Israel door and take the money so many times. So it's just hard for me to believe he's that religiously idealistic based off of what I know he's probably had to do in order to attain the position he's had. Someone like Ben Shapiro, I think he is idealistic, right? I think he's Jewish. I think he's practices Judaism, and that is a huge part of his identity, right? This is just my personal analysis. Only God knows, and they know what they think, but this is my outside analysis. Some people, they're very ethnically loyal to their group. Sometimes they're religiously loyal. Sometimes they're idealistic based off of that. And I'm not even saying it's necessarily a bad thing. If you have a good religion or your religion is pure and you're idealistic based off your religion, is that really a bad thing? It's not. I'm not sitting here saying that you can't be a good ideologue, but if you want to understand why people do things, I think it's important to know who's doing what for what reason. Like sometimes people will say like Ben Shapiro is taking money from APAC. Ben Shapiro is not taking money from APAC. He's not running for office. APAC funds offices. I'm not a fan of APAC, but you don't need to pay Ben Shapiro. He's done it for the love for his people since he got into it, right? He's admitted that. So it's like I think people get oversimplistic with it and they're just like, APAC's controlling everyone. They're definitely funding a lot of races and winning them. And they're definitely a lobby that wants people to work for Israel. But Ben Shapiro doesn't need APAC money. Dennis Prager doesn't need APAC money. Byron Donalds might need APAC money. Mike Huckabee might have taken some money. You know what I'm saying? Like there's different levels to why people do things. And then there's certain people that have maybe ethnic loyalty, but they're not religious at all. And then there's left-wing progressives who have no ethnic or religious loyalty. There's a lot of left-wing progressive Jews that they don't have loyalty to Israel. They don't care about international Jewry, really, So there's different people of all kinds. It's just, I like to just analyze it. That's kind of what I consider my job. It's not to be hateful about it, but Dave Smith, I bring him up a lot. Dave Smith is a Jewish American who prioritizes America over Israel. I don't know that Dave's religious. I would guess he's atheist or agnostic, but I don't think he practices Judaism. I don't think he's a Christian. He's an American dad who likes America. I think Dave is a good American. Like, we might not agree on everything, but I think he doesn't have loyalty to Israel, and that's why they hate him. Norman Finkelstein, same thing. Max Blumenthal, Glenn Greenwald, there's different archetypes of people, but I think some analysts, they oversimplify everything. not to toot my own horn, but I think I'm one of the best at it. That's why I do it. And when I listen to other people's shows, sometimes it's amazing, but a lot of people I think are retarded. So then I'm like, okay, I might as well do my show because they're not good at it. I would listen to Tucker's interview with the Israeli guy. I found him very fascinating and he was a very charming speaker. I think Israel would be wise to let someone like that into power, but I don't think they want to because the Netanyahu regime is very idealistically different than him. But I found him way more honest than Netanyahu. And I think honesty is just good. You know, you don't have to like other countries. If Israel wants to be loyal to their people, that's what they should be. But when you are constantly fighting with your neighbors and, you know, doing things that are not ethical and they're very sneaky, it's like it never breeds trust. It doesn't breed good relationships with other countries. And that's what I would say I fear for Israel, but it's, you know, I'm not an Israeli, but because we're attached at the hip of America to America, or because they're attached to the hip to America, it affects us too. But it's like they're going to just keep fighting with everybody. And then we're going to have to keep fighting with everybody because we are attached at the hip with them. So it's like we're one unilateral nation at this point. And they keep telling us we're going to stop fighting after Iran. It's not going to end. Like, how is this going to end? It only ends with negotiation, and they're blowing up negotiators. So I don't know. It's like, if we could stop attaching at the hip of Israel, then it's their problem. But while we're attached, it's also our problem. And I don't believe that they're going to stop fighting. I think they're never going to stop. They're going to fight with Palestine. Then they're going to fight with Iran. Then they're going to fight with Turkey. Then they're going to fight with China, or we're going to fight. It's like, it's just like, it's never going to end. What did the super chat say? Team Silly Goose. Well, what's up, Silly Goose? Someone said, if you're not sad, kids died in Cuba because of us, it's sad. I haven't been following Cuba, but I'm guessing we're trying to regime change them. So we're like destroying their country and pretending like it's their leaders. We do that a lot. And I'm not saying it to be self-hating. It's just the truth. We put sanctions on Iran to destroy Iran so that their people want to uprise against the people. It would be like if Texas or Tennessee or like Florida had the power to like destroy the economy of California, so everybody was poor and couldn't get electricity, and then we're like, don't you want to get rid of Gavin Newsom? That's a bad example because Gavin Newsom already sucks, but that's what we do to Cuba and Iran. So I know communism doesn't always work, and a lot of it is the war, maybe the Venezuela fuel. I'm sure that has a lot to do with it. But we destroy these countries purposely, make them poor, hurt people in order to trick the people into thinking it's their leader, to overthrow their leader, essentially. So it's pretty dark stuff. It's not very ethical, in my opinion. But someone said ammo crisis has hit a breaking point. That's not good. Someone said, you're dense. Got it. What do you think I'm wrong about? You could say in the comments. Someone said they're working on a greater Israel project. Yeah, I think that's true. And like before October 7th, I'm talking like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I figured out that Israel didn't want to just like sit there. They wanted more land because it's been happening. So if you believe like PragerU and Ben Shapiro and Dave Rubin, they're like, oh, we just want to exist and sit here and everybody's just mean to us all the time. At one point, I think I believed that, maybe for a little bit, maybe. But then I started listening. Like, this is how I learn. I listen to everybody. And then you just kind of build a better narrative based off of more data points. And I came to the conclusion probably in like 2020 or 2019, oh, that's not true at all. Like, not only does Israel not just want to stay there, they're constantly expanding. And I knew they had a project to greater expand. So, the tragedy a couple of years ago created the reason to go do what they've always wanted to do. But I think they always would have done that anyway. They just needed to figure out a launching pad to do it. I'm not saying that that's what that day was, although, Charlie was hinting towards it didn't make sense to him based off of their security. But, it definitely happened. But it's like, you look into the reports of some of the damage done from the Hannibal directive, that explains a lot. but I can't say it, but Israeli media can say it. You could read those articles if you want. So like I could have told you 5 years ago that they wanted to expand and create more land. Like, and it's not me thinking these things. I don't just think things. It's not like I sit here and just like, I'm not into myself that much to be like, let me just assume. I listen, I learn. These people will tell you like what they're doing. They're like, we want this. We're doing this. This is happening now. And I'm like, oh shoot, they're not. Like Prager's lying. He's tricking Christians. He's making them think they just want to stay there and protect their land, and everyone's being mean to them. People are annoyed and bothered because they keep expanding. They keep throwing people out of their homes. They just go to neighborhoods and throw people out of their homes. Imagine Israelis just coming to your house and being like, get out, it's mine now. That's what they do. And if you listen to honest Israelis, they'll admit that. And it's a country based off of that is normal. So they just keep doing it. And now that they're at war and things are crazy, they feel more emboldened because, you know, in times of war, you become colder because once you see, you know, if you live in Israel and you're looking at your phone and there's like missiles coming down all the time, your heart gets a little colder, not necessarily because you're a bad person, but you know, it's survival. So it's like now they're expanding even more. But you can look up like historical things. They're not going to teach you this on the television. For example, I didn't know this until a couple of months ago because I'm not that well researched on like all of Israeli history when they came there and stuff. I know more than most, but I'm not like Daryl Cooper. I'm doing like 50 podcasts about it. But I learned because I kept seeing certain people saying anti-Semitism is this age-old trope where they used to say that we poisoned wells, and you know it's classic anti-Semitism to say that our people poisoned wells. I've never heard that, so I was like, well, what? And then I saw people in the comments ask, you know, Grok, which does research as AI, and they said, Grok, did they do that in Palestine? And there's a whole operation. It's called like Operation. Let me see, Operation Israel Poison Palestine Wells. Let me look what it's called. Operation Cast Thy Bread. So I don't know. It's like they deny that happened, but it's like, you know, they're like, oh, everybody's anti-Semitic. They say that we poison the wells. And then you look up history and it's like, it seems like there's a lot of proof that they literally did do that like less than 100 years ago. But just don't mention that they did that because that's classic anti-Semitism. It's just people saying stuff. So, dude, they've put these people through the ringer. Like the things that they've done to these Palestinian people, no one knows because they don't live there. But if you knew what they've been doing to these people for 100 years, they've been just like terrorizing the crap out of them. And it goes both ways. I'm not saying it doesn't, and I'm not saying it's justified. I'm just being honest. It's like this idea, oh, they're just trying to stay there because Dave Rubin said that on a PragerU video. That's literally the opposite of reality of 1940s till now. And they've had a plan for a long time to take parts of certain regions. And that's what this is what Joe Kent's talking about. And everyone says he's like being hateful. What does America care about Syria? Bashir al-Assad, he's not an angel, but the country was stable for the most part. Of course, it's always the Middle East, but why did we go into Syria? Israel wanted part of Syria. Didn't Trump give them part of Syria? Didn't he stand on stage and say, I told the Adelsons I gave them part of the Golan Heights or whatever? The Adelsons are American Israelis. Why they're paying you and you're bragging to them that you're doing things for Israel? Because they like Israel, because they asked Trump to do things for Israel, because they want the United States military to do stuff for Israel. That's the reality of the situation. It's like they want more land. They have an idea of what they want, and they're taking it in Palestine, and they're taking it in Syria. And I'm not 100% familiar with Lebanon, but there's something going on there. Obviously, they're fighting Hezbollah, but they're doing more than that as well. So, you know, it's just going to end with Iran. I hope so, but that's what they can't tell you the full picture because then you wouldn't want to do it. You know, it's like, we're just going to Iraq for a year. We're just 15 days to slow the spread. That's why I'm dumbfounded that so many people are buying into this one. I don't think it's that popular. It's probably very unpopular, but it should be even less popular. If there's 20% support for this war, it should be 2%. Like literally no one should be full. It was tricky during George Bush. I didn't fall for it then, but I was like 11. And by the time I was 15, I figured out that George Bush was lying. But at the same time, people are still buying it. oh, it's just going to be a quick military operation. It's just going to be quick. We've been there for 30 years, 20 years. It's like, now it's going to end. It's not going to end until there's negotiating, but they don't want there to be. They're killing the negotiators. They're blowing up the people that are negotiating. And then you got Pete Hegseth acting like this is some sort of flex, like, even though this is the opposite of what most MAGA voted for.
And that's why we see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs.
Pete Hegseth reminds me of like a low IQ, like sleazy, greasy, like F-list actor. And he thought that was like way cooler than it was. Like, he's the type of guy who like tells a joke in a big crowd and he's like, and then like everyone's like, yeah, that wasn't that funny, bro. You know, like he's like, we negotiate with bombs. Why don't you go to Kuwait? You know, why don't you fight on the front lines of Iran? I talked to somebody the other day who's been in the army, right? And we were talking, and he told me, you know, one thing I don't like about war nowadays is that it's not fought with men. And the reason, like, it might sound weird, like I want it to be fought with people, but when you fight it with people and it's like real old school war, you feel the loss. You want to end the loss because you could feel it. You could see it. You're there. Nowadays, it's basically drone warfare. You got some sweaty loser like Pete Hegseth, who's probably 2 times as smart as him because he's too retarded to press the buttons. But you have someone like a Pete Hegseth that's way smarter and probably intelligent, hitting buttons to drone strike schools. They don't feel the loss because they don't see it. We're getting drone struck. It's a bunch of people that are not fighting the war. They're not sending their kids. None of Trump's kids are going to war. Lindsey Graham doesn't have kids because he probably like sticks his pee-pee in a bomb or something when no one's looking and, you know, makes a mess of it because he's a warosexual. But, you know, like this is what, and when my friend in the army didn't say that, or he was in the army, I think he's leaving or whatever. But, you know, he was respectful. He wasn't saying anything negative. He just said, I think our leaders, they don't feel the loss like they used to because it's not people and everything is so disconnected. It's like a computer game. It's like they're playing Call of Duty and they don't care as much as they would have used to because they understood that. So that's how I see it as well. I think Trump, he's like cosplaying tough guy, even though he's a retard. Pete Hegseth is like cosplaying like cool leader, even though he's a retard. These people are not on the front lines. They're not generals that are going to go there. Their kids are not going to go there. And they don't feel the losses because it's just something that they pressed on a button and blew up and then put it on the White House Twitter page like they're cool or something. And, you know, like they don't care how long it takes, apparently. I think the only thing that Trump cares about is his persona. So that's why it's important to call him out, because he likes being popular. So even though he's less popular now than he's ever been, they're telling him he's 100% popular. Because if you could trick Trump into thinking everyone loves him, he'll keep doing it. But if you let Trump know everyone hates you now, then he'll be like, oh shit, I got to stop this war. I look like an idiot. He's so egotistical. He's like the most selfish, completely like delusional person I've ever seen, to the point where like even like a Joe Biden, he's a puppet. He's an idiot. He probably couldn't even talk or walk, but he's just a puppet. Like it's like he's predictable because he'll do the most and do the least. But he doesn't care. He's just like an idiot. Trump, he's an idiot and he doesn't care, but it's like, it's all like ego based. Give him a gold award, give him a shiny trophy, tell him he's the Nobel Peace Prize recipient, you know, let him know he's the golden goy of Israel or whatever, give him the Israeli of the Year award. And then he's like, wow. So if they could get to Trump and be like, bro, it's actually wildly unpopular, he's like, oh shit, I look stupid. He's on stage saying that they're going to win the House and the Senate. I'm not a bettor and I would never use those prediction markets, but you know, I think betting on politics is pretty degenerate. Betting in general is degenerate, but betting on politics and war is insane. But if I was a bettor, there's no way the Republicans are going to win the House. No way. And he's like, we got it. I'm so popular. We're going to win everything. Bruh.
But I think I'm more popular than I ever have been. Look, when he heard 100%, he said, I've never seen a poll like this. This is the craziest poll I've ever seen. It was 100% of the people. And the reason is they like that I'm protecting our country from lunatics with a nuclear weapon.
I literally think everyone around Trump is just keeping him. I mean, you don't really have to keep him around rich people. He's been rich forever. So like Trump, that's just kind of like how he does. But let's just say he went to a UFC event and he got like wildly booed. Then he'd be like, oh shoot, like that's probably the closest he can get to like a group of people that might be against it. But I think he's just insulated by people who are telling him these things. All right, I'm going to read a Facebook comment because I like a good debate. Let's see. Chris said, Anomaly is the reason America's in decline. He's a pacifist loser who makes our ancestors roll in their graves. Thank God you aren't our leader, Anomaly, retard. It's about China, you idiot. All right, well, first of all, I'm not a pacifist. I'm not against all war. Some people are. I'm not against all war. I'm for a righteous war. But this war is being fought for Israel, and Israelis probably think you're retarded. And also, their religion says that Jesus is boiling in hot poop for eternity. They don't like Christians. They don't care about you. They just use boomers like you to destroy America so they can achieve their objectives in the Middle East, which probably won't even work for them either. So it's going to be a lose-lose for both of us. As far as China, it's like, do you think turning Tehran into San Francisco is going to make like America better? Like, which one of Jeffrey Epstein's friends told you that on television? They always make China like this boogeyman, like China is going to make America better or something. So it's about China. What do you need to do to China? Do you need to just destroy it like London? All of our allies are falling apart. Germany's falling apart. England's falling apart. Pretty much all of Europe's falling apart. Ukraine is now way more liberal because we're funding it. And Russia's like the only stronghold there that we're trying to beat up for Jeffrey Epstein's friends. And they're like, if we could turn St. Petersburg and Beijing into San Francisco and New York City, that's how we could really win. If China's such this massive, horrible boogeyman that all you're so right about, why did George Soros, who you probably despise, why did he write an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal and say that Xi Jinping is the most dangerous enemy to open societies in America? And why did Vivek share that article and say, George Soros is right? Why does George Soros want to destroy or help, probably his own words, China? It's because Russia and China don't allow his organizations and his funding into their country. Look at Open Society, George Soros' website. They complain or they document that Open Society Foundation is not allowed in Russia. So we got to go fight Russia. Not necessarily only because of that, but what do you think Zelensky, Kolomoisky, who bankrolled him, the corrupt guy who fled to Israel and ran away from Ukraine, Trump's biggest donors, George Soros, what do you think they all have in common? Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, what do they all have in common? Could it possibly be that our country is being used to create foreign objectives that aren't for us? How is fighting China going to do anything for America? It's like, I don't want to live in a communist Chinese country, but it's a safe, clean Chinese country of extraordinarily accomplished people. Chinese people don't commit violent crimes. Chinese people build. Their government's weird, and I wouldn't want to live there, and I don't have to because I'm not Chinese. But it's like you're being tricked by Jeffrey Epstein's friends into thinking you need to like beat up China to save America. None of these wars have helped America. None of these wars have helped Europe. We fought wars in the Middle East for Israel, and then they flooded America and America and Europe with immigrants, or not. I wouldn't even call them immigrants because they're refugees, and a lot of them weren't even from the war-torn zone. Some of them were, but some of them were just exploiting weakness in America and Europe. Do you think that happened randomly? It's like, oh, the right started the wars, but the left brought them in. They're two wings of the same bird. They work together. George Bush will start the war. Obama and Biden will bring in the refugees, and then Trump will start the next war. And Trump will do 15 days to slow the spread, and Trump will do Operation Warp Speed. Biden will mandate the vaccine. Biden will start the Ukraine war. Trump will say he'll stop the war. Trump will get in and continue funding Ukraine and start the Iran war. But it's the left. It's like you're listening to Zionist media tell you that you need to beat up China. They want to destroy Russia because Russia is an ethnically homogenous nation. They have different ethnicities as well, but they're a strong nation that's not pathetic like most of Europe. They don't like nations that won't destroy their people with liberalism. You don't realize that the Bolsheviks and the Zionists are working together to punch from different sides and be like, oh, we'll bring liberalism there and destroy their people with liberalism. And then when you destroy the country, then they use you or it's like, wow, why are all of our allies falling apart? And why are we fighting the only countries that won't bow down to like liberal global homo, for lack of a better term? Do you not notice the pattern? We're mad at Russia, and then we go to Iran. Iran does these San Francisco type like LGBT laws as soon as we start bankrolling them. Do you think that's random that we're making Ukraine gayer and more liberal? No, that's what we do everywhere. We run around the world making everyone gayer, everyone more liberal, because the people who are running the show know, no offense, if you're liberal or gay, God bless you, but they know that pushing these ideologies destroy civilizations. Just like Yuri Bezmenov said, when you liberalize a nation, you destabilize it, because the men and the women stop getting along. They stop having kids. Gay people don't have babies. Then they replace you with other people. They create social cohesion. Then you fight with each other over different things. And then you're cooked. You have no social cohesion. They purposely liberalize our country to destroy our country. They did it to Europe. They did it to Ukraine. And they're trying to do it to Russia. And they want to do it to China too, because it's an ethnically homogenous society that's been around for thousands of years. They want to destroy everybody. They don't want anyone to exist. It's like China will exist in 10,000 years, but if you let, Open Society Foundation in and you let the Zionists fight them and beat them up because they're going to tell you it's for your best interest, how is that going to make our country better? How is fighting China? It's not going to help anybody. All of these things have been lose-lose wars. We went to the Middle East. Our country's shittier. Our country's less safe. We're more at terrorist risk. Houses, like nothing has gone better from the war in Iraq and Iran and Syria and all these things, because it's not supposed to. You're assuming that it's like, oh, it's the Zionists versus the Bolsheviks. They're on the same side. They don't like you. They're using you. They're exploiting you. They're sending your kids to die in a foreign nation so then they can flood your country with migrants. And if you think it's just a left-wing thing, go Google the Wall Street Journal article by Danny Danon, who's a right-winger in Israel. He wrote an op-ed a couple years ago and said, why don't you take the Palestinian immigrants, Europe and America? You took the other immigrants. They don't give a shit about you, bro. They want to flood your country with migrants that they just told you were terrorists. We're going to blow these people up, terrorize their families, and then send them to America and Europe. Well, why? I thought they were our greatest ally. I thought we were fighting China. Yeah, go read George Soros's op-ed about why Xi Jinping is the biggest enemy to open societies. Yeah, oh yeah, you, George Soros, Trump Zionist donors, you gotta go fight Iran, then you gotta go fight Russia, and then you're gonna fight China. And then America's going to be better. It's not going to do anything. They're trying to destabilize the entire world because they want no competition. The only competition to us right now is China and Russia. And here's the issue. If our country was crushing, then I would say, screw everybody else. I don't really care. I'm not a pacifist. I'm not somebody that's just like, oh, I don't like war. Yeah, I don't like war. It's true. But I think sometimes war can be righteous and necessary if it's moral to do something moral. But if you're running around the world spreading pornography, feminism, liberalism, central banking, usury loans, you know what I'm saying? Like sodomy and like liberalism, as a conservative, why would you want to do that? I don't get it. Like, that's what Iran needs. They need to be gayer. I mean, if that's your cause, then why don't you go fight a war for sodomy and OnlyFans in Iran? I don't think that that's necessary, but they're too conservative. They're too Muslim. We got to make them gayer and more liberal. It's like, okay. And then there's this new anti-Christian talking point, which people don't even realize is anti-Christian. I'm not playing a victim, but I'm just saying traditionally Christians always like since we've, not to just blame people, but since Christian Zionists have attached at the hip with Judeo-Christian and created a new religion with somebody who's the invert religion of them, Christians aren't even Christian anymore. Like, they don't even, they're so brainwashed by Zionists. They're like, oh, Muslims think this way about women and this and that. Yeah, some do and some don't. Most do. But have you read the Bible? Like, do you think that America was like filled with pornography and liberalism and sodomy since 1776? There's always going to be people doing some wild stuff in their bedrooms probably, but this was like no Christian nation believed in this stuff. Now you have a bunch of Zionists and certain people who happen to be Jewish controlling this movement, saying, oh, you're a Muslim if you're a Christian. Oh, all the Christians who won't work for us and be slaves for us are Muslims. That's not true. It's anti-Christian and it's anti-American. It's like they want to control Christians and basically have them be Judeo-Christians. And if you're a Christian who believed what Christians believed from the time of Christ until 1975, they say that you're a Muslim. It's like they're trying to erase. If they can't control Christianity, they're trying to erase it, which I'm sure they're going to try to do eventually anyway, because there's already rabbis all over Israel calling Christians Amalek. And if you don't believe me, Google rabbis, Christians, Armenians, Amalek, and you'll find either a Jerusalem Post, I think a Jerusalem Post article, or a Times of Israel article saying exactly what I just said. They think you're Amalek too. So it's like they want to control Christianity. And if they can't, then they'll just smear your character the whole time. It's just offensive because it's like, yeah, I'm not a Muslim. I have nothing to do with Islam. But Christians believe in the relationship between God and man and women. Christians do not believe in a lot of these subversive things that are going on. It's all in the Bible, but our Bible's basically been erased completely. And our country's now like a libtarded third world country. I mean, I still like America, but I'm just saying it's like, oh, like they've tricked Christians into thinking it's only Muslims that, like, oh man, can you believe the women, like they, the women can't do everything that the men can do? Do you believe that they're like doing things to gay people? And it's like, first of all, a lot of what you think they're doing is biased or exaggerated based off of, it's like if Trump arrests an illegal immigrant, they just say that he's like throwing people in concentration camps. Like that's what they do in America. Trump's like, hey, you're an illegal immigrant trafficking a child that's not yours. Let me detain you. And then liberal media writes, oh my gosh, Donald Trump's arresting children and throwing them in World War II concentration camps. Trump never did that, but liberals will write that. It's the same thing with Iran. They'll hang somebody for like raping a child, and then like they'll be like, oh, they're just randomly rounding up gay people and doing this stuff to them. That's what you think they're doing because you're reading people that are trying to trick you into that. And I am not there, so I don't know what they're doing necessarily. They could have a corrupt government as well, but it's like you're not even exploring the possibility that that's not even remotely true, and that there's no evidence that they're just throwing people off buildings. Or, I think terrorist groups throw people off buildings, but these terrorist groups, ISIS was basically created by America through our proxy wars, and Al-Qaeda, we worked with Al-Qaeda in the United States of America. We worked alongside them to overthrow Bashar al-Assad. And as soon as we did, they rebranded an Al-Qaeda leader, put him in a suit, and shipped him to the White House. So, the United States government works with these terrorist groups that are so terrible. They just don't tell you about it. So with all that being said, it's like, what do you want China and Iran and Russia to do? You want feminism to be there because Judeo-Christian Zionists tricked you into thinking that Christians didn't believe a lot of the same things Muslims did 70 years ago. I'm not saying a woman needs to wear a burqa because that's not Christian, but women, played their role from all of time until 1970s, 60s, and 50s. And some of it was because of the war. Some of it was because of liberalism. And now we have a different crisis. Now it's so over-liberalized that like women are working jobs they don't want to work to. Women are single until they're like 45 because they can't be traditional wives. And that's what our country is facing. We're facing a birth rate crisis. We're facing a liberal crisis, a feminist crisis. You turn on ESPN, it looks like you're watching like Queer Eye for the Straight Guy. It's like you have some like lesbian like that nobody wants to listen to talking about baseball. It's like our country is like literally a joke. I can't even watch television. Everything's a pharmaceutical ad. Are you fat? Take a fat vaccine to not be fat anymore. Here's the 80,000 side effects. Can we focus on ourselves? Is this not what MAGA was supposed to be about? Make America great again? Yes, there's problems in China. There's problems in Russia. There's problems in Iran. I don't live in China. I don't live in Russia. I don't live in Iran. I live in America, and our country, it's like we're living in Sodom and Gomorrah, except there's just more pharmaceutical ads. When are we going to focus on America? That's what Trump ran on. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we got to fight China by beating up Iran. I guarantee you, after the Iran war, after the BS China war that they're going to try to launch for the open society and Zionist collaboration, it's not, it's not. How is that going to make your life any better? More pharmaceutical ads. Trump, some of Trump's friends, donors, and even his son is on one of the boards. Do you know what they're doing with gambling now? They're creating prediction markets, which is legalized 24/7 gambling on everything, on war, on sports, on like, it's like, oh, are we going to send ground troops to Iran? Poly market in Kalshi. And they have so much money, and they're being backed by Trump's government because they're being backed by Trump's friends and his sons. They're making a fortune. Do you know how evil and degenerate that is? Listen, I'm not a perfect person. I've gambled probably more than I should have in my life, because any more than anything is, I don't think gambling is good for anybody. But it's like sports apps are bad enough. The access that everyone has to gambling in certain states, it's getting really bad. But it's like gambling on war, on politics, on elections, legally in all 50 states, somehow skirting the laws of sports gambling, that they're under regulation, but Polymarket and Kalshi aren't. A huge reason they're not is because it's being backed by Trump's friends, and even his government people are like, for the attorney general, are like tweeting about it to support it. They're making a fortune. Like, this is worse than Sodom and Gomorrah. It's like, gamble on sports? No, why don't you just gamble on whether we're going to blow up more schools in Iran, and then we could, raise millions of dollars of people gambling on it. It's degenerate. It's evil. It's immoral. It's disgusting. How do you even stop insider trading for that? People have insider knowledge of what the government's going to do. It's even worse than stocks. Like, who knows what's going on with this bullshit? But China, it's like, when are we going to focus on America? But Jeffrey Epstein's friends told me on Fox News we need to beat up China and flood them with migrants so Chinese people don't exist anymore in 50 years. Yeah, which Zionist on your Epstein box told you that? But he told me, you don't even need to listen to Republican Epstein media. Just read a George Soros op-ed, because he believes in the same thing. Here, I'll read it for you. Ready? I'm so good at my job. George Soros op-ed. Ready? Wall Street Journal. Xi Jinping. And before, Vivek Ramaswamy was cosplaying with, as a Republican, he was retweeting this article like it was so great. Let me see. There's Soros, dangerous enemy. I'm trying to find it. Let's see. All right. Here's a George Soros op-ed. Let's see if I could read it without the stupid freaking, what's it called? Paywall. All right, here's a George Soros op-ed. It says, Xi's dictatorship threatens the Chinese state. He said, I consider Xi Jinping the most dangerous enemy of open societies in the world. This is, George Soros, who wants open society everywhere. Of course, that's what apparently Republicans want now for China. He says, Xi Jinping, the ruler of China, suffers from several internal inconsistencies which greatly reduce the cohesion and effectiveness of his leadership. There is a conflict between his beliefs and his actions, between his public declarations of wanting to make China a superpower and his behavior as a domestic ruler. These internal contradictions have revealed themselves in the context of a growing conflict between US and China. I mean, that darn Xi Jinping just won't let Open Society Foundation in. Let's see. Is Open Society Foundation allowed in China? Let's ask it a question. The Open Society Foundations are generally not permitted to operate openly or legally in China. While they have a history of past projects in this country, the Chinese government has clamped down on foreign NGOs. So you could, I'm sure, read about that. And let's see, is Open Society Foundation allowed in Russia? Let's look. No, the Open Society Foundations are not allowed to operate in Russia. They were designated as undesirable organizations by the Russian Prosecutor General's office in November 2015, banning their activities, grant making, collaboration with Russian partners. Weird. So 2 countries that do not allow George Soros's Open Societies Foundation into their country, to the most part, are 2 countries we need to fight wars with. And it's the one thing that George Soros, Nancy Pelosi, and Donald Trump seem to agree on. And Vivek Ramaswamy and Zionist media and Democrat Zionist media, that's also kind of Bolshevik media. Weird. Who would have known George Soros and the right would agree on so many things? I mean, it's almost as if, never mind. I'm wrong. Just listen to Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity apparently said that Trump saved us. Let me find the clip. Apparently, Trump saved us from a nuclear holocaust, he said. Let me find the clip if I can, because, if you can't trust Sean Hannity, who can you trust? The deep state Zionist neocon controlled opposition plant who's been lying for decades now. Let me see if I can find it. Did I not upload it? I thought I did. Where's my Sean Hannity? I think it's in my intro. Let me find it. Did I put it in the intro and just leave it out? Let me play the intro again.
Do you have any insight as to how they are doing? Do they have drinking water? Do they have food?
Right, I do.
It's upsetting.
When this gets taken care of, it's going to be peace. And it's what I believe. I'm on True Social. That's the only social media I do.
I do. But first, you remember when we had lunch years ago in the base of Trump Tower when it was a brand new building?
It's a long time ago, yes.
A long time ago.
Has weapons of mass destruction that could potentially create a modern-day Holocaust.
And you haven't changed.
I guess Trump saved us from a modern day tragedy. Thank goodness. If Sean Hannity, the deep state Zionist plant, says it, then it must be true. I mean, then we got to go beat up China for George Soros. I don't remember if it was tall Biden. I don't even know what you're talking about. Scott Bessent, what about him? Let me look him up. Is Scott Bessent gay? Question mark. Yes, Scott Bessent is openly gay. Is he Trump's LGBT officer or something? Wait, no, let me look at Scott Bessent. What's his job? Oh, he's the United States Secretary of Treasury. Okay. He needs to put Trump's signature on our money. And then we need to play the YMCA and have Trump dance to the YMCA in front of Scott Bessent, and he could be like, "Woo! We're putting Trump's signature. Yeah. War with Iran and signature." They did this whole dramatic, like, we're dropping something next week. And like, they kept like blurring pictures and doing like some like weird promotion. And I was like, is there like a new Pokemon game coming out or something? Like the White House Twitter account is just like promoting like Pokemon Go 3 or something so they could data track everybody. No. And it came out and it was like, we have a White House app. If you want to get information about our missiles blowing up people, you blow them up here. It's like, there's a lot of blowing going on, but it's usually Lindsey Graham doing something else to someone else. But, you know, there's definitely a lot of blowing going on over there. But yeah, if you want to know what the White House thinks and for some reason you just don't want to read their Twitter account, there's a White House app. Oh, dude, now I'm going to expand. Now I'm going to do True Social and a White House app and really get the truth. Speaking of which, I've been talking about it a lot, but the war, based on like what everyone's saying, it feels like, based on all the information I've seen over the last week, I'm not going to say we're losing, because I don't think like we're going to like ever get like devastated by the war, but I think they thought it would be easier to do something different. Like they killed a bunch of leaders, they blew up a bunch of stuff, yet it's not over, and it's not, the regime has not changed. So, you know, I don't know what their objective was, because they've told us 50 different objectives. Like, why did you do this? It's like, well, I did it because they might have nuclear vests and they might blow up 10,000 people with a vest. I did it because Israel was going to attack. I did it because of this. They've given like 20 different examples of why they did this, which means that they don't really know what they're talking about. And then Joe Kent says that they did it for Israel, and they're like, no, we didn't. And then they say the same thing Joe Kent just said like 15 times. Marco Rubio said it. I've heard Trump say it. So clearly, you know, I don't think they had a really clear reason for it, or at least like, there's a clip of Piers Morgan talking to Tucker Carlson, and they said that, you know, during Antony Blinken, Netanyahu told Obama and Biden the same thing. If you don't attack with us, you know, we're going to attack anyway. And Obama and Biden didn't fall for it. So it never happened. And he was just kind of head faking. But with Trump is like either retarded or compromised enough to be like, yeah, let's do it. So apparently Trump's even stupider than Obama and Biden, which is crazy to think because they're horrible. And I'm more conservative than Trump. But he went for it. And I don't know what they thought they were going to do, but the Strait of Hormuz was open before. Now it's closed. He keeps saying the war's over and we won, yet more missiles have rung down in the last like 2 weeks than the first couple of days. Like, it's like, oh, we won the war, yet Qatar and all of our allies are getting attacked. We won the war, yet Israel's having attacks every day in their state. We won the war, but they're still shooting missiles at us and they're still blowing stuff up. And New York Times did a report. And now I don't trust the New York Times, but it's hard to know who to trust because Trump's lying. I'm sure the other side's lying. The media always lies. Like, who do you even believe? All you can do is listen to what everyone's saying and try to piece it together. But New York Times reported that we've had multiple bases, like over 12 bases, completely abandoned. And Iran has said that they've destroyed our bases and made it like irreturnable or something. And then even American media is reporting that we've left a bunch of bases. It's not like we lose the war, but it's a lose-lose. Iran's not winning anything from it. We're not winning anything from it. But that's what we knew about Middle Eastern wars forever. It's like trying to go to a certain country that doesn't live a certain way and being like, oh, they can be just like us. Maybe, but with the Middle East, there's a lot of different reasons going on. But I thought we knew, okay, 20 years in Afghanistan, nothing got better. We got to just get out of here. We wasted money. You can even find videos of Caroline Leavitt. This is the crazy part, right? I'll show you. Really listen to me because it's going to get a little confusing, but really not that confusing. Some person on my Facebook page goes, Anomaly, I like you, but you should really listen to Eric Erickson, right? I listen to Eric Erickson every day. So then I go to Eric Erickson's Twitter account, and his last two retweets were Max Boot, who is the most fraudulent neocon con artist in like American journalist history. If you don't know who Max Boot is, he's like the neocon of neocons. And Jonah Goldberg, who's also a neocon fraud, I think for the Atlantic. And he's telling me, listen to Eric Erickson, who is such a Zionist retard that he's retweeting Max Boot and Jonah Goldberg. There's a video of Caroline Leavitt admitting that Jonah Goldberg, who she called a Democrat, of course she can't say he's a Zionist and a neocon. She's like, this Democrat journalist lied to us about the war in Iraq. So you're telling me the neocon journalist who is a Democrat who lied to us about all the other Middle Eastern wars, that is such a fraudulent liar that even Caroline Leavitt will call a Democrat and a liar, is who Eric Erickson's agreeing with now on the war in Iran? So the same people who lied to us about the Middle East for 20 years are now telling the truth about Iran? It's ridiculous. So it's like, I don't know what's really happening, but if we couldn't beat Afghanistan, we're not going to be able to beat Iran. We're just going to sacrifice our troops, run in circles, print trillions of dollars. Think of all the money that they're wasting and running up the deficit. Every time the deficit goes up, we lose purchasing power. Our people get poorer, things get more unaffordable. Like the more they waste money, it affects us. It's indirect inflation that you can't quantify necessarily quickly because it takes time and they never tell the truth about it. And then you have the amount of money that they're going to spend in Iran. I heard they're spending $2 billion a day. Let's say they spend $1 trillion. Are they going to tell us in 20 years again, oh, we made a mistake like Afghanistan? We could have spent $1 trillion on our own country, on our own government. We could have rebuilt every airport. We could have paid every air traffic controller. We could have gotten way more so they're not making mistakes because they're overworked. We could have got better security. Like we could build 15 walls at the border that are higher than the ones that they have now, that are easy to get across because they don't have a full border wall right now. There's places that are open that people still can get in, even though they're doing a better job. But you get what I'm saying? Like there's so much you could do for our country that they're not doing. So it's just like, I'm not going to say we're losing the war, but we're all losing, and we're not going to win this war. Like if we're winning, why is the Strait of Hormuz not open? If we beat up their military and they can't do anything, why is the Strait of Hormuz not open? It's not that I believe the other side, but it's like Trump, his own narrative doesn't make sense based on the own things that he's saying. He said, we've won the war. It's over. They're completely obliterated and they can't do anything. Okay, then get the ships across. We can't do it. And then Trump has the gall to be like, oh, the ship should just go for it. It's like, that's easy for you to say, you fat retard. You're just sitting there eating McDonald's, pretending like it's a Call of Duty game. These ships who are sitting in the Strait of Hormuz, they're going to get blown up. You know what I'm saying? I saw a Thai ship like a couple weeks ago just catch on fire because it tried to go anyway, and they just blew it up. Oh, yeah. Oh, just go. Clearly they can't. So if we destroyed them, we'd be sailing through the Strait of Hormuz, and we're not doing it. And then he's like, if we're winning the war, why is he raising the age to 42? One of his sons is younger than 42. I think Eric Trump's like 42. Why doesn't he go fight in the war? Trump's not going to send his own family. He's just going to send other people's kids to go die. And or at least just like, put their lives at risk for our country, which is honorable to do. But what's his end game? How are we winning? It's over. Every day he says it's over. And then Israel's like, they're striking Dimona. They're hitting civilian targets. They're hitting this. They're hitting that. Then it's not over. The war's not over. Trump, if you haven't figured out by now, I've really been studying Trump. he likes to create, he wants to be a guy who's like the greatest. So it's like, even when he's funding wars, he wants you to think the world's at peace because he wants a Nobel Peace Prize. So, you know, even though he just like stole the leader of Venezuela, which is pretty hilarious, but also kind of crazy, they're giving him a Nobel Peace Prize. Who gave him the Nobel Peace Prize? Maria Jokerface Machado, who is a USAID plant. All these Republicans are like, oh, USAID is a liberal, corrupt. How do you think Maria Machado was funded back in the day? She's a total plant. That's why she got a fake Nobel Peace Prize. She's not even the leader of Venezuela because nobody even likes her there. So then she just gives her Nobel Peace Prize to Donald Trump. So now he's trying to like tell people I won the war because he's trying to create the narrative like we won, I'm great, I'm victorious. But clearly the war's not over. Clearly we haven't won it. If we won it, we wouldn't raise the age of the military. We wouldn't be sending more troops. We'd have the Strait open. Israel and our allies wouldn't be getting bombed. Our bases wouldn't get bombed. So I think we've left all the bases that we were in, and our allies have ran away and they don't even want to help us. So it's like, it's not over. He didn't win the war. He just wants to create that perception. But my guess, and I don't know for sure, it depends how sold out Trump really is. Behind the scenes, he's probably either completely working for Israel or he eventually probably wants to like stop. But you can't stop. Like, he can't pull out now. How could he pull out of the war without admitting defeat? He just said he won. So he's in a pickle. He's telling everyone it's over. Everyone knows it's not over. He's telling everyone we won. We obviously haven't won yet. But then he's sending more troops. So when I say stuff like this too, certain people who like Trump, they take it as like a direct insult where it's like, I like him. It's like, even if you like him, even if you want to vote for him, even if you want to vote all Republican next election, I get it. Do you not hear the things he's saying? Like, you think he won the war, but the Strait's not over? You think he won the war? Even if you love Trump, you think he won already? It's over? Then why is he sending more troops? Why is he raising the age? I already said that 5 times. But, it's like, it's so obviously ridiculous. I think he's in a pickle, and I don't think he knows what to do, but I don't think he cares. I feel like we're witnessing an ego meltdown of somebody that's just so narcissistic, so selfish, so manipulatable, so delusional that he's in like the 8th stage of his life where like now his entire reality is eventually going to melt down. And we're watching his like meltdown in real time. And it's like, it sucks, especially if you voted for and you like him, because I don't want him to have like a public meltdown, but eventually you run out of room if you're lying and you're not who you say you were. And my message, I think, to Republicans is I really wish we would have hashed a lot of this stuff out after 2020, because I told people in 2021, 2022 that Trump was a horrible person. Like, you just listen to him on Fox News after we're in vaccine mandates, we're being terrorized by the Biden administration. And so many journalists would be like, hey, Trump, what do you think about the mandates? He didn't give a shit. He was like, I love the vaccine. I'm the father of the vaccine. If I was president, you wouldn't even need a mandate because all my retard supporters would be lining up to go get the Trump vaccine. Like, he didn't call people retards, but I'm just being funny. He literally, like, you could tell that this guy didn't give a single shit. He's the leader of our movement. Yet we're all suffering from like Democrat corruption and government overreach. And he doesn't even care. And I'm like, dude, this guy sucks. But everybody lied about it. And then he had like the Alvin Bragg thing and they're like, he's a hero. And I'm like, I'm not telling you to vote for DeSantis over Trump, but we have time to hold Trump accountable and make sure he's not a piece of shit. And nobody listened to me. And everybody's just like, he's our hero. He's our savior. We had 4 years to challenge Trump. Nobody did it. Now he gets into office and he's showing his true characters again. He doesn't give a fuck whether it's a vaccine, glyphosate, spray it with pesticides, get more cheap labor for his rich friends who just want foreign labor because it's easier, more wars for his Israeli donors. Trump is a demon. It's like, yeah, people are like, well, how could you want him in office? It's like, Biden is a demon also. It's like, do you want the demon who leaves the border open or do you want the demon who closes the border? Biden started the war in Ukraine. Biden funded Israel. And Kamala said she would have started a war with Iran too. So there were no signs that this would have been any different. It's like, yeah, I want the border closed. But at the same time, I knew who Trump was and I was hoping people would figure it out. And now people are starting to figure it out. But we could have figured this out 6 years ago. We could have held him accountable to the point where he had more opposition, where he felt like he had, the whole game that they're doing with Trump is they're isolating him with a bunch of people who are telling him, and he's 80 years old. He can't even like do interviews without trying to like bang the news host. He's like, "You're beautiful, baby," and they're like, "No, I'm talking about starving Iranians." He's like, "You're sex," He sounds like E. Jean Carroll. He's just like hitting on the news host when they're trying to like, ask him about the war. But he's old as shit, and he's surrounded by people that are like, "You're 100% popular. You've never been more popular." So he doesn't know. Like, he legitimately lives in like a golden castle. He has no idea that everybody hates him now, except for like retard boomers. And we need him to know that people don't like him, because that's going to make him shift. Like, he's very egotistical. He's very self-centered. He likes to be liked. He doesn't have any ideology, it doesn't seem like, besides money and likes. Zohran Mamdani, or whatever his name is, Zohran Mamdani, right? He's a socialist. He's a borderline communist, but he's critical of Israel, right? So some people like him, but other people are calling him like a communist. Trump likes Mamdani. Mamdani, when they did that whole interview together, Mamdani was taking jabs at Trump because Mamdani didn't want to look like a coward in front of his supporters. Trump knows all his supporters are retard boomers. He doesn't even mind looking like a coward. Mamdani's like, "Yeah, I called him a fascist." And Trump's like, "Yeah, call me a fascist again. I don't care, baby girl." And then, Mamdani gets to save face for his communists and be like, "Yeah, he's a fascist." So they could be like, "Yeah, Mamdani, has balls." And Trump's just sitting there glazing Mamdani like it's, voodoo donuts in its prime, just glazing on glazing on glazing. Let me get the triple glaze, please, for Mamdani. Like, dude, he loves Mamdani. Trump doesn't give a fuck about anything. It doesn't, socialist, communist, all his supporters hate Mamdani. Look at Trump's posts. He posts pictures with Mamdani. He posts glaze stories. Mamdani, Mark Levin. Trump doesn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Communist, Zionist, left wing, right wing. As long as you just like, say you're a special boy and give him the Golden Goy Award, nothing matters to Trump. He's like a delusional old guy whose like whole ego's falling apart because all he cares about is money, being loved, and getting things in life. It's like he's at the end stage of like just being super selfish. But I don't know. I wish his supporters before or now people are getting it, but we need to like call him out. Nothing else matters to him. So somehow people need to get through his like Susie Wiles and like, Howard Lutnick, like circle of like shields to let him know that he's not the most popular he's ever been. He's the least popular he's ever been. It's like, it's crazy. So funny and true. Well, I'm glad. I think I'm funny, so I'm glad other people agree. Someone said Bobby Fischer's most famous quote regarding ego is, "I like the moment when I break a man's ego." Yeah, I mean, everyone has to have somewhat of self-confidence, or else you're just a loser. But I don't know the official definition of ego, and maybe I'm wrong. But the way I think of ego, and the way I think of, I would say, too much ego, is confidence is real. Self-esteem is real. Ego and over ego is when you're coping. You know what I'm saying? It's not based off of real. It's based off of like faking it. Like a guy who's like, "Oh," like at a bar. It's like, are you really that confident? The most confident guy in a bar is not like starting a fight with like cat turd. The most confident guy in a bar will defend himself, but he's not like creating issues because he's confident. So there's a difference. It's like confidence is good. Over ego is delusion, and you're lying to yourself. You know what I'm saying? You're lying to yourself in order to create an image that is not true. It's almost like if you're talking to someone and you're such an egomaniac, it's almost like the person you're talking to knows that you're lying and you know that you're lying, but you're like yelling at them, trying to convince yourself. People with massive egos, when they drink, they like spiral because it's like the truth comes out after 3 beers and then you're like bugging out and you're being a weirdo. If you don't have an ego, you drink a lot, not that you should, you're just like really fun. You know what I'm saying? And you're just having a good time and getting like more retarded over time. But it's like the ego is like you lying to yourself, but trying to convince other people when the conversation should really be like in the mirror. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's like Trump. It's listening to his interviews now and the clips that I'm seeing, it's getting like kind of funny. Like it's actually like funny and sad, where I'm like, how long, because as Trump goes on, he's just going to keep getting older. Like, it's hard enough to be 80 years old or 79 years old and do what Trump's doing. If he deserves an award, it's for having so much energy to do what he's doing. But you start to see now he's falling asleep, which I might fall asleep at my age because I'm just tired all the time. Not all the time, but I don't want to listen to like freaking Stephen Miller, like be like, you're the greatest person in the world. I'd fall asleep too. But Trump, he's going to be 80. Then he's going to be 81 and he's going to be 82. And like, I'll play this clip again because I didn't get copyright stricken for it. When you listen to this interview, he just reminds me of an old guy sitting on a deck, just flirting with like 30-year-olds as they walk by. Like he's in grandpa mode now. He's in creepy grandpa mode where it's just like, he doesn't want to do anything but have people like metaphorically suck him off. Like people think I'm crazy for thinking this is funny, but it's like, he's like the pervy grandpa who just can't stay on topic. Someone's like, hey, what do you want to eat? I'd eat you. If I were your age, I'd eat you up. I'd eat all of you. And she's like, all right, dude, this is a Denny's, like this is a Denny's and I'm 55 and relax.
When I say options, I think it's important the American people know options for what, and it's options to ensure that Iran.
Oh, that's not the right one. Hold on.
I do. But first, you remember when we had lunch years ago in the base of Trump Tower when it was a brand new building?
It was a long time ago, yes.
A long time ago.
Wait, that's not the full one. Where's the full one here?
Do you have any insight as to how they are doing? Do they have drinking water? Do they have food?
Right, I do.
It's upsetting.
I do. But first, you remember when we had lunch years ago in the base of Trump Tower when it was a brand new building?
It was a long time ago, yes.
A long time ago, and you haven't changed.
Oh.
You have not changed. Now, I'm not allowed to say this. It's the end of my political career, but you may be even better looking, okay? So I don't know what you're doing. But I will not say that.
Makeup has a lot to do with that.
I will not say that because that will...
It's just like, it's not like the worst thing I've ever heard. Like, I'm offended by it. It's just he's old and he doesn't want to answer questions about the war. He's so used to being in rooms with people that are just like sucking him off. There was this clip, I don't know if you guys saw it, but it was like Stephen Miller just like glazing him. Stephen Miller was like, sir, you're the greatest person I've ever seen in my life. You're so great. You're going to be remembered for years, maybe decades, maybe centuries, maybe millennia. And you've saved humanity for your grandchildren. You're the greatest human to ever walk the earth. And then Trump's like, that was pretty good. He's like, all right, Kash Patel, you're up next. And Kash is like, so, you're making America greater than it's ever. It's like, people think that when I post this stuff that I'm like mad or triggered. I'm not mad. I'm just like laughing at how retarded he is. And like, people are like, oh, what's so funny about this? Everything. I don't know. Like, what's funny about Biden falling downstairs? Yeah. If I see an old guy fall downstairs, it's not funny. Seeing Biden trip on steps is kind of unfortunately funny in a messed up way, but we all laugh at it. Like, what's not funny about that? It's not that I'm triggered. I'm just fascinated at Trump's cabinet. Biden had the dumbest, weirdest cabinet in modern history. You had Mayorkas, who looks like Lord Voldemort, who's just leaving the border open. You have slow Biden, who's literally can't even talk or walk, which is crazy that they made him the president. You had like Jen Psaki, who looked like a little like gremlin from the movies Gremlin. Like, she just looked like a little evil troll. And then she was replaced with Karine Jean-Pierre, who, wasn't as evil, but she was definitely dumber. So you replace evil with retarded. Okay. Then you had that weird gay guy who like stole somebody's luggage, which is just like embarrassing. It's like, you're a luggage thief. Like, it's really weird, bro. Just like, like that. It was like the weirdest administration I've ever seen. And I'm like, it can't get any weirder than this. How could it possibly get weirder than this? And then Trump's like, hold my Big Mac. And then he has like the most retarded. It's on par with how retarded Joe Biden's administration was. You have Skeet Hegseth, who's like an F-list soap opera, like drunk wannabe military general who was like a Fox News neocon retard who for some reason got the position because he's so dumb that he'll do whatever the Israel lobby says. You have Kash Patel, who's like making a mockery of this situation. I like his girlfriend, God bless her, but she's on Twitter putting out like 30-part like things about like, oh, I have proof that like Michael Flynn and Putin and, you know, Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. It's like, bro, if Kash Patel has this stuff, he's the leader of the FBI. He should know what's going on. But who wants his girlfriend to be doing like 30-part like op-eds about like trying to blame Russia or something for like Tucker Carlson or whatever the fuck she's doing? And then they're doing like podcasts together, like they're a married couple, like talking about when they met. And then he's like, you know, he's like popping like, well, yay, we won the Olympics. It's just like embarrassing. And then you got Grandpa Glyphosate, who just wants to bang chicks. He doesn't even want to be there. And he's just like hitting on everybody all the time. You know, like just let the dude relax. You got JD Vance, who they put eyeliner on, like he's the My Chemical Romance lead singer. They just put like black eyeliner on him. Maybe they're trying to trick millennials into like, thinking he's Fall Out Boy. So we vote for him. But, you know, like Palantir's like, put some eyeliner on him and let him sing Black Parade. Maybe they'll fall for it. You know, you got Mark Wayne Mullen, who was a plumber turned Israel lobby plant who tried to pass one of the worst pieces of legislation in modern history, cried when Rand Paul blocked it because it was not First Amendment compliant, said he understands why Rand Paul's neighbor broke his ribs, and then almost tried to fight somebody. And like it's like they're finding like someone with like no impulse control who's like, why you ought to pass an anti-Semitism awareness act against the First Amendment for the Israel lobby? Is that what you want to do? Like, these people are not even righteously mad. They're like mad that like everyone doesn't agree with them or something. You had Kristi Noem, who was just like spending money on horses so she could be in like DHS articles. She's got enough Botox for the entire Kardashian family. She looks good, but you know, she gets kicked out of the DHS, and everybody's saying she's like cheating on her husband, allegedly, with Corey Lewandowski, allegedly. I don't know that it's true, but that's what they're saying. And then she flies to some foreign country with her new job, and she posts a picture of Corey Lewandowski sitting right next to her. It's like The Office, except stupider, but it's real. Should I continue? Pam Bondi's doing like press conferences with Miriam Adelson. She's like, yeah, I'm like a 60-year-old Valley girl that like, how we need to fight anti-Semitism. Of course you do, because our entire government needs to work for Israel. God forbid we get like one person. You know, they try to set him up in some scandal like they did Matt Gaetz. This administration is as retarded as Joe Biden's administration. You know, I don't even know who else is in it. Let me look up Howard Lutnick. He's like laughing maniacally behind Donald Trump. What is he? The Commerce Secretary? Think of the last Commerce Secretary of Donald Trump. Do you even know who he was? Did you ever see him at a press conference? No, because he's the Commerce Secretary. Why would he be at every press conference? But with Trump, Howard Lutnick's behind him every time like a gargoyle. And Trump's like, listen, okay, Jeffrey Epstein, he wasn't a big player. Okay, I don't even know why we're talking about him. And Howard's like, it's like he's laughing like a maniac. It's like, what's so funny about that? And then he goes on a podcast, pathologically lies about his relationship with Epstein, tells a 5-minute story. He's like, my wife and I went in and he got a massage. I said, what kind? He goes, the good kind. I go, oy vey, never again. I'll never go to Epstein's place. I never saw him again. And then he's in front of Congress and they're like, so the Epstein files came out and they have pictures of you on Epstein Island. He's like, yeah, I went with my family one time and my maid or whatever. Okay, that's fine. But you literally went on like a 4-minute story of how you never saw him again. And then you saw him, like you lied. If you're that comfortable lying, what else are you lying about? You know, it's like his cabinet is on par with as retarded as Joe Biden's cabinet. I can't even, like, who else is in there? I'm trying to think. Like, I don't know. Howard Lutnick's Chinese. Yeah, he's Chinese. I listened to Jeffrey Epstein's friend on television. I bet Howard Lutnick's working for China, huh? Jeffrey Epstein, Howard Lutnick, they're all just, Jared Kushner. Oh, yeah, he's not even part of the administration. He's like cashing out in Middle Eastern countries, just like negotiating on behalf of America. Oh yeah, let's send Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to negotiate on behalf of America, not Israel. I'm sure that'll go well. I'm sure they have no loyalty whatsoever to Israel, their ethnic homeland. I'm sure they won't mislead Donald Trump. And then Trump will do some press conference and he'll be like, they all told me to start the war, Pete. I don't know why the fuck that was my Trump impression. It's more like, they all told me, Pete, he loves war. You got Howard Lutnick, you got, Witkoff and Kushner and Rubio, and they all told me to attack, so I attacked. Oh, yeah, because Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Pete Drunk Call of Duty Hegseth, Skeet Hegseth, and Marco Rubio, the Adelson puppet, they would never trick you into a neocon war, Donald Trump. They're just totally patriotic Americans that are just doing their duty. It's unreal. And then the funniest, my favorite Chinese person of all time is his name was, what was it? Like Israel Epstein. Dude, I'm not even joking. If you search Israel Epstein, you'll find some old Jewish guy from like the 1900s named Israel Epstein, and he was like a one of the most respected people. I'm sorry, this is so funny, but he's like some Chinese guy, or like he lived in China and was like a communist there. He was a Chinese journalist. All right, I'm gonna look it up. Israel Epstein. Ready? You can look this up on Wikipedia. Israel Epstein, also known by his Chinese nickname Ape, was a Chinese journalist born in Poland. Epstein was one of the few foreign-born journalists, Chinese citizens of non-Chinese origin, to become a member of the Chinese Communist Party. And his name is Israel Epstein. You can't make this stuff up. It's better than The Office. It's Biden, it was like The Office season 1. And Trump is like, hold my beer. I'm going to get a cabinet full of retards to combat. And he's doing a good job. I made a tweet and I said, I didn't think it was possible to get a more retarded administration than the Bidens. And Trump is trying harder than Jordan in the NBA finals. Like, he's really going for it. He doesn't want to lose this competition that nobody wants. But apparently I can't joke about it on Facebook without boomers who watch Fox News getting mad at me. But, hold my Big Mac. Guess who is guiding the Cultural Revolution in China? It can't be the same people that wrote the Communist Manifesto, right? That can't be possible, because that would be hate speech or whatever. But who knows? It could have been anybody. It probably was Qatar, huh? It's got to be Qatar, because they're a rich country in the Middle East that's safe and clean and doesn't want to like work for Israel forever. So everybody's Qatar now. It's like, get better fake accusations. Epstein-Barr is a virus. I know, that's also wild. The Epstein-Barr virus, Israel Epstein. Dude, God is a comedy writer. Or I don't know. It's all funny though. This is a sitcom administration. Who else is in there? I'm going to do, I don't want to give my idea away because then someone's going to steal it, but I have an idea for something. I'll do it sometime. Let me see. Trump cabinet. Who else is in this cabinet? Let's see. I'm on the White House website, the official. They start out with Scott Bessent, the openly gay Secretary of Treasury. I don't know why I said that, but it's just funnier. I'm sure Scott Bessent is, only the Lord knows what he's doing, and only God can judge me. Pam Bondi, we already talked about her. Doug Burgum, the guy who got funded by Bill Gates in North Dakota, and then hired a prosecutor who got Bill Gates to allow him to buy all that farmland. I have videos on that. So Bill Gates' buddy gets to be the Secretary of Interior, and I'm sure no one even knows what he's doing with the land in our country, but he's probably not doing anything good. Lori Chavez DeRemer, she does a good job of staying out of any controversy. Her face looks a little crazy, but that's okay. I'm sure we'll all look that way someday. Doug Collins, Secretary of Veterans Affairs. Nobody really even knows about him. Sean Duffy, Secretary of Transportation. Okay. Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence. Tulsi's cooked. I mean, it's like either you leave the administration and they try to throw you in prison, or you just let Trump just destroy your entire, I would say, legacy. But she's friends with Meghan McCain, so maybe Tulsi's always been a little sneaky. We don't know. She's a charming lady, though. See, they got all these people on the White House, like the cabinet, who I've just never even heard of. Jameson Greer, Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War. Let's see, Robert Kennedy. Okay, he's like, I don't want to do a Robert Kennedy impression because then people are going to say I'm mean. But he's like, I guess we can't get glyphosate out of our food. I guess I could just post memes all day. It's like, all right, well, you tried. Normally, you have to go read the new bill that Trump signed. Can you be more specific? Like, let me know. Can someone tell Pam Bondi that the Dow is down? She cursed it. She was like, but the Dow is at 50,000. And then as soon as she did that, it just has never been at 50,000 since then. So Pam Bondi is like the witch who cursed our stock market. And the only way to get our stock market up is to replace her with Matt Gaetz again. So the Dow. But the Dow, I don't want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein's friends. I want to talk in front of donors with Miriam Adelson. That's what I want to do. I love Miriam. She's a great friend of mine. I mean, I don't get it. Every week we're at this new obscure Israeli conference, and it's like, how many of those do they have? It's like the IAC, the RJC, the APAC, the ADL. Like every week they have a new conference, and all our leaders are there. They're like, we must give more money to Israel. We have to. We have to give more money to Israel. And it's like, we get it. We get it. You're sold out, but do you have to like humiliate yourself? Is that part of the the contract or something? Like you have to do these things? The Dow. I don't want to talk about the Dow. Let's stop talking about Epstein because I work for all his friends. That would be weird if you figured out that they're all the same people. It's like, read the emails. There's probably more that they're not saying. I mean, I know that there's more that they're not saying, but just read the emails that came out. It's all there. He's like, I represent the Rothschild. These goy are retarded. We make money off stocks. La la la. They have to work in the real world. You know, Madonna's retarded, which I agree with. You know, like it's like all there. It's just like everything is in the Epstein files, and boomers are still like, it must be China. We got to go beat up China for George Soros. It's like, oh my gosh, they just never get it. They never get it. I don't know what it is. Someone said, want to watch a celebrity death match with Anomaly versus Kid Rock? Dude, I saw this video of Kid Rock. God bless him. But he's like, if you mess with Trump, sorry if I'm yelling. If you mess with Trump, you mess with me. All right, well, I'll be seeing myself out then. I don't want to do that. It's just like so weird. Like, you mess with Trump, you mess with me, Kid Rock. Bow with the bow, the bang, the dang, dig it, jump the boogie, bend up, bump the boogie. All right, bro. I guess we'll be seeing ourselves out now because we definitely don't want to do that. And then he was on like Joe Rogan being like, we should blow up more civilians in Palestine because then, you know, we got to do that because then Hamas will listen. And it's like, would doing that make Joe Biden listen to you? Like, why do people brainwashed by Zionist media think that like Palestinians have this special ability to like overthrow their government when no one, you know, it's like in America, we got vaccine mandated by Joe Biden, and we could do something in the sense of like not listen, but you know, it's like Joe Biden left the border open and we couldn't close it. We had no power to do anything with Joe Biden for 4 years, but some 5-year-old in Palestine is going to be able to outpower Hamas. And if you blow them up, like he's a psycho. I could find the video for you guys. It's really disturbing. This is when I never disliked Kid Rock because he has a cool bar. But like when I saw that video of Kid Rock, I was like, wow, Kid Rock is a psychopath. But let's see if I could find it. Kid Rock, Palestine. It's going to be hard for me to find live, but if you search hard enough, you can find it. Let me see. Trump, Kid Rock, Joe Rogan video, Palestine, saying he wants to blow them up. Video link. Let's see if I can find it. All right, I searched for it. Someone said, I just saw they had a march with Israeli and Palestinian mothers together asking for peace. I mean, that's nice. That's a beautiful thing. I think anytime people can come together like that and call for peace is nice, but Netanyahu's not listening to them. Oh yeah, here it is. I found it. All right. I'm going to find it. I'm uploading it in a second. Give me one sec. Like, obviously, he's like kind of cool, kind of cringe, but I was always like, Kid Rock's cool. He's like Republican. He's not a libtard, so he's one of us. And then I saw this, and I was like, oh, he's a boomer retard. Okay.
I don't disagree with what Israel's doing. It's like they should just go in there and be like, you know what? We want our hostages back. If we don't have them back, clock starts now in fucking 24 hours. We're going to start bombing motherfuckers and killing fucking civilians. 30, 40,000 a fucking time. So you civilians better fucking pack up and fucking get these fucking motherfuckers and you go against Hamas.
Yet Kid Rock just sat there and complained for 4 years when Joe Biden was in office. He didn't go to the border and close the border. He didn't try to overthrow our government. And it's like, oh, we're going to bomb Americans, civilians purposely until you overthrow your government. Like, none of that would apply to Kid Rock or Republicans who were completely powerless against their own government. But somehow they're fine with just blowing up women and children because they can't outpower their government, even though literally no one can. Like, I can't think of like a single country that can do that at this point, but he literally called for literally killing civilians. Let me see. Trump. Let me find that. You mess with Trump, you mess with me. You mess with me if you mess with Trump. I'm Kid Rock. You mess with Trump, you mess with me. I gotta find that clip because it's a gem. Clip on X. He sounds like a lot of us after 9/11 before we woke up. Yeah, but he's like 60 years old now. It's like, if you can't figure it out at this point, like, all right, I found it, dude. I'm afraid to play this because it's kind of scary. I don't want to make Kid Rock mad because he looks really pissed off and he's on a boat and he's really rich. So it's extra scary because it's like, dude, he could definitely do some crazy things. Hold on. I'm trying to like trim the clip because there's like some chick like laughing at the end of it. I don't want her on my stream. Could be a setup. They're trying to get me to share this video and then it's like some weird shit at the end. Hold on. I think this is it. So, viewer warning, this might be the scariest thing you ever seen because Kid Rock wants to beat you up if you don't like Trump or something.
You fuck with Trump, you fuck with me.
All right. Well, I won't do that then because that would not be good. Not be good to do that because you look really mad there. You look really mad. Really mad guy, really scary stuff. So let's all not mess with Trump because then if we mess with Trump, Kid Rock's on a boat and he'll be pissed. He'll be pissed at you. So let's play it again.
You fuck with Trump, you fuck with me.
What do you mean, like, fuck with Trump? You mean like do journalism, try to stop him from like blowing schools up? Like what it, I don't know. I don't know who that message is to, but definitely do not. That's like, dude, that's like Cat Turd times 2, like I would mess with Cat Turd a little bit because he seems like a cornball, but this version of Kid Rock, dude, he's like, you fuck with Trump, fuck with me. You really want to go there, boy? It's like you mess with Trump, you mess with me. Ow, ow, ow.
You fuck with Trump, you fuck with me.
What do you want to do to random Palestinian civilians who have no power, just like we have no power against our government? What's your plan for them, Kid Rock?
I don't disagree with what Israel's doing. It's like they should just go in there and be like, you know what? We want our hostages back. If we don't have them back, clock starts now in fucking 24 hours. We're going to start bombing motherfuckers and killing fucking civilians. 30, 40,000 a fucking time. So you civilians better fucking pack up and fucking get these fucking motherfuckers and you go against Hamas. You fucking go against them.
Why didn't he do that during like COVID lockdowns? Why didn't he threaten our people and be like, yo, if you don't overthrow your government right now, then I'm going to just start blowing people up? Because it's pretty like insane to do that, but I don't know. That's one way of motivation, I guess. But it doesn't apply to us or any other country ever. It's just Palestine. They can't. Come on, 5-year-old who literally never voted in his life. Why can't you blow up the military with all the weapons in your country? How come you can't beat them? I don't know, Kid Rock. How come you couldn't stop Joe Biden? How come you couldn't close the border? How come, January 6th wasn't a real revolution? It was a Fed trap. How come you literally couldn't do anything? If he tried to do anything at all ever to, do what he said they should do to his government, he'd go to prison, they'd catch him, and it would be really easy. So, but a 7-year-old in Palestine, he's ready to blow your head off because he's Kid Rock. He's bow with the bow, the bang, the dang, zion, the booty can jump up the boogie. You know what I'm saying? Turning point. We don't like Bad Bunny, so we're going to do a wholesome Christian show for our people. And he's like, methadone clinic. Yeah, smoke crack with the crackheads doing the back and the back dead, and the back dead. All right, well, that's a good song. It's a good song for the Christian youth to listen to. At least with Bad Bunny, they wouldn't even know what he's saying. Like it's like what's he even saying? He's probably saying crazy stuff, but we don't know. So is it even really being said? But Ba with the Ba, he says, and this is the question for the have no answers. The midnight glances and the topless dances. The game, the freaks, get the beepers. And it don't even matter if the veins are punctured and the crackhead critics and the cynics. All my heroes in the methadone clinics. Yeah, promoting crack and meth and injecting your veins. That's super dope, bro. That's what's up. That's totally turning point, dude. At least with Bad Bunny's just doing what Puerto Rican guys do. He's just trying to bang chicks the whole time. He's just talking about it. But speaking English like that, Espanol. So I'm just like, yeah, like the whole, there's like that whole controversy at the halftime show. I was like, I'll watch the Bad Bunny one. And the whole time I was just thinking like, I just wish I knew what he was saying, because it's like I can only pretend to like it so much. After like 2 minutes, I'm like, it looks interesting, but I don't know what he's saying. This is America, and my Spanish is not that good. It's good enough to like talk to somebody. Sometimes I'll talk to somebody that I know, like, they're speaking broken English. So I'll be like, gracias, mi amigo. And then they'll start talking in Spanish like a lot. And I'm like, fuck, I don't speak that good. I'm like, I'll level with you. I'll be like, gracias, mi amigo. And then gracias, mi amigo. I'll just say it twice. And I'll be like, all right, we're out. I can't have a full conversation. I wish I could, but I just can't right now. Someone said Kid Rothschild. Dude, that's so good. My name is Kid Rothschild. Yeah. Oh shit. Ball with the ball to Israel. Balfour decoration. Jump up, drop. Dude, this I never realized the lyrics were so Israeli. He's just rapping about the Balfour Declaration. I never realized Kid Rock was short for Kid Rothschild. How did I miss that? Sometimes you don't listen to the lyrics when you're a kid, and then you break it down, and he's just like, this for my Rothschild who signed the Declaration, who did the Nakba, and went ba. And I'm like, oh shit, he's like promoting the Nakba. I don't know. That just went right over my head as a kid, because I was just into like the sound of it. But then you like listen to the lyrics. He's talking about Operation Cast Thy Bread. He's talking about Hamas and stuff, and you're like, shit, this is way deeper than I thought it was. I thought it was just a white trash song, where him and the industry came together to try to brainwash white people to like kill themselves with drugs, which is probably what actually happened. But, I had no idea it was such like a political song. But I feel like with him, it was like, yeah, let's make like really trashy music to convince white people to like do more drugs. And it's like, yeah, I'm down. Whatever. I'll get famous off it. There's like hip hop documentaries I've watched where hip hop was built with like b-boy, breakdancing, all that stuff. And then I don't know if it was Grandmaster Caz, but like one of the OGs, he was like, they didn't want to sign anyone who wasn't gangster at a certain point. Like, obviously you had like some gangster rappers, but most, like, you listen to like Stevie Wonder wasn't gangster. Ray Charles wasn't like no black entertainer was trying to be like street. All of them were like just trying to fit in and be optimistic and like get out of their situation, or maybe they never even were in the situation. They just lied about history. Obviously some people had it bad, but it wasn't until like the 90s all the labels were like trying to convince black people to be thugs. And like some of them weren't thugs. They're like, no, I'm really smart. And they're like, yeah, that's not going to work. And they're like, no, I like to rap about fun and positivity and bebop, skibop, beat a bop, 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 bop. And they're like, yeah, sorry, we need people to like kill themselves and join gangs. So we're not going to let all that skibbity doobop stuff go on anymore. We want like, you know, we want you to have an attitude. We want you to talk about the hood. But he's like, but I'm not from the hood. I grew up on jazz. And they're like, yeah, that's not going to cut it. Sorry, buddy. You got to make evil music. And then, you know, I think Kid Rock was like that for like white kids. Same with like Eminem. Eminem wasn't that way before. They just like do pills and hate your mom. It's like, why would you do that? Why, like, because it sells. We need to make the white kids hate everything so we could destroy their country. Ha 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 ha. Just kidding. That's a total conspiracy theory, aka literally kind of what happened. But Tupac was like, yeah, even Tupac, like, I don't know for sure, but he was definitely like old videos. He was very like theater kid. And you know what I'm saying? He was very like, I'm a theater guy. And then he was like, dang, 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 dang. I don't know if he really had a change of heart or I think he became the person that he, you know, like you can become it just because you want to do that. Cause you're like, I don't want to X off. Like I gotta maintain this persona. I think even Drake did that. Like Drake was always like, you know, everyone hated on him because they're like, you're a rich kid. You were like wheelchair Jimmy in that show. You're soft. And then, you know, he tried to become more gangster over time because he's like, I don't want to be known as like the soft actor. I'm Drake. I run Toronto. You know what I'm saying? I got goons now. So I think even Drake got street. And I don't think he was just faking. I think it's like, you know, he was actually like, he had enough power and resources to become more street. And it was something he wanted to do to make his persona like cooler. But I don't know. Immortal Technique is good. Yeah, he's got some bangers for sure. Not gonna lie. One of his lines in like Industrial Revolution, Immortal Technique says, you know, if you go platinum, it has nothing to do with luck. It just means that 1 million people are stupid as fuck. That's a really good line. He's like, if your record goes platinum, it has nothing to do with luck. It just means 1 million people are stupid as fuck, which is so true. It's like, I sold 1 million records. It's like, yeah, it's definitely impressive. And sometimes it's great. There's a lot of great music out there, but it's pretty funny. All right, let's see. I have to pee real quick. So I loaded this up anyway. I don't care if I get copyright stricken. I have a new song and a music video out, and it's called Old Soul in 2026. So if you like it, add it to your playlist on Spotify. Just search Anomaly Old Soul in 2026. I'm going to play the full video. I don't know if it's going to get my channel in trouble like with music, but I think it should be fine. But yeah, also I really have to pee. So I'm going to like double task here. And this is my new song and my new music video called Old Soul in 2026. I just got to find where I put it, and then I'll click the play button. I thought I uploaded it. Let me see. There's so many Kid Rock videos. So I was like, why did I do that? Oh, it's the one with the Prince one. Okay, it's this one. New song, new music video. Add it to Spotify if you like it. Thank you.
It's cool. It's cool to get on the computer, but don't let the computer get on you. Get on you.
I just listen to old music because it has soul. All this new stuff is AI controlled, and I can feel it in my bones when I put on a song. I wanna hear that human emotion of love in the cold. Got malnutrition from the algorithm, who could've known? I wanna hear that Hall & Oates and Fleetwood Mac when I roll. Please take me back to the old, without a cell phone attached to my arm. Live in the present, break the prison and bars. We in the stars, yeah. My mind is floating, I don't try to coach it. With my devotions, I could weather the storm. Don't need no ibuprofen, cause I'll be coasting till I find the ocean. I write my poem, then I bottle it, knowing someone will find an open. Maybe one day when all the time is frozen, and every clock is hard as a rock, ice dripping like Dolly wrote it. Will generations know this rhyme I've spoken? Will they disconnect from the grid or get attached in a hybrid motion? Computerized with every smile broken, a wire holding them in place with a plug in the brain to bind and mold them. I tried to show them how to climb the golden. The horse we thought we were leading to the water might be a tiny Trojan, yeah. And this song has soul, but all this new stuff is AI controlled, and I can feel it in my bones when I put on a song. I wanna hear that human emotion of love in the cold. Got malnutrition from the algorithm, who could've known? I wanna hear that Hall & Oates and Fleetwood Mac when I roll. Please take me back to the old, without without a cell phone attached to my arm. Live in the present, break the prison and bars. We in the stars, yeah. Woke up early to a PSA. On CBS I saw that ICE was charged by DOJ. The Democrats got back in power in the USA. It's smoke and mirrors anyway, the script by CIA. Big Pharma selling all the drugs until you MIA. They work with DOD so they be safe from DEA. The CDC collaborating with the NIH. They cook diseases in the lab to say it's A-OK. You silly goose, don't tell the truth, go watch the NBA and NFL, then get their shots but not like JFK. They pick their plans and grow 'em big like they took HGH. Get Charlie Kirk if you turn rogue on them like MLK. But that's a story for another day. SOS, I'm speaking raw with that vest on chest. Protect your neck, the rest on deck. Respect the press, I wreck the set. This pressure, pressure, pressure. I just listen to old music because it has soul. All this new stuff is AI controlled, and I can feel it in my bones when I put on a song. I wanna hear that human emotion, the love and the cold. Got malnutrition from the algorithm, who could've known? I wanna hear that Hall & Oates and Fleetwood Mac when I roll. Please take me back to the old, without a cell phone attached to my arm. Live in the present, break the prison and bars. We in the stars, yeah.
It's cool to use the computer. Don't let the computer use you. You all saw the Matrix.
Appreciate y'all. It's called Old Soul in 2026. If you want to add it to your playlist on Spotify or anything. I think my favorite comment, I was reading some during the live stream. My favorite one was like, Anomaly, you should say the N-word more in your rap songs. I don't know why. That was like the funniest one. I'm good on it. I don't think it fits my, my image really, but to each their own, some people do. That's some people's favorite word. Let me see. Someone said two Jack for the Gulag's a banger. Yeah, you could add that one to your playlist too. I got a lot of good songs, but nowadays I think, if you have a lot of subscribers on Spotify and you just keep putting music out, it's like anything, you build an audience. But it's an interesting time to promote music because it almost there needs to be something to it. Like it needs to be really good to use in Reels and TikToks. Like it's got to be like a dancey song or something very like gimmicky where it's like, like you make like an Epstein song and it blows up or something. Someone mentioned like what's his name? Crack Migo, or I don't know his name, but he's a really talented lyricist. Like he makes a bunch of songs about like crazy, like political stuff, but he's really good. He's really lyrical. So, I don't know how he does on Spotify and stuff. I've never checked, but it's easier to like share that on social media, I think, because we'll see. I think they said there's 100,000 new songs coming out every day, which is crazy. So, to throw a song out there and then be able to compete is hard, I think. But, there's ways to do it. It's just on Instagram. It's the same with like a reel. When I make an Instagram reel or a TikTok or whatever, sometimes you make something that's really good, but you just know it's not that shareable. And then other times, like some video I thought like, I'm like, oh, I'll put that out. And it just like keeps getting shared. So there needs to be something to it. Like it can't just be like whatever. Have I seen the Palestinian kid rap about war? Yeah, I don't know his name, but he's really talented as well. I know MC something, or he's really young and he's really lyrically good. And no disrespect, because I used to like Kid Rock, but Kid Rock is not a good lyricist. Like no MC respects Kid Rock. He's not like a talented lyricist. He's not good with lyrics. He rhymes like one word with one word. It's very simple and retarded. I like more people, like even Eminem. You say what you want about him, he's lyrically talented, right? He's very linguistically crafty, and he's rhyming multiple, like he's doing interesting things. I'm like the people you name, that Palestinian kid's really good lyrically. The Crack Migo guy or whatever, he's really good lyrically. I mean, Tom McDonald's good lyrically. I'm just like bored of his whole thing. It's just like the same song, the same concept every time, the same hook. Like I'm just like you, white boy. And like, all right, like I've heard it a million times. But he's built a great audience and people like him. But I don't know. Someone in your chat is named Ridcock. Like Kid Rock backwards. I don't know. I didn't want to say it, but it's too late. I didn't want to be like, that ended up so much weirder than it had to be, but whatever. Someone was like, that song's like you were whispering in my ear. I was like, my bad. I didn't mean for it to be weird like that. Let me read this. Damn, Anomaly is still going. Israel will only agree to stop when they rake southern Lebanon. What do you think about that? I'm not 100% familiar with like the whole Lebanon Israel situation. I mean, I know, like I said, enough. It's not like I'm a retard, but I think I don't want to say more than I can prove, but I just don't think Israel's gonna. They're definitely gonna do more in Lebanon. They're probably gonna try to take some of the land. They definitely want to beat up Hezbollah. But I don't know. Even if they get their land in Lebanon, I don't think they're gonna just like stop there. So I don't know. I think their ideology has them continuously fighting people and like paranoid because I think they know how they treat people, and then they're paranoid because the people they treat like shit hate them, so then they have to keep doing it. Like they're in this perpetual like traumatic cycle because they've treated Palestinians like shit for like 100 years. So now they're like, oh, Palestinians hate us, we gotta like blow them up or else the kids are gonna hate us too, let's blow their kids up too. Like, I'm not trying to oversimplify it, but I do think that's how they think. So with Lebanon, I don't know. I have a hard time believing that they're going to ever stop fighting, but who knows? Tom lost me when he featured Shapiro. Tom McDonald has an interesting article that came out during COVID where he was like wearing a mask, and I think he wanted his interview to wear a mask, and he was saying like Tyson James like is bad because he made a song about Kyle Rittenhouse, and Kyle Rittenhouse is like a murderer. So I'm not trying to start any drama or beef because Tom has done some songs that I like, but my question, and maybe I can interview him one time or something. Like, I don't know. It's like, is that what he believes or is it a character? Because say like with Lupe Fiasco, he made the song Kick Push, but he's not a skateboarder. He made like the greatest skateboarding song of all time, but he's kind of not, he's just telling stories. So that's kind of with Tom. I wonder, like, does he actually believe all the things he's saying? Or is he just like a character where he's just like, oh, like, white people want to hear this, MAGA people want to hear this. Because when I read the interview that he did with like the Rolling Stone during COVID, it just didn't sound to me like he was conservative at all. Like he was wearing a mask. He told them to wear a mask. He didn't like Kyle Rittenhouse. And I'm like, what Republican feels that way or what conservative feels that way? So I don't know. I feel like the songs it's like the same concept every time, the same hook, the same like dynamic, incredible videography, incredible music video, great lyrics. He's a great lyricist, but something about it is just not appealing to me. But I'm not trying to be disrespectful or rude because, I'm not trying to like start a beef or anything. It's just, I would like to interview him and ask him like who he is. Cause it's like part of me wonders if he even believes what he's saying or he just knows that it's like a popular thing to say, but maybe he does believe it. I don't know. Just from the interview I read, it felt very like not conservative. And having like Ben Shapiro like on a song, it's like Ben Shapiro, anybody that's Republican knows that Ben Shapiro is like the fakest, most fraudulent con artist in Republican media. He's not even popular. And that's who you tap to do a song with. Like that's like kind of weird. But once, like I said, I'm not trying to start drama or beef. And as somebody who does music, it's like, I'm not trying to be a music critic. It's just my personal perspective based off of what I've seen. Please do start a beef. I don't want to. I don't need the drama or the attention. But let me put it this way. If I beefed with Tom McDonald, he's actually lyrically talented, right? He's a talented guy. Kid Rock is not a good lyricist. So like, let's just say hypothetically, I got in a battle with Tom McDonald. I'm not trying to, but if I did, it's going to be tough because he's got incredible visuals, incredible lyrics, right? He's a great artist. He knows how to make a great song. The Kid Rock can't rhyme more than 2 words at one time. Kid Rock's like, I got a bat. It's next to a cat. It's next to a rat. It's like Kid Rock would be like John Jones, like fighting like a 5-year-old, it would be easy. Tom McDonald would be like Ngannou versus John Jones. Not only is he good lyrically, I think I could compete. And I think I'm, as a MC, I always think I'm better than most people, but he's also just got a lot of things in his favor. He's got a way bigger audience. He's got like his song will get way more views. He's got way better video production. So it would be like a tougher challenge. Kid Rock, I could fall asleep and beat in a rap battle, but Lebanon just so happens to be the only non-Muslim country in the area. They are Maronite Christians, and the IDF is killing some priests. Yeah, no, I see that for sure. I'm not a Christian Zionist. I don't think that Israel really likes Christians. I don't believe that. So I think they view Christians like they view everybody. It's like, it's not them. Well, like I said, I'm not trying to start a beef with someone I don't care about that much, but I'm confident in my lyrical ability. Like, obviously people will think this is cocky, but I've been writing poems and lyrics and rap battling since I was in like elementary school. So I like in my view, even though, you know, people might not see it that way and I don't focus that much energy on it, I feel like I'm one of the better lyricists. I feel like I could do a lot of things and I could beat a lot of people, but you know, realistically, it's like if you have an audience that's way smaller in the space and your video is going to get 1,000,000 times less views, there's other factors that play into it where it's like what makes a great rap beef or what makes a great rap song. I'd be at a lot of disadvantages in other ways. I don't think lyrically I'd be in a disadvantage. I believe in myself over him or anybody, but production wise, audience wise, when it comes to music, you know, these things would be in my disadvantage. But if you were actually doing like a fair rap battle or whatever, then it doesn't really matter. But nowadays, you know, I think it does matter as far as just realistically. But yeah, I don't want to beef with him. I like some of his songs. That's just my opinion. I don't know if I believe that he believes what he's saying, or the Ben Shapiro stuff's weird to me, but whatever. Someone said, you just need 10K for Billboard to recognize you, then you get put on, is what I found out. Well, I have a Billboard plaque. I've won a Billboard award. Me and Bryson Gray with our song Controlled, we got the second most digital song sales out of any song for a week. I don't remember the week it was, but I mean, there's like 100,000 songs released a day. There's millions or billions of songs out there. We were able to do number 2 most sold rap song, and we only lost to Morgan Wallen, who was featured on a song with some rapper. And it's like, come on, bro. Obviously Morgan Wallen's like impossible to beat. He's got like the biggest audience in the world. So I have a Billboard plaque. I've gotten a Billboard award. I just don't talk about it that much. But with rap, like there's still a lot of things I want to accomplish. It's just the grass is not like it isn't what I thought it was. Like I don't really want to tour. In order to tour, I'd want really good security because I do politics. So I don't want to get Charlie Kirk on my tour. So it's like, it's going to be super expensive, which means I need to make a lot of money in order to afford it, which means, you know, I have to be way bigger than I am now, which means I'd have, you know, it's like, there's so much stress that goes into it that I'm motivated to do music and put out great songs, but I don't care about scaling my music because there's nothing like what I used to think I wanted to do. I used to think I wanted to get signed to a label, but I don't now. And I don't think I could get signed to a label because I know who owns them all and they all hate me. You know, it's like, do I want to go on tour? Not really. I don't feel like getting Charlie Kirk in front of America, you know, because my security would probably be garbage at like a tour that I could afford right now. Do I want to, you know, then what? Do I want a hit song? For what reason? Well, let's say my song gets 100 million streams. Then what? Now what? Now they're gonna get pissed that I got so many views or something, and they're gonna start writing more articles about me. It's not that I care, but I don't know. I'm comfortable since I make money other ways. It's like I'll just put out songs, do my thing. But whether they scale or not, I guess I just don't care. It's like it would be nice, I think, to have people appreciate certain songs and them get more views. But I don't see like a future there. Like even if I had the biggest song of the year, I don't know. It's like it wouldn't. I guess it would make my life better. Ideally, it would make your life better, but it comes with a lot of pros and a lot of cons. And I don't know. It's like I'm content with where I'm at. Someone said you almost reached 1 million views on YouTube with that song, Controlled. I have a lot of yeah. Controlled has almost 1 million views. My song with Trapped has like 500,000 views, millions if you count all it has like 3 or 4 million streams on Spotify. I got my bioweapon song has 100,000 views on YouTube and maybe 100,000 on Spotify. And this is with no promotion. My song Way Too Jack for the Gulag, I spent $0 on it. I filmed the video by myself with my friend. I edited it by myself. I spent $0 on it. And it's got like millions of streams combined with everything. So I'm doing well considering how little energy I put into it. But I don't know. When Thought Leader came out, it helped me so much through some tough times, said Liv. The lyrics were amazing and made me feel sane. Thank you. See, I appreciate that, Liv. Yeah, I love the lyrics of that song, and I think it's an impressive song, but we'll let the streets decide. Bioweapons fire, thank you. I got some bangers out there. When did this start? Way too long ago. What time is it even? I gotta pay my taxes. Well, I literally have to do that, but not right now. Someone said I'm a white boy living in India. This is awesome. Yeah. What's awesome about being a white boy in India? Let us know. I like Indian people. Like, I don't know. I know, people are frustrated that they're like taking over Canada and parts of America, which I understand. But I don't think I'd want to live in India. No offense, but I think everybody's cool in moderation. And like, if you're allowed to own something of your own, it's like, Asians are cool, but I don't want to live in China. Working Class Boys fire, thank you. I like that song too, but it didn't pick up as much as the other one. Someone said, "God damn, dude, go to hell and shut the F up." Well, it's a little harsh. Do a song with Ryan Upchurch. I know who he is, but I don't know any of his music, so I don't. Isn't he? He's always like isn't he always in like drama and stuff? I don't even know his songs, but I'm sure he's doing well. I'll go back and watch it on the rewind. Thank you, Charlie. You're into Jesse Wells? I thought you were gonna say Jesse Waters. Did you see the hate campaign on X going against Dave Smith and Rogan going on Rogan yesterday? No. I saw clips of Dave Smith saying stuff, but I think my algorithm is tuned to things that I want to see, and I'm not a big hate watcher. Like if you look at tweets that you hate, it keeps sending you them. So you got to not look at things that you don't want to see, because if you keep looking at things you don't want to see, that keeps sending it to you. On X, I don't look at that much stuff I don't want to see. So I know there's a lot of like Zionists who hate Dave Smith, and there's a lot of people who hate Joe Rogan because they were probably criticizing Trump and Israel or whatever. So I know it exists and I see it sometimes, but I just don't see like the hate campaign because it's like blocked out of my algorithm. Someone said, got my mom watching you. She's a smart boomer. We love boomers. We love smart boomers. We love dumb boomers. It's just like, I'm trying to say it in a nice way. Boomers, they're not going to have to live in this world for very much longer. And I hope they live a long time. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, obviously, but it's the younger generations that have to live in this world for longer. And when we try to correct certain problems, especially like conservative, younger America First types, they're gatekeeping so hard. It's like they don't want to do what's better for us, but they don't want to let us do it either. They're gatekeeping all the money. They're gatekeeping like the MAGA movement. And we come in and we're like, hey, we actually want to be more conservative or more principled or more America First. And then they're like, shut up, you libtard, and they like start yelling at you. So that's the annoying part about boomers. It's like, we love boomers, but they squandered this country. It's going in the wrong direction. Everyone knows it's going in the wrong direction. We're trying to correct it, and they're just trying to watch Donald Trump on the news. And they don't want like younger Zoomers or millennials to like fix it. They like spurg out when you try to fix it, because fixing it's like a threat to their like Trump illusion. Like they're like, why do you talk about Trump so much? I don't know. He's only the president of the United States. Like they act like I'm just sitting on Twitter talking about Trump and he's trying to like bathe in the sun at Mar-a-Lago. He's the president of the United States. He picked the attorney general. He started the war based on his executive power overshadowing whatever Congress did or didn't want to do. So it's like, if you didn't want to talk about Trump, then we shouldn't have put him in office, because I want to talk about who's running the country. And I want to talk about Republicans more than Democrats, because if Republicans are fake opposition, then we can't win. There's no escape. We need to fix our side since the left is not our side. Like that, to me, it's like basic common knowledge, but to them, it's like a threat to their whole existence. So I think that's what really, bothers people about boomers. Someone said Joe is as bad as Amy Goodman as a gatekeeper. I only know Amy Goodman from that Shalomi Israel, whatever, the Israeli education lady who says that anti-Semitism is a trick that they just use to like call everyone anti-Semitic so they don't criticize Israel. I've never heard Amy Goodman besides that. And with Rogan, yeah, I mean, Rogan is what he is. Like, he's definitely gonna just, like play the Rogan. He's never gonna like do the most. And then sometimes he'll give you something, but then sometimes he'll play the other side. Like I think Theo Vaughn is more willing to call things out consistently, even though he's a comedian. And Joe plays a different game where I think I don't even listen to Joe's podcast that much anymore because it's just like, it is what it is. Honestly, I like the Fighter podcast the most, but you can't expect too much out of Joe. He's going to do a little bit of everything. So I guess I just like have no expectations for Joe. I kind of like know who he is at this point and like how he plays the game. And I very, very rarely tune in to, I listen to the Dustin Poirier podcast because they talked about fighting. But as far as like a political podcast, you haven't heard that much from Joe recently because he's not really like saying that much. And I think sometimes he likes to like, go both ways on stuff, but whatever. People forget Trump. Hold on. People forget that Trump came along after people started seeing the woke stuff. He hijacked it. Yeah, I think there's a point to be made where it's like in one way Trump was revolutionary. In another way, he built off the backs of like the Alex Jones and Ron Pauls and the Tea Party movement and stuff like that. And in another, it's like when people are like, oh, he did all these things. Are you telling me you never would have noticed transgender sports without Donald Trump? Like, eventually, if Trump didn't come along, there would have been somebody else that actually did something. So I think he gets like too much credit because, he deserves some credit for being the right guy at the right time to say the right things. But if you're going to say all the right things that people relate to, but then do the exact opposite, like, why do you even deserve credit for it? So a lot of times when people like Trump more than me, but they still kind of don't like him, that's the number one thing I always hear is like, oh, but he said the media was lying. Yeah, but I already knew the media was lying. That's why I liked him. I liked him because he said things I knew were true. And a few times he told me things that I didn't know were true. But a lot of older people never knew the media was lying. So Trump told them the media was lying. And they were like, oh, wow, I never knew that. But it's like, if you say the right things, but do the wrong things, like at what point do you stop giving them credit? So I don't believe that without a Trump, no one else would have came along. We would have been screwed. No one else would have wanted to build a wall. No one else would have talked about trannies beating up women in volleyball. Nobody else would have talked about libtards. Someone probably would have. If another liberal somehow won or they didn't win and they still ran their cities, everyone would have eventually talked about it. Nobody likes crime for all of humanity. Everybody knows the difference between boys and girls sports. Like, people would have wanted to build a wall eventually, I think he gets like too much credit because he like, I don't know. It's like, oh man, he did all these things. He really didn't do that much. He just talked about it at a time where no one would. So yeah, that was good but then the rest wasn't good. I don't know. I find him overrated. Waiting to see Anomaly on Jimmy Dore. I wouldn't say I've known Jimmy because I've never met him, but I've known about Jimmy for a long time now. And I would love to go on his show. I've been liking to go on his show. I don't know how to ask properly. I think we'd get along. He shares my tweets like every week on his show. He's always like referencing my tweets and stuff, which is fine. I love that. But I'm just saying, like, I would like to talk to him. So anybody knows Jimmy, just let him know. He could message me on X. That would be awesome. We'd have a great conversation. I'm been waiting for years now to talk to Jimmy. Someone said the woke stuff is still there. I asked the Costco manager why there were no white people working there. He didn't have a good answer. He was Indian. I don't know why that was so funny, but it was just so blunt. That was the comment. It's not me. I don't talk about people like that. I don't even notice race. Everybody is just blending together to me. I call everyone humans. I don't even say people's names. They're like, "Hey, my name's Jeffrey." I'm like, "Yeah, whatever, human. You're just a human to me." So that's what a good person I am. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the woke stuff is still going on. Liberals still own everything. Everything's still weird, but I don't know. At least Trump like blew up Iran, I guess, because some lady who watches Maria Bartiromo is like really pumped about it. So we got a good America's great again, even though they're not even talking about America anymore. Can we watch a press conference and talk about our country and do something about it? Like I'm tired of hearing about Ukraine and Iran. It's like let's move on. Let's move on from that. Jimmy's live now. Go mention Anomaly. It's overdue for us to chat. It's way overdue. We've both been consistently doing our thing for like a decade now. Like Jimmy maybe longer than me, but there's not that many people that were around then that are still around now with no backing. Like Jimmy's pretty independent, I think. He did work for the Young Turks. Like he had more establishment at one point than I did. Not that he's establishment, but he worked for a bigger corporation, then he quit, whatever. Most people from that era of when me and Jimmy started doing it, or maybe he started before, they're like not here anymore. I mean, Ben Shapiro's here and stuff like that, but so many people like faded away and they're not OGs anymore, even though we're not that old. I'd like to see Anomaly debate. That Vivek interview is so good. Anomaly's a bulldog that doesn't give up. I'm a top tier debater. It's just, I don't know. I don't want to argue with people that much anymore because I guess I've come to the conclusion that some people are purposely lying and there's no reason because I don't think they're even seeking the truth. But for people's entertainment, like I'd love to debate people who disagree with me on the Israel lobby. I interviewed a conservative mama a year ago. She was willing to come on. And that was a fascinating discussion, I think. And I think I cooked. But, at this point, is she even really trying to be honest, or is she just biased for some reason? I don't know if it's an ethnic or a religious thing for her, but I see her tweets and I'm like, I don't agree. We've already debated. So I think I'm a good debater. I think I would crush on Piers Morgan, but he blocked me because of COVID stuff. So it's not going to happen. But also I don't want to scale that badly. Like business wise, I'm doing well. And I don't know that I want more attention. What is more attention going to bring me? I go on Piers Morgan and then what? They start blaming me for terrorist attacks. Like they're blaming Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. How is that fun? Like I believe that the FBI is already like, I'm not going to say trying to set up Tucker Carlson, but they're like monitoring Tucker Carlson and Thomas Massie. It's like our own government and deep state is just as bad as it was before Trump got there. They hate the best Americans. They're more concerned with people who don't work for the Israel lobby than they are the terrorist groups that American taxpayer dollars are funding in the Middle East. It's all fake. So it's like, why, I think I could become way more famous and way more successful or whatever. And, it's like, I could do everything Dave Smith's doing on there, but I like Dave Smith. I'm just saying I could do all that. I could do it in a funny, interesting way, but why? What's in it for me? I don't want to be more well-known. I don't want people to yell at me and blame me for terrorist attacks. I don't need more Zionist Christians and Jews and Israelis to lie about me and call me names that I'm not. It's like I already get enough of that. I don't see the benefit. Like if I wanted more attention, then I'd be like, yeah, that's a great way to get more attention, but I really don't. But I'm willing if I'm not going to turn down something if it comes in my way and it makes sense out of fear, but I don't seek it externally. Tucker Carlson, I know, I'm not going to say I know Tucker because I don't, but I know people that have gone on the podcast, this and that. If he invites me on, I'll go on Tucker's show, but I can't say I want to. It would be an honor, but it would also be a blessing and a curse. Like I would get in a lot, like now all these psychotic Jewish organizations and Zionists and all this media stuff that they would like bug out at me because now I just got 20 million views on Twitter talking to Tucker Carlson. So I'm not afraid of that. I'm not afraid of these people. I just don't care that much. I'm at peace. I'm Zen. I'm like a Buddhist monk. It's like if it comes my way, I'll never turn it down out of fear, but I'm not going to go running around seeking it. I was talking to my buddy the other day, and it's not a good movie, but it's an interesting concept. I think it was called Bedazzled with Brendan Fraser, and it's an okay movie, but it's kind of corny. The premise, though, is that some guy he met a genie and he gets a bunch of wishes, but every time he wishes for something, it's not what he thought it was, because he's like, I want to be the richest person in the world. But then they make him a drug dealer that's like getting arrested by like the feds, and he gets like killed at the end or something. So it's like, you want to be rich, but he never specified on how he wanted to get rich. So the genie granted him his wish, but it wasn't what he thought it was, you know? That's exactly like everything. It's like there's a reaction to everything in life. And it's like, you know, you could always be more known. You could always be less known. You could always be richer. You could always be poorer. You could be Michael Jordan famous, or you could be, you know, Candace Owens famous. You could be Dave Smith famous. You could be not as well known, but still known. It's like, is it really like, at least Michael Jordan got hundreds of millions of dollars. Like Kanye was a billionaire. If I get that much attention, or not that I'm ever going to get that much attention, but if I get more attention, I'm not going to get sponsorships from Nike. I'm going to get people calling me, you know, a World War II villain and stuff, even though I'm not. So it's like the pros are just not there for me. Like, you know, I would love to go on Tucker, be very honest, and I think that would be of service to the world, but it's not like I'm dying to do it, because it's going to cause a lot of problems in my life, you know? So I don't know. I'm very content and grateful with where I am, but I don't think most people understand that, because most people in every industry, they want more all the time. Like, don't you want to be on this podcast? No, I don't. What about this one? Not really. You know, like, I don't know. Like, if Sean Ryan or Joe Rogan, or, you know, I would say like Tucker Carlson, if these people came to me and were like, yes, we want you on, I'd be like, yeah, I'll go on. But I'm not going to look for it for sure. Kanye looks good in all black, said Rooster. He's very fashionable, Kanye. You know, he's good at fashion for sure. He's very simple with his like colors, but I like Kanye's fashion. I think he's like, he knows what looks cool for sure. Someone said, I don't like the idea of sacrificing my anonymity. I don't know. I know that word, but it's a hard one. Anonymous nature, we'll say, in my daily life for fame and attention and money. It causes a lot of issues, man. Like, you have to overthink everything, because yeah, it's like nowadays it's just a weird world. And in order to get certain things, you do have to get rid of your, you know, people have to know who you are and stuff. So there's pros and cons. Let me see. Tom McDonald's needs to feature Cash's girlfriend. Yeah, I don't know about that, but that's funny. I liked when Kanye said who runs the banks, and Chase closed his bank account to prove he was wrong. That was crazy times, dude. The Kanye had a generational run, but it got sabotaged pretty fast, honestly. But he had a run there. It was, I'm not gonna say what doctor it is. It was a Jewish doctor. That's one of the funniest videos ever, but it's totally not funny. I apologize to Ben Shapiro, and I need to go on a Ben Shapiro apology tour. Maybe Dennis Prager can fund it. Anyway. The band is back together. Orange Band is back together. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm sure it's funny. You hear me? You feel me? Bedazzled is fun. I can recollect. What's the difference between a genie and a... Well, you didn't finish your joke. I can't see it, but... Pasternak? Yeah, that was a strange situation, but I don't even want to talk about it. It creeps me out. That whole situation where he was like, back to the loony bin or whatever. I was like, whoa, it's getting crazy out there. Yeah, the MJ stuff, I'm tapped into that. Dude, MJ was such a boss. I think they definitely framed MJ for sure. Like, he was like the boss of bosses, literally, and just like didn't give a shit and was being honest about stuff. So I think they framed MJ for sure. I have a song with Patriot J where I say, I'm trying to think of my verse. Now I can't. Maybe I gotta look it up. This is sad. I can't even remember my own verse. Let me see if the lyrics are online. Oh, they're on Spotify? Really? Hold on a second. This was like years ago. I said, I don't remember the whole line, but I said, I'm starting to think they framed Cosby and Michael, like saying Bill Cosby too. I think they framed Bill Cosby too. I don't know. I forgot. Like I wanted to tell the whole lyric, but I forget what's around it. Like everybody hates Bill Cosby because of like what they said he did, but I don't know. For some reason, I was inspired to like pay attention to that whole case, and it's like I don't know. It wasn't to me what they said it was. So that's an unpopular one. Everyone hates Bill Cosby, but I think they kind of framed him ish, you know? And then with Michael Jackson, I think they framed him too. So it's kind of scary that they could frame you and then everyone will hate you. I don't think they framed Diddy because I don't trust Diddy, and I think Diddy was way weirder and more connected than Cosby and Michael Jackson, in my personal opinion. Like I'm not saying I trust or like Diddy at all. I think out of Cosby, Michael, and Diddy, Diddy was like the strangest and the most like weird character. But everyone's saying like, oh, Diddy should get out of jail, or how's he getting out of jail? He shouldn't get out of jail. They didn't really like find that much on him, and I didn't follow the whole court case, but like they couldn't charge him to that many jail years because they couldn't find as much as they were saying with him. Like they got him for like flying people in to have sex at Hollywood parties and stuff. I think that's what they charged him with, and it's like every rich person does that. Every like billionaire does that. Like you think they're gonna make some chick like pay for her own flight, if you have like $1 billion. So it's one of those things where like, yeah, I mean, I'm sure he was doing it in a unethical way, obviously. And I think he's a weirdo. And I think his tweets to Ellen DeGeneres are weird. And I don't trust Diddy at all, but they couldn't really find that much on him. So they like couldn't charge him for that much because I don't know. If they could charge him for flying in chicks to bang, then I think like every rich person, every athlete, every celebrity, every, popular person are doing that somewhat to some extent, not everybody if you're like married and responsible, but I think that's like a common thing amongst like elites and like wealthy people is like paying for people's stuff. But I mean, if it's like literally you're like flying in prostitutes, then it's like, yeah, they could get, I don't know. It's like, I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying, I think that's why they didn't charge him that much. But nobody pays attention to like what he got caught with. They just hear all the stories. It's like he had baby oil. It's like, yeah, that's weird. And having like weird sex orgies is weird, but you can't, there's a lot of weird people doing weird shit. Like there's weird, kinky, like people banging each other and furries, but they're not in prison. So I think, I don't know the extent of what he was doing and if they couldn't find more of what he was doing, but they definitely like couldn't find as much as they were telling the public. So then they could only charge him for a couple of years. But someone said MJ was given puberty blockers and it rendered him asexual. Well, did he purposely take them or did they just give it to him? I don't know that story. Someone said, have you ever thought about incorporating puppets into your live stream? It could be entertaining and informative. No, but I think any sort of prop makes it funnier. Like if you could do sound effects, things on the screen, puppets would be funny, but I'm not, what's that guy's name that does like the puppet thing? Jeff something, the puppet guy. I'm not like that talented, but I mean, I could just be like, wow, I'm Donald Trump. It could be pretty funny. Honestly, you're onto something. Someone said they're hating on Drewski right now. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely funny, but anytime you're making fun of Erica Kirk, it's going to go viral, but there's going to be a lot of critics. I think honestly that most people think it's funny and very, heavy, like Ted Cruz is like, how dare you, Drewski? And it's like, nobody cares what Ted Cruz thinks. So honestly, I think like 80 to 90% of people thought it was funny. And then like 10 to 20% thought it wasn't funny. You know, I've talked about it before, and it's probably not appropriate to talk about now, but like her wearing like gold sparkly suits and stuff, it's just like not the vibe. So how could you not make a joke about it? Of course, it's like nothing's funny. Like war's not funny, but you can make a joke about war. Like nothing that happened to Charlie's funny. It's one of the most sickening things I've ever seen. But his wife's outfits are ridiculous. The way she dressed, but when he was alive at the Turning Point event, if you could find the pink fluffy thing she wore, it's like the craziest thing I've seen any woman ever wear to any conservative event ever. Literally, like I can't think of one crazier outfit. Like it's this pink fluffy things. It looks ridiculous. Like I've watched, unfortunately, like I've seen way too many conservative events over the last 10 years because I do this for a living. Not once have I seen a woman dress stupider or crazier or more self-absorbed and ridiculous for the event it was. That was when Charlie was alive and she's just dressing up at a young woman summit. How are you not event? And then he dies and she's wearing sparkling gold glitter dresses like she's like a lesbian, like I don't know, like Wanda Sykes or something. It's just, you know, and then so how could you not? Someone's gonna make a joke about it, and it just so happened that the most famous internet comedian decided that it was funny enough for him to joke about. So nothing's funny about what happened, but there is something funny about Erica Kirk, like the way she acts, the way she dresses. Like there just is something funny about it. Like, and I hate to say it, but it's like when Kanye was doing all the fashion things. It's like it's funny, you know, like he's being funny, and then people make fun of him. Trump talks really funny. Biden being old is funny. You know, Bill Clinton talking like a schmer, that's funny. And wearing gold suits is ridiculous. So, and like pink, yeah, I don't know. That's enough. Let's move on. All right, I'm gonna stay like 5 more minutes. Thank you for being here. I appreciate y'all. I'm about to, you know, probably eat something and live my life, you know, as a strong, independent Black woman after this live stream. So shout out to all of my women out there. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I thought that was funny, but maybe not. Someone said Candace Owens' is series on Erica's pretty wild. I haven't seen it, but Candace is so good at doing like docuseries and stuff. She's like, it's actually impressive how she's able to like pump out so much content that's like high quality. Like how is she doing all these documentaries? She's so like quick and she must work all the time. Like, you know, I haven't seen any of them, but I'm sure I'll catch the highlights. Let's change the laughter. Or, I mean, let's change the topic. And then someone said canned laughter. And I'm tired after 4 hours of live streaming. So I'm like missing words and stuff. I'm like Joe Biden. I'm like Trump. I'm like, hey, pretty lady. They're like, relax, bro. You're still on live stream. I'm like, remember back in the day, me and you, Trump Tower, first floor tacos. You remember 1997? She's like, that was a long time ago before I met my husband. He's like, yeah, it was. You're beautiful. James Blunt can't even process how beautiful you are, lady. And she's like, we're live on Fox News talking about starving Iranians. He's like, you're damn right we are. But remember 1997, me, you, Trump Tower, top, ocean view. Your husband, not quite in the picture yet. You know what I mean? Jeffrey Epstein, Howard Lutnick sitting in the corner. You remember that? She's like, we're talking about the Strait of Hormuz, my friend. Oh, nothing straight about that, right, Lindsey? Get it? Lindsey Graham's gay. So anyway, oh yeah, the starving kids. Yeah, it's bad. It's totally bad. But remember that day where I, you know, took you back to my gold toilet and you were able to see what real luxury is like. Now your broke husband can't do any of that stuff that I do. Yeah, that was like the vibe I got from it. He was like, you remember? And she was like, yeah, I do. But, you know, I don't want it right now. He's like, but, you know, I mean, your husband's like rich, but he's not like Trump rich, you know? And then Miriam Adelson's like, you're not Adelson rich. And he's like, you're right. I'm sorry. My bad. You know, let me get back to work. I didn't mean to. So there's always levels to wealth, you know? Someone is someone else's puppet. No. Bill Clinton faking his shaking hand was funny. Bill Clinton was really funny. Bill Clinton was funny. George W. Bush was funny. Obama was like funny-ish, you know? Trump is funny. Biden was funny. Not all of them were like purposely funny, but I think that's a prerequisite. I don't think you can be a president if you're not funny. Either you have to be like hee hee ha ha funny, or you have to like be a laughing stock funny. Like, oh my gosh, dude, he just crapped his pants on a bicycle. And they're like, okay, that's what I want to vote for. An 80-year-old who shits his pants on a bicycle. Why? Because I really hate Trump. But they're gonna mandate vaccines and like force them on workers. Yeah, but I really just don't like Trump. So I gotta vote for the guy who shits his pants on a bicycle. Okay, well, that's going to be a bummer for the rest of us, but I guess you got to go one way or the other. Are you not entertained? I like to sit on things because sometimes during the week I get like annoyed and I'm like, let me relax now. You know, I want to calm down. I want to figure out what I'm saying and not be so upset. But sometimes things do make me upset just seeing certain things, you know. I think that's like the internet. You see things, they like make you mad and you're like, ugh. You're a big meanie. And they're like, oh yeah, you're a big meanie. And you're like, you are that. You're dumb. They're like, you're dumb. Some of my Facebook boomers are like making memes of me now. And they're like mocking me via memes, even though they're inaccurate. Like it is kind of funny where they'll like show me with my hair like down and they'll be like left or right. Like he's playing both sides. And I'm like, you just think that because I'm not funded by like some Zionist, you know, it's like, I'm not playing both sides. I believe the same thing I believed 3 years ago. It's just like Trump does the other thing. I say the same thing I said last year. And now you think I'm a liberal for believing in other like things that you believed 5 seconds ago. So, you know, they're making very hurtful, very bullying memes to me. I'm being cyberbullied. I cry every time I see them, but they are funny, but they're just not accurate. It's like, who's funding you? Nobody. Trump got $250 million from Miriam Adelson. Who cares? I don't know. That's a lot of money. You care about that? I'm not being funded. That's why I'm able to say it's like they live in inverted reality. If I was funded, I'd have to act like Trump, but I'm not. So I'm telling you this, and he is funded. It's like they have it all backwards, you know? They're like, but I listen to Eric Erickson. Yeah, and I listen to John Johnson and Steve Stevenson and Bill Billerson. It's like, dude, get a fucking real person. You know, it's like Donald Tusk just won the election in Poland. You just making up people now. Donald Trump, Donald Tusk, Donald Musk, Elon Musk, Bill Burrow, Joe Burrow. Now, I don't know why the fuck he caught a stray, but it's like they're just making people up now. You listen to Eric Erickson. No. Why are you listening to Eric Erickson? I listen to Phil Phillenstein and John Johnson and Paul Paulson and Peter Peterson and Jim Jimerson and James Jamerson. Is that even real? That's his name? People just name their first name after their last name. Your last name's Erickson, and you're like, let me name my kid Eric Erickson. Is that real? Like that can't, is that, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what you do. It's like Cash. His last name's Patel. It's like his mom just names him Patel. What's your name? Oh, Patel, or Patel, but Patel for short. It's like, yeah, you're just going to go with the same name for all the names. That's crazy. It's fucking, I think Cash's name is like Cash Yap. It's like Cash App, Cash App Patel. You know, get the Israel lobby on the Cash App. It's like it's they're making a mockery of us, but it's charming. It's funny. Eric Erickson. You go to his Twitter. It's like Max Boot, Jonah Goldberg. It's just like the architects of neocon policy being, oh yeah, well, Iran's gonna blow up your kids if you don't stop. It's like, Tusk is real. I know he's real, but it's like Donald Trump, Donald Tusk. They're just getting lazy, you know. He's real, but so is Elon Musk. But his name happens to be in a book from like a Nazi scientist 30 years ago writing about like the moon. You know, isn't there an Elon in like Werner von Braun's book or something? It's like, yeah, he's real too, but it just so happens. Isn't there a book about Trumpstein or something? What's the fucking, sorry, excuse my language. What's the book about? Is it Trumpenstein? Oh, Trumpelstein book, Epstein. All right. Oh wait, what's the Epstein book? Trumpel. What is it? Sorry, I'm like, what's the somebody help me out in the comments. I know we got some autistic people here who know what I'm talking about. That's as retarded as me to like know this stuff. Who? Oh, Leslie Epstein. Okay, this is a real book, right? I like, you can't script this stuff, folks, or you can. But Leslie Epstein, Trumpelman. That's what it is. Okay. Ready? Let's read. Leslie Epstein wrote a book called King of the Jews. Ready? It came out in 1979. The book King of the Jews by Leslie Epstein is about a guy named Trumpelstein. I.C. Trumpelman is the protagonist of Leslie Epstein's acclaimed 1979 novel, King of the Jews. You can't make this stuff up. I'm not an anti-Semite. I'm just reading a Google search. Leslie Epstein wrote a book about a protagonist named Trumpelman who's the king of the Jews. It's too much. It's too good. It's too good. I'm going to buy that book, obviously, soon, and it's going on my bookshelf along with all my other books. But how could you not want that book? Trumpelman, the King of the Jews by Leslie Epstein. They're just fucking with us at this point. Like, Trump was like 40 years old, and they're like, Trumpelman. It's too much, dude. It's too good. And isn't there like a time traveling like Baron Trump book? It's too much. It's just too much. I'm over it. But yeah, look up The King of the Jews by Leslie Epstein. I'm just like, it's already funny called King of the Jews by Leslie Epstein, but the fact that the protagonist name is I.C. Trumpelman. I.C. Trumpelman. Like, it's like, I see him, but the boomers can't figure it out. We all see it's happening. I see Trumpelman, but they can't see it for some reason. It's too much. Elonged Tusk. Yeah, that's. It's like, I don't know. I don't even. Do I even want to read that book? I'm gonna read it. Honestly, I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna read at least the first 20 pages and let you guys know about it. What do I think about the videos of Bibi Netanyahu? I don't know what to think because there was weird stuff going on with the ring, but it could be like glitchy. I don't know. Obviously, I could see both sides of it. I just think it's funny. Like, it's just like, he's like, look, my hands are real. And then he like moves his hand, like the ring disappears. It's like the coffee is like spilling. Like, it's literally like filled to like here. And he's like moving it, but it's not spilling. It's like, maybe that's real, but it's just weird. I don't know what's going on. All I could do is make fun of it for your entertainment because I'm not going to like sit here and cry about it, but I cry publicly. Every time a boomer puts like an anomaly long-haired meme, I sit there and I'm like, no. I do the liberal. I look at the, that like lesbian or maybe not lesbian, but look like a lesbian. And we all know what lesbians look like. So let's not pretend, it's like, ooh, that's a gay voice. They suspend a NASCAR driver. We knew what he meant. But no, that's me every time a boomer posts a meme. No, my feelings are ruined by your humor. And they're like, yes, I won. I beat Anomaly. I'm like, all right, well, there's always tomorrow. We'll fight again tomorrow on Facebook. Book club. I want to do more stuff, but I want to do less stuff. That's my problem. It's like I've simplified my life in order to be healthier. So I want to do more. Obviously, it would be better for business, but I need to do it responsibly. So I would love to do like a book club, but that requires more work for me, and I already have too much stuff to do. My music video, I edited that whole thing too. I had it filmed. My friend filmed it, but I edited it. I bought a book and read Don DeLillo's White Noise when Biden used a chemical weapon on West Virginia. Did he really do that? I mean, I wouldn't be shocked by anything now, but I don't know if I heard of that. Someone said long-term gay for short-term pain. That's Lindsey Graham's 100-year strategy for sure. Someone said $20 super chat from Shauna. Our daughter bought me a B-Day cameo from you, and it was the biggest surprise. Thanks for finding and informing us all the sneaky foreign influence are doing. You bring darkness to light. We love supporting you. Thank you. Happy birthday. Yeah, I was a good one. And I remember that because I don't get that many anymore. People don't even know I do cameos, but it was like, my mom loves you. She supports you. She's one of the good ones. They were like, she's got your hat. So I was like, you didn't even have to super chat there. I appreciate it because I saw it, but I almost wanted to do the you supported me so much. I would have done the cameo for free if I could have figured it out, but I tried to put my all into it. So thank you. Happy birthday. And I'm glad you enjoyed it. I thought it was a pretty solid cameo. I'm good at cameos, but I forgot I even do them. Nobody cares about me anymore except for you. So thank you, Shauna. Someone said, good luck with Facebook boomers. It must be exhausting. It is exhausting, but it's all in a day's work. You know, I'm a humble worker. But I don't know. I've had way harder jobs. I think that always puts it in perspective. It is exhausting, but you got to figure out a way to not make it exhausting. But I struggle some days. I'm not going to lie, but not as much as I used to struggle. Why does your cameo say you're in your 40s? I don't know. I'm not in my 40s, but is there an age that I said, or maybe I set the wrong age? I don't know. I didn't even know. I don't want my age there at all. What does that have to do with it? But yeah, maybe they just asked for my birthday and I was just like scrolling or something. I don't know. But I'm in my 30s. Someone said Henry Ford, the International blank, is a good read. Henry Ford was a good car maker. No, you gave me the wink, but I'll put it on the screen for a second. Okay, I'm going to take it off the screen. But he really did write that, so it's not my fault. Henry Ford did it. If you don't like it, stop driving a Ford car. But yeah, I don't know that I've read that, but I know about Henry Ford was not a big fan of international Jewry. Let's put it that way. He was not a fan of what they were doing or what he said they were doing. So Henry Ford needs to come back to life and go on a Ben Shapiro apology tour. Because even though Henry Ford was one of the most productive, businessmen of our era, he needs to go to Poland and apologize to Ben Shapiro, just like Elon Musk did, because the richest person in the world needs to apologize next to Ben Shapiro. That's just how it works. I don't know. I didn't write the script of Earth. I'm just following it. Now Ford is like probably super gay, like everything else. Like everything is gay now. Like no matter who owned what, everything's liberal, everything's gay. You know, it's like you look at like an Audi commercial and they're like, "We're proud of our trans," and you're like, "Why do you have to be trans?" Like, why? Like, I don't know. Can't you just do like a car commercial? Why does everything have to be like that gay? The Yankees stand with the rainbow flag. Yeah, the Yankees. You think you're going to fight homophobia or something like, and you posting it's really going to put a dent in all that hate speech going like, what, who do these people like? Why are they doing this to us? Why is everything like super gay now? But I don't know. I don't watch the TV that much, but when I do want to watch something like sports, ESPN, it's like a SNL skit. And everybody thinks it. Some people say it, but I think like some people, like if you're in the sports industry, let's just say I worked for mainstream media and people actually cared about me more, I'd lose my job. Like it would be a huge controversy. Even if I worked at like Newsmax or Fox News, I wouldn't be allowed to say some of this stuff because, you're only allowed to say certain things. You're allowed to be like, oh, they're going too far, but it's okay sometimes. And it's like, yeah, I get it. But I like when I watch Sports Center, I used to like how it was like guys who played sports and like sportscasters I wanted to listen to that were interesting to listen to. And then you had your random person, you had your like Michelle Tafoya on the sidelines or whatever. Like you always had, chicks. I want women to do things, but just not like on Sports Center. I just want them to be on there for like 5 seconds, not like the whole time. Now it's like a bunch of like lesbians and like the whole thing is chicks. Like it looks like a West Hollywood gay bar. And then like they go to like Scott Van Pelt for 1 second and they're like, all right, that's enough of the bald white guy. Let's get back to the lesbian chick. And nobody likes it. And everyone's like, yeah, but it's just like some of the women. It's like, yeah, but it's like most of them. It's like almost all of them, but it's some of them. But it's not that they can't do something. Maybe if it was a WNBA show, let's have a lot of women. But if it's sports and 90% of the people watching it I don't want to see like lesbian chicks talk about sports unless they're really good at it. And it's like I don't know. It's just all annoying. And then it's like, of course, like the female umpire is terrible. And they're like, I wonder why she's terrible. I don't know. Because for 100 years, women weren't umpires and it was totally fine and better. And now women have to be umpires and they just so happen to be the shittiest umpire in the MLB. Maybe they're just not that good at it. Why aren't they in the top 100 chess players? Why aren't they as good at NASCAR as all the guy drivers? Like, why are they better? It's just not their lane. It's like, there's things they can compete in and there's things they can't compete in. and like ESPN's unwatchable now. I like Lurasenko, though, to prove that I'm not sexist. I think Lurasenko is a good UFC announcer. I think she's one of the best, actually. So she's my favorite. You go, girl. Lurasenko does not seem like a DEI hire. She's very attractive also, but she's like great at what she does. She's not, you don't listen to it being like, she's by far the stupidest person here, and they're just putting her there because she's a chick and she's hot. She's hot, but she's also like literally better than most of the dudes. Like, she always has something interesting to say. She doesn't, her voice isn't annoying like Maria Bartiromo. You know, she's my favorite woman in sports, but all the rest of them need to go. It should just be Lurasenko. No woman umpires, no lesbians on ESPN, no 50-50. I want 95% men. And I don't think they should be cops either. Or I'm not saying they shouldn't be cops, but I don't know. It's like, I think men make better security guards and cops and military members, but maybe it's just me. Someone said I can't wait till Trump gets impeached again. I don't care about him anymore because he doesn't care about me. So we already played the game of like saving Trump's career. He clearly hates us. So it's like whatever happens to that guy. Obviously, I don't want someone to do something crazy, but like impeach, they're probably going to just impeach him for the wrong reasons, though. They're going to be like, he works with Russia. It's Israel. It's not Russia, but whatever, you know? I don't care about the Republicans anymore. I just don't want the border opened. Like, I actually think most of his cabinet are corrupt and demonic, but the Democrats can't charge them for that because they're all doing the same thing. So it's like once they open that void of like charging them for stuff, then they'll get charged for stuff. So maybe nothing will happen, but I don't care about Trump anymore. Maria's worse than Sarah Palin. Maria Bartiromo is the most insufferable harpy on television. I mean, she's as bad as The View ladies. She's a nice lady, but her voice is just like squawky. I do my impression all the time. I don't want to repeat it, but yeah, I can't do it. Do my Maria Bartiromo impression? No, because it's like, why? I want a cracker in a Ukraine war. Why? It's like, we get it. You want a war. You want a cracker. We've heard it, you know, enough. She squawks. The neocons give her a cracker. She asks a question or two, and then she keeps it moving. I'm sure she does great work or something, but I don't want to hear it. Someone said, I want him to be extradited to Iran. I want the Iranian prince to go to Iran because nobody wants him there. And they're like, look, this guy who like lives in America is the prince of Iran. And he's just like, I'm the leader. Let's see. go there. See if you can lead the country. Like, that guy would get cooked so fast and nobody likes him there. But I think he should go. The Prince of Iran should go. Lindsey Graham, Trump, they could all go on like a little camping trip, you know, to Tehran. Because Lindsey Graham is such a homo that he wants to, I mean, a homo sapien. Lindsey Graham is a homo sapien. We're all homo sapiens, but Lindsey Graham is a homo sapien, but we're all homo sapiens. But he wants to turn Tehran into San Francisco because if they can't be gay in Iran, it really bothers Lindsey Graham, who's a conservative in America, but a global homo liberal in other countries, because it just bothers him that women can't drive terribly or be on ESPN to ruin the whole network. They need to make sure they have more women on ESPN in Tehran. They need to make sure that they're all driving everywhere recklessly and can't parallel park. He needs to make sure that sodomy is expanded to the point where, you know, the devil looks down and says, oh my gosh, this is worse than Sodom and Gomorrah. Like some of these weirdo liberal state, like he needs to bring his homo sapien tendencies to Tehran. And if he can't gay it up and feminize it up and libtard it up, then how the hell are we going to make America great again in conservative America if we can't gay up Tehran for Lindsey Graham, who has no children because he's probably a homo sapien, minus the sapien. No, but he's not though. He's just a war-osexual. He just loves war, and he probably makes love to that. I watched a Key and Peele skit yesterday. I love Key and Peele. I think Key and Peele is like really funny. And I think not all, but most of their skits are really funny. There's this one I forgot about. It reminds me of Lindsey Graham because he's so weird. It's they're trying to solve a murder mystery and there's like two people in bed and they're dead and they bring in Jordan Peele in this episode and he's like the best sex crime investigator, but the only caveat is like he puts himself in the mind of like the sex murderer and then he jerks off at the crime scene and like he'll literally be like hold on, look behind the picture, and he'll just start like fapping and like and ejaculate, and they're like, what is he doing? And they're like, relax, leave him alone, he's the best sexologist we have. And he just keeps jerking off, but he solves the mystery, and it's like really weird, but you get it, it's a funny concept. That's like Lindsey Graham, like he's such a homo sapien and a warosexual. I just see him like, you know, they're like, Lindsey, what are you doing in the bomb room? We got to send those to Ukraine. He's like, just one more minute in here alone. I'm signing the bombs so they could blow up Palestinian kids. I'm signing the bombs, but your signature is not on any of them. What have you been doing in this room for 30 minutes? He's like, just give me 30 more seconds. Trust me, I'll finish. You'll finish what though? I'll finish and then I'll leave the war room. You know, I feel like that character is Lindsey for sure. He's just like constantly jerking off to like war, which is disgusting, by the way. I'm just saying it's him doing it, not me. Watch that Key and Peele episode though. I mean, it's weird, but it's funny. I like it. You want to send Trump to El Salvador? I mean, if anything, he's just going to move to like Israel or Venezuela. He's like, I could be the president of Venezuela. I'm sure you could because you're doing things for them, but like America wouldn't elect you again. So what's going on wrong that Venezuela and Israel likes you more than America? There's something to that. But anyway, sorry for bringing that stuff up. I don't know if that was necessary, but it's a skit. It's not my fault. I didn't create it. I just reenacted it. All right, I got to go. I appreciate y'all. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless America. God bless the world. Thank you for the super chats. Happy birthday to the happy birthday girl. And yeah, I'll be back next week, but I do shorter reels sometimes and I post a lot, but I like doing longer live streams. I know it's hard to listen back to, but instead of going live every day and like then my whole life is like a cloud because I'm thinking of stuff, I'm uploading stuff, it never ends. I got to just chill for a couple of days. And by the way, I'm not like chilling. I work every day, like all day, but you know what I'm saying? I don't want to overdo it, but I have a concept for a video that I need to do soon that's going to be funny. And if it does well, I'll do more like that because it'll be funny. But I think today was funny. Appreciate y'all. God bless you. And I pray that the war in Iran is ended soon. I really want the war to end. I want people on all sides to stop dying. I want our troops to stop dying. And I don't believe that this war can end without negotiation. I think in order to end a war, you have to compromise. And I think if we're attached at the hip by people and in our own government that just don't want to compromise, it's this never-ending war that there's no proof that it's doing anything in our favor. It's just that proof is really not there. It's in these hypotheticals of like they would have had a nuclear bomber with a suicide vest run across. It's like, yes, says you, but people all over the world still have nukes. Doesn't Pakistan have nukes? It's not to say Kim Jong-un has a nuke. It's like if you don't take out Kim, you know, they're going to nuke everyone. Maybe not. Maybe they're just holding them to use as leverage because they see that everybody's getting murdered by the U.S. like Gaddafi. Like they don't want to end up that way. So they're like, what do? They give up their nukes. They end up like Saddam. Or Gaddafi. They hold on to the nukes or they try to make it even if it's not true. They'll say that it's a never-ending cycle. Like we have to stop this stuff and we have to focus on America. And if you want to know what I want to do, it's literally what Trump campaigned on, focusing on America, making America great again. The stocks are crashing. The gas is rising. The prices are going insane. The global economy is screwed. And Trump's like, but I got a golden ballroom and JD Vance just launched a new White House app. Who cares, dude? Who cares? You guys are such losers. Tariff payment. Also check one, Peter 8, Roaring Lying. Thank you for the $10 super chat. And God bless y'all. I'm out.